The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. The Abbot and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that lad whose message loud and clear each Thursday rings into your ear.
All right, Costello, come here. You're all excited.
Like me.
You're all excited. What's the thing you've got there?
Huh?
It looks like a telegram. Where did you get it?
Oh, a fella in a long green underwear gave it to me.
A fellow in a long green underwear?
Yeah, he was wearing a Western Union suit.
Why, you dummy, that was a messenger boy. And that's a telegram. What does it say?
It don't say nothing, Abbott. I can't see a thing.
Well, you dope, you haven't even opened the envelope.
Oh, do you have to open it? I thought you were supposed to peek through this little window in the front.
Give me that telegram. I'll read it. Hey, look, Costello.
What?
It's from your hometown.
Paterson, New Jersey?
Paterson, New Jersey.
Oh, boy!
Can you imagine? Look, it says, Dear Louis Costello.
Oh, yeah, Abbott. Look
Yeah.
at the way they spell Louis.
What do you mean?
L-O-U-S-C.
Quiet.
That's my hometown.
Quiet, Costello. This telegram is from your old grade school in Paterson, Public School 15.
Oh, boy. Good old PS 15. My old alma mattress.
No. No, you mean alma mater. A mattress is something you lie on.
I know. I laid around that school for 10 years. Well, what do they want with me, Abbott?
Well, the telegram goes on to say, let's see now. We are proud of you, Mr. Costello, and the whole school will greatly be honored if you would come to Paterson this Saturday night and appear in our annual school play, signed by the principal, J. Soil-Off Wallpaper.
How do you like that, Abbott? Boy, oh, boy, I knew my old school would send for me someday.
Sure they would.
I was always the hero of my school. I'll never forget Coach Abel Green.
What do you mean?
And those kids I played with, Michael Varello.
What did they do?
Those were the kids. We had a real team, and I was even the captain of the tug-of-war team.
Wait a minute. What did you do on the tug-of-war team?
I was the second jerk from the end.
Yes, but I
I
can't...
don't get that.
I don't either. Look, I can't understand why that school would send for you to appear in a play. What do you know about grammar?
About what?
Do you understand grammar?
No, not since she got a new false teeth.
No.
Even Grandpa can't understand her.
Now, Costello, I'm talking about dramatic acting. Did you ever do anything dramatic in school?
Oh, did I? I used to get up and I used to excite poetry.
You did?
Get a load of this little gem, which I wrote myself.
Let's hear it.
And roses are red, and violets are purple, sugar is sweet, and so is maple syrup.
Come on.
Maple syrup, it rhymes, don't it?
Well, what about it? But maple syrup, what is that?
What is maple syrup?
What is maple syrup?
Maple syrup is the stuff you put on flannel cakes.
Okay, look. No, talk sense now. If you're going to Patterson, New Jersey, we've got to get down to the railroad station right away. Come on.
Okay, come on.
All right now, Costello, let's get our tickets for Patterson. We've got to find a comfortable place to sleep on the train.
Oh, I never have any trouble, Abbott. I got a system. I eat garlic before I get on a train.
What has garlic got to do with finding a place to sleep?
I just breathe in the conductor's face, and he gives me a wide berth.
Oh, be sensible. Well, here's the ticket window. I beg your pardon, sir. We're going to Patterson. Could you tell us how the trains run?
Oh, yes. There's a big black thing that pulls them, and it goes choo-choo and woo-hoo!
This guy's been drinking too much of that Traveler's Aid.
Look. You better let me handle this, Costello.
I think I better because
All right.
I lost my place.
All right, never mind that. Look, in order to say, Lou, come here.
Go ahead. I got it.
All right, look, I'll take care of everything. Don't worry about a thing. In order to save money, I think we'd better get a couple of upper berths.
Oh, but I don't want an upper. I want a lower.
But, Costello, do you realize that if you buy a lower, you'll find it's much higher than an upper?
Oh, sure. I mean, after all, what'd you say?
I said that a lower is higher than an upper.
A lower is higher than an upper?
Why, certainly.
Well, what are they doing? Running the trains upside down?
Of course not. The lower is a more desirable berth. Therefore, if you want to go lower, you'll have to go higher.
If I want to go lower, I'll have to go higher.
Yes.
Why should I go higher when I want to go lower?
Now, simply because if you want to go lower, you have to go higher. Because the lower is higher than the upper. And the reason the lower is higher than the upper is because the upper is higher up than the lower.
Oh! You mean that the upper is lower than the lower
Yeah.
because the lower is higher than the upper?
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, I'm trying to tell you that they sell the upper lower than the lower because when you sleep in an upper, you have to get up to go to bed.
I have to get up to go to bed.
That's right.
Who's paying for my berth?
You are?
And there ain't going to be anybody in it but me?
No.
Then why do I have to get up?
Costello, look, I've already explained it. Unless you go higher for a lower, then you're stuck with an upper. And you'll have to get up when you go to bed. And you'll have to get down when you want to get up.
Abbott,
What?
let me smell your breath.
Oh!
Hey, friends, would you like to do me a... Well, I was just about to say do me a favor, but actually I should say do yourself a favor. Or maybe do your throat and your taste a flavor. Let them judge for themselves which cigarette best agrees with them. Let them answer the question you have so often asked yourself about which cigarette is best for you. Let your throat try Camel's kind, cool mildness. Let your taste sample that rich, full flavor. Because your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, can tell you more about Camels in one puff than I can in 10 programs.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, a superb blend of costlier tobaccos. Freddie Rich plays a hit tune of today, but for many of you, it is also a hit of other years. Freddie revives Sweet and Lovely.
Well, here you are, Costello, in good old Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah, Abbott. And here's my old school.
Do tell.
PS 15. As I stand here looking at this old building, I think of the happy days I spent here as a boy.
How long did you go to school, Costello?
You mean counting kindergarten?
Yes.
1 year.
Well, come on, let's find the principal's office and see what time we start rehearsing for the school play tonight.
Hey, what do you mean? What time we start rehearsing? Not we. Me. This is my old school, not yours, Abbott.
What do you mean?
I'm going to do this play all by myself. I don't need your help.
Oh, how can you say that, Costello? Haven't I always given you the best of everything? Why, last Sunday when we had a double date, I gave you the best girl. What a slick little number you had.
Slick number is right. I bent her back in my arms and her hair slid off.
All right, look. Just cut that out, Costello. Wait a minute. I think this is the principal's office right here.
No, not that room.
What do you mean?
No, that room is where they have the art class.
What do you mean?
That's where I learned to draw, Abbott.
You did?
I was a wonderful drawer. My kid brother Sebastian is in there now. He's studying to be a drawer, too.
Well, that'll be nice.
Just think of it. The Costello brothers. A pair of drawers.
Look, never mind that. Where is the principal's office?
Oh, I don't quite remember, Abbott. But look. Here's my old first grades room.
First grade room?
Yeah.
Eh? Well, why don't you go in and say hello to your old teacher?
Oh, I don't think Miss Sashwaite would remember me. I wonder if she's as fat as she used to be.
Why, was she very fat?
Fat. Every time she turned around, she used to erase the back blackboard.
Yeah.
I said it!
All right. Well, go ahead. Open the door and see if she remembers you after all these years.
Okay. Boy, will she be surprised to see me. Miss Sashwaite! Miss Sashwaite!
Yes?
Don't you remember me? I'm Lou Costello.
Oh, and where were you all day yesterday?
Yesterday? I haven't been here for 15 years.
If you're absent one more day, you'll have to bring a note from your mother.
Just a minute, Miss Sashwaite. I'm Lou Costello. Don't you remember how 15 years ago I always used to pester you by raising my hand?
Yes?
Well?
You can go now.
Gee, Miss Sashwaite. Gee, she's changed. I remember when she used to keep me after school to spank her erasers.
All right, look. Come on, Costello. Here's the principal's office right over here. And you'd better let me talk to him. He's a very brilliant man.
Go ahead.
How do you do, sir? Are you Professor Wallpaper, the principal?
Yeah. Oh, you can always tell a Harvard man.
Professor, I understand you want Costello to appear in your school play tonight.
Yeah, just a minute. I got the telephone tangled in my yo-yo. Now, if you fellas are looking for the rehearsal of the play, it's right in the next room.
Oh, all right. Come on, Costello.
Oh, I love you, Millicent, my darling.
I love you too, Rodney. Kiss me, my sweet.
Oh. Hey, you two, cut it out.
Shh, wait a minute. Don't stop them, Costello. That's wonderful acting.
They're not acting. That's the janitor and the fourth grade teacher.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Can anybody tell us where they're rehearsing the play, please?
Right in the next room. Just ask for the English teacher. He's in charge.
Thanks.
Oh, I love you, Millicent, my darling.
I love you too, Rodney. Kiss me, my sweet.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
they've been doing that for 15 years.
Why don't they get together?
Well, she won't marry him when he's drunk, and he won't marry her when he's sober.
Yes, teacher, I'm a dandy.
Kitzel, don't tell me that you're teaching in this school, too.
Yeah, could be, You know, I'm devoting my whole life to teaching the little kiddies how to speak perfectly the King's English. Yes, I went to one of the most famous colleges in England.
Eton?
Yeah, eating and drinking. I had a wonderful time.
I was in London once.
Yeah?
I met a beautiful girl on the street one day.
Piccadilly?
I certainly did.
He certainly did. I don't get it.
Look, Kitzel, I understand you're directing the school play tonight.
Yes, I am, my friend. You know, my whole family was dramatic coaches. My grandfather was a coach. My father was a coach. My uncle was a coach. Oh, I come from a long line of coaches.
And what are you, the caboose?
Well, gentlemen, I'll see you tonight at the play. Now I must get back to my pupils.
Just a minute, Kitzel.
Yeah?
Just a minute. Is my kid brother Sebastian in your English class?
Is that little Sebastian your brother? Woo-hoo, is he a bright little chappie? You know, he is speaking the best English from the whole school. Just a second, I'll call him. Sebastian!
Hello, Sebastian. Hello. I just wanted to tell you how proud I am of you. Professor Kitzel just told me that you're the best English pupil in his whole class. Is that true?
Yeah, could be.
Lovely Connie Haynes and a lovely song together.
We stroll the lane together, laughed at the rain together, sang love's refrain together, and we both pretend it would never end. One day we cried together, cast love aside together. You're gone from me, but in my memory always will be together. You're gone from me, but in my memory we'll always be
You know, radio sure is a wonderful triumph of modern science, but as yet we haven't found out how to broadcast the flavor of a cigarette over a microphone. Only your own taste can tell you which cigarette you like best, and only your own throat can tell you which cigarette likes you best. So why not give your T-zone, that's T for throat and T for taste, a chance to judge the cigarette it likes best. Give your taste a chance to try the rich, full flavor of Camel's blend of costlier tobaccos. Give your throat the chance to try Camel's kind, cool mildness. Like millions of smokers, you too may find that your cigarette is
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel's. Let them tell their own story to your own T-zone today.
Good evening, members of the Parents and Teachers Club of Patterson, and all you dirty, dear little kiddies. We have a great surprise for you tonight. One of our former pupils, Lou Costello, has consented to present a play for us. Most of you remember Lou Costello. In his school days, he was the head boy along this block. And let us listen to this blockhead.
Costello, the audience is waiting for you. You've just been introduced. Open this door.
Here I am, Uncle Bud.
Sebastian, what are you doing in your brother's makeup and his costume? What is the meaning of this?
Louis has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Mm-hmm. But don't worry, Uncle Bud.
What do you mean?
I'm going out on the stage and I'm going to take his place. And the audience will never know the difference. I put on this big putty nose that I got, and I put on my nose, this big putty nose.
But, Sebastian, you've got the putty down over the end of your nose. How are you going to smell?
All right, unless they turn on the heat.
Look, Sebastian, what are you going to do when you get out on that stage?
Well, I'm going to tell him a story about Romeo and Juliet. And it was written by William Shakespeare, a very great ether.
Ether?
Mhm.
You mean author. Ether puts people asleep.
That's what this story's going to do.
Well, all right, as long as Lou isn't here, I suppose you'll have to do it. Okay, come on, hurry up. The curtain's going up. Come on, there you are.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to tell you the story of Romeo and Juliet. Now, I don't want any interruptions from you, Uncle Abbott.
Go ahead, let's
My
hear the
big
story.
brother told me how you interrupt him.
Well, go ahead.
But don't interrupt me.
Tell that story.
Don't give me that.
Go
Just
ahead,
don't
go
interrupt
ahead,
me,
go
that's
ahead.
all. I lost my place like my big brother. Now, I'm not kidding. Once upon a time, there was a fella named Romeo.
Romeo. What did this Romeo look like?
I got out of that one.
Well, all right, what did he look like?
Huh?
What did he look like?
Well, he was about... How do I know what he looked like? I never met the guy.
Then why do you tell stories about people you don't even know?
Nobody knows Romeo. He's just a guy in a story. He's an imaginary character.
Oh, you mean he's just a person in fancy?
In fancy? In fancy what?
In fancy nothing.
That's a good way to catch cold. Now, look, Uncle Bud, if you just shut up, I'll tell a story.
All right, go ahead. I won't say any more.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Once upon a time, there was a fella named Romeo, and he was his father's only son.
Well, that's right. He was his father's heir.
His what?
His father's heir.
His father didn't have any hair. He was bald-headed.
All right, go ahead.
Now, don't interrupt me.
All right, go ahead.
Now, there's a girl in the story, and her name is Juliet. And her father was giving a big party, you know, to kind of, sort of shove her into society.
Oh, you mean she was making her debut?
I don't know if it was a debut or her nightbut. All I know, it was her first party, and a lot of people was invited to see her and stuff. And things.
Well, you see, the folks were coming in to her coming out party.
How can you come in to come out? She was inside already.
Naturally, she had to come in to come out.
What did she want to come out for? She was inside. This wasn't an outdoor affair.
All right.
This was inside.
I know that. You told me that. All right.
Well, if people are going to come in to come out, there's no use of going out to come in.
All right.
Why don't they stay home?
Look, Sebastian, you don't
Why
understand.
don't you stay home?
Look, you don't understand,
I should
Sebastian.
stay home
Now,
for
listen,
you.
please. You want me to tell your big brother on you?
Anybody got lozenges?
Listen, please. Look, the party brings her out.
The party brings her out.
That's right.
Why should the party bring her out? What did the little girl do?
No.
The party didn't even start, and some guy right away wants to drag her out.
No, you don't understand.
Why don't they leave the little kid alone?
Now, Sebastian.
Maybe she wasn't drinking.
But, listen, Sebastian.
Maybe she had one popsicle.
Now, Sebastian.
Maybe after all, the kid is okay.
All right.
Lost again.
All right, go on with the story. Well, look, wasn't Romeo invited to this party?
Talk longer.
Look, wasn't Romeo invited to this party is what I want to know, wasn't he?
Oh, sure.
Oh,
Sure. No, you see, Juliet's father... Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Juliet's father... I need him.
Now, come on, Sebastian.
Juliet's father didn't like Romeo,
Yeah.
so he had to put on a mask, and he borrowed another guy's clothes, and he went away.
Oh, Romeo went in disguise.
Yeah, in this guy's clothes.
I see. All right, I see.
You see, Uncle Bud, Romeo and Juliet's fathers was enemies, and they was fighting for 15 years.
They didn't like each other.
Yeah.
Which family brought on the feud?
They both brought on the feud, but Romeo wouldn't need it. He was lovesick. He kept getting thin and pale.
Oh, I see. He looked wan.
Oh, yeah. What'd you say?
I said, he looked wan. Don't you know what wan is?
Yeah, 1 is the number before 2.
No.
1, 2, a button, my share.
No. Wan means peaked. Romeo was peaked.
Yeah, sure. He was peeked through the keyhole at Juliet.
Now, Sebastian.
Well, if I was there, I'd have peeked out of her myself.
Sebastian, will you please go on with the play?
Well, anyway, every night Juliet used to sit on the balcony.
Why did she sit in the balcony?
Because she couldn't afford a seat in the orchestra.
Sure. All right.
And she liked to sit in the balcony.
All right, now, don't
Up
argue.
there she could smoke.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Put her feet on the rail.
Yes, go on, go ahead.
So far, so good.
Go ahead.
One night, I hope I can hold out.
All
One
right.
night,
Juliet dropped her handkerchief, and Romeo picked it up and handed it to her.
And what did Juliet do when Romeo handed her the handkerchief?
As she'd done like anybody else.
What? Just what?
Well, you know what I
Wait,
mean.
do you know the story, don't you?
Oh, yes,
Well, what did Juliet do when Romeo handed her the handkerchief?
You know, like they always...
What did she do?
She wiped her nose!
All right, now.
Gee, did you have to make me say that?
Well, all right, never mind.
I mean, it's your line.
All right,
Go ahead.
look, Sebastian, as I remember the story, Romeo had a rival, and they fought a duel with lances. Now, what I can't understand is why did the other fella kick Romeo when Romeo dropped his lance?
Because he caught Romeo with his lance down.
Look, that's enough, Sebastian. Stop the play. Stop it. I say, ladies and gentlemen, the play is over. Bring down the curtain.
Hey, what's the idea of stopping the play, Uncle Bud?
Sebastian, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Not only have you disgraced your brother Lou, but you stand there and make a monkey out of a great masterpiece. You ridicule Romeo and Juliet, the greatest love story of all time, and you deliberately insult the name of William Shakespeare. Why do you do these wicked things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
Yeah, I'll say you're a bad boy.
Oh, I'm the kind of kid my mother won't let me associate with.
You certainly are. Now, come here. Now, where is your brother Lou?
I think he might be in the 4th grade classroom, Uncle Bud.
What makes you think that?
Because I locked him in there before the show.
Sebastian, unlock that door and let your brother out. He's probably in there crying his eyes out because he missed the play. Go on, open that door.
Okay, Uncle Bud.
Go ahead.
I love you, Millicent, my darling.
I love you too, Costello. Kiss me, my sweet.
Costello, what are you doing making love with a 4th grade teacher? You know she's the janitor's girl.
You're telling me, Abbott, and I'm the new janitor.
But you missed the whole play.
Oh, don't worry, Abbott. Millicent and I are going to put on another play tomorrow night.
Another play?
Yeah, and I'm calling it The Girl Who Eloped with the New Janitor or Gone with the Window Cleaner.
I love you, Costello, my sweet.
I love you too, Millicent, my sweet. Oh, he's a bad boy!
Abbott and Costello will be back in a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Technical Sergeant George James H. Logan of Luling, Texas, who is one of only 2 men in this war to receive both the Congressional Medal of Honor and the Distinguished Service Cross. In your honor, Sergeant James M. Logan, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And before we hear from the boys, I'd like to say the Merchant Marine needs more men to man the supply lines to victory. And to eligible men, it offers not only a well-paid and worthy present, but a splendid future. In 6 months' time now, you can make the progress it would have taken you 3 years to make before Pearl Harbor. Get all the facts. Go to any United States Employment Service office or wire collect to the United States Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. And now, here are Bud and Lou Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. But it's getting a little late, so all we'll have time to say is just good night, folks.
And good night to everybody.
Good night,
please buy bonds.
Buy bonds. Good night, folks.
To everybody in Patterson, New Jersey.
Good night, neighbors. Good night, neighbors.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
If you are a hermit living in some lonely cave, don't listen to this, because you're one of the few men in the world who can pack his pipe with any old tobacco he pleases and get away with it. But if you want your pipe to make a hit with people around you as well as yourself, then load up with Prince Albert. That wonderful fragrance, that aged-in-the-wood aroma, gives your pipe real pipe appeal to other folks as well as yourself. Besides that fragrance, Prince Albert has a rich, full-bodied, yet mild flavor. It's no-bite treated for tongue gentleness. It's crimp cut to pack, draw, and burn perfectly. And what a bargain. Just about 50 pipefuls in one regular 2-ounce package. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the world.
The Abbot and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Did you get what you wanted for your birthday?
Yeah, I guess.
What's that?
Oh, you got me the Easy Jack Ultimate Cheeseburger Maker! This is so cool!
Well, welcome to Jack in the Box. Can I take your order?
The Ultimate Cheeseburger is for cheeseburger purists. Cheese meat, cheese meat, and that's it. We won't make it till you order it.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
How'd you do, Bingo?
How'd you do, Rosa? And a big how'd you do for everybody from Norcross greeting cards, too, by golly.
How'd you like to do a song?
Love it, love it.
Forget your troubles and just get happy. You better chase all your cares away. Sing hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day. The sun is shining, come on, get happy. The Lord is waiting to take your hand. Shout hallelujah, get happy. We're going to the promised land. We're heading across the river. Wash your sins away in the tide. It's all so peaceful over on the other side. Forget your troubles and just get happy. You better chase all your cares away. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day. Get ready now. Forget your troubles, just get happy. Better chase your cares away. Sing hallelujah, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day. Sun is shining, get happy. Lord is waiting to take your hand. Shout hallelujah, now get happy. Going to the promised land. We're heading across the river. Wash your sins away in the tide. All so peaceful over on the other side. Forget your troubles and just get happy. Chase all your cares away. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day.
Rosa, you know your son, Miguel, asked me the other day what to send you for Mother's Day.
I think I know what you suggested.
You guessed it. The lad's going to send you a Norcross Mother's Day greeting card.
Oh, that's wonderful. The new Norcross Mother's Day greeting cards are the most beautiful I've ever seen. Honestly, it's like receiving a lovely bouquet of flowers.
How beautifully true, Rosie. Norcross really did right by Mom this year. They've fashioned the loveliest possible greeting cards to bring tender thoughts to any mother, old-fashioned or modern. And who would anyone want to remember more than that particular lady?
I know. A Norcross Mother's Day greeting card is the warmest way I know to tell a mother thanks for the apple pies and the apron strings and all the love.
Quite so. And there's so many Norcross Mother's Day greeting cards to choose from. There's one that looks just the right way and says just the right thing to every dear lady from new mother to grandmother.
So pick the nicest cards on the rack. Pick the card with the N on the back.
Norcross greeting cards, you know, say the things you want to say.
I can't wait to see which Norcross Mother's Day greeting card Miguel picked for me.
Oh, I can't tell you, Rosie, but I'll promise you it'll be a beauty. The lad, like his mother, has exquisite taste.
Thank you. I guess it's about time for me to sing something.
You're on, Rosemary.
I never knew unhappiness or that a heart could ache. But now that I've known happiness, I fear my heart will break. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you.
Friends, you know, I'm always interested in news of radio. I trust you are, too.
You've got news about radio?
Yes, I have, Rosie. The police radio.
We got a whodunit on our hands today? A mystery? A thriller of some kind?
No. This is more to do with talent, or rather, the stifling of talent on police radio.
Who's perpetrating this offense?
Well,
Who's the guilty party?
Just the police commissioner of New York.
Oh. Well, you better go on and explain before I come up with any more incriminating straight lines.
Well, here's the story. These days, talent is at a premium.
Sure, we need talented people.
But Police Commissioner Kennedy of New York has thrown a large group of potential singers, comedians, commentators, and so forth. He's thrown them right into the ash can.
How so?
Well, according to my information, because policemen in radio cars were occupying some of the dull moments late at night, especially in outlying areas, they were doing special broadcasts to their fellow squad car members, you see.
They were putting on shows, huh?
Yes, you know, they yodel a little song, sing ditties, crack jokes, maybe describe the last race at Aqueduct or something. In general, they would engage in high-spirited small talk, breaking up the monotony.
Uh-huh. And the commissioner didn't seem to think this was very funny.
He did not. He said no more entertainment on the police radio, and that's his order.
Too bad.
A lot of fine Irish tenors and Italians, too. Never be heard now.
Just straight crime on the police radio.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a little too much. I'm in favor of variety. Keeps everyone alert.
Sure. You know, a little entertainment thrown in late at night. Who knows? Gee, there might be another Morton Downey, Phil Regan, Alexander King, Jack Parr, Charlie Weaver, Yuki Sharon. You know, just idling his time away there in that squad car. Just itching to get at the mic. But to no avail now, because the commissioner, he's forbidden extracurricular activities.
Too bad the policemen just can't have a ball on police radio anymore, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame. Show business is out, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, a microphone's a great temptation if anyone's inclined to be an entertainer.
Don't I know it?
Years ago, I used to work with a fellow named Bob Hope, and he used to just drool when he saw a mic. You couldn't pull it away from him. Sometimes not even half of it.
It's lucky Bob isn't a policeman in New York.
Oh, he'd open a vein. Gee. But there's one upstart left, they say. One lone patrolman. He's way out in the outskirts somewhere. This fella persists in an occasional song. They're trying to nail this fella, but they can never catch him. Of course, you can't keep a singer down.
No,
you know. I speak from experience. They used to try to stop me, and look what happened.
What happened?
Haven't you heard?
Let's have a sample of your work.
Well, all right.
What is there to say, and what is there to do? The dream I've been seeking has, practically speaking, come true. What is there to say? And how will I pull through? I knew in a moment contentment and home meant just you. You are so lovable, so livable. Your beauty is just unforgivable. You're made to marvel at, and words to that effect heart's in a deadlock. I'd even face wedlock with you. You're made to marvel at, and words to that effect. So, what is there to say? And what is there to do? My heart's in a deadlock. I'd even face wedlock with you.
Next time you go to your grocer's, look for Gentle Fells, the only dishwashing detergent with lanolin D to protect your hands. Lanolin, the same essence used in costly lotions and creams to keep your hands soft and lovely. Only Gentle Fells clear golden liquid contains lanolin D. With Gentle Fells, your dishes and glasses dry sparkling clear, never spotty or streaked. For a spotless reputation, Gentle Fells, F-E-L-S, Fells. Rosemary, have you and Mr. Cole come to an agreement about a song?
We have indeed, Ken. We plan to do Hey There, a song with a very sentimental attachment as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, beautiful thing, and I still play your record.
Well, since you're so nice, here's the song live from me to you.
Lately when I'm in my room, all by myself, in the solitary gloom, I call to myself. Hey there, you with the stars in your eyes. Love never made a fool of you. You used to be too wise. Hey there, you on that high-flying cloud. Though he won't throw a crumb to you, you think someday he'll come to you. Better forget him with his nose in the air. He has you dancing on a string. Break it and he won't care. Won't you take this advice I hand you like a mother? Or are you not seeing things too clear? Are you too much in love to hear? Is it all going in one ear and out the other?
Folks, the big push is on for the crusade for freedom. To keep radio-free Europe on the air on both sides of the curtain. If we millions of Americans respond with $1, a half-dollar, quarter, or a dime at a time, we make it possible to tell the 76 million people of the satellite countries that we're behind them. All of the American people. Right now, you know, with the summit meetings ahead, let's give big. Let's all make sure the truth gets through the Iron Curtain. Send what you want to give to the Crusade for Freedom, care of the Postmaster. Here's a song by Hoagie Carmichael and Stuart Gurrell, one of Hoagie's greatest, I think. Great melody and a wonderful lyric by Mr. Gurrell. Georgia on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, about the whole day through.
Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Always on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, a song of you comes as sweet and clear as moonlight through the pines. Other arms reach out to me. Other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find. Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Other arms reach out to me. Other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find. Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind.
Want to give an outdoor party at night and don't know what to do about the bugs? Well, I'll tell you what to do about the bugs. Don't invite them. Oh, I'm serious. If you light your porch or patio with regular bulbs, it's an invitation to every bug within 10 miles. But if you light up with General Electric yellow bulbs, most bugs won't come around because they won't see them. It's a fact. The General Electric bug light has a special yellow color that's practically invisible to most bugs' eyes. You can stay out all evening and hardly see or hear a bug.
Well, that's all for today, friends.
But you can catch us tomorrow at the same spot on your dial.
So long for now.
Thank you very much.
My husband's going to cut you off when the light turns green.
I'm driving with my knees.
You don't always know who to avoid out there.
I'm really tired.
That's why every Saturn L300 comes standard with ABS brakes, traction control, and head curtain side airbags. The 2004 L300-1, starting at $16,995 MSRP. Tax, title, license, and optional equipment extra.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Bob Hope and his special guest, Frank Sinatra. Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, so they hit the moon with radar Hope. Take a seat for me.
I went down to Palm Springs last week, and they really have a housing shortage down there. In fact, I saw one ad in the paper that read for rent, $50 a month, a size 38 shadow. Palm Springs is really wonderful, isn't it? In 1 week, you get healthy enough to go back to work and poor enough to have to. And it's so ritzy, the snakes in that part of the desert don't have rattles, and back they have built-in recorders that play nothing but Castellanos. What prices the hotels get? I stepped up to the clerk and asked him if he could give me a suite for $5, and he handed me a Hershey bar. You should have seen the hotel I stopped at. What a place. There was a sign in the room, don't turn off the electric fan. It's holding up the walls. What a broken-down room. The only time it had a ceiling was when a low cloud went by. But I finally got a beautiful room with a very high ceiling, except when the elevator came down. And it's so hot down in Palm Springs. One lens fell out of my smoke glasses and my right eye got burned black. For a week, I walked around looking like an overgrown panda. Panda, you know, he has one white eye and one white eye. And my lens fell, you know, and... the last time I'll buy a gag from the Griffith Park Zoo, I want to tell you that. While I was in Palm Springs, those jet planes passed over on their way to New York. And I don't know if they were traveling fast enough to create a vacuum, but 10 acres of tumbleweed followed them as far as Iowa. I'm not saying they went fast, but the pilot's got the hiccups. He hicked in Salt Lake City and cupped over Chicago. When they landed, my sponsor sent me a wire reading. This shows you what hot air will do if you direct it right. Here comes Skinny Ennis.
If you are planning a trip, come down to Tampico Way. Those lovely tropical scenes will make you want to say,
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
You lose your troubles and cares when you fiesta each day, and soon you're happy to live the Pan American way.
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
There are no strangers down there. It's all a big family, because they greet you with their good neighbor policy. The senoritas down there are sentimental and shy, and once they whisper hello, you'll never say goodbye.
Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
You learn to rumba down there with Esterita McPhail, who learned to do it last week from Arthur Murray by mail.
Hi, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go.
The senoritas, they wave when you arrive at the dock. The native costumes they wear are slacks and bobby socks. That's the place to go in Tampico, in Mexico.
I'm glad I waited for you. But then, what else could I do? I used to date with, but they always knew I used them to wait with. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad my heart waited too. That favorite dream of mine has just come true. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad my heart waited too. That favorite dream of mine has just come true. I'm glad I waited for you.
I'm glad I waited for you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet a fine young singer who recently returned from a trip back east. If you had good eyesight, you saw him in Anchors Away. The original Thin Man, one of the greatest guys who almost lived, Andy Russell's grandfather, Frank Sinatra, right? Coming along.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Bob.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Frank. You're looking as strong and handsome as ever.
Thank you, Robin, and you're looking as intelligent and as sophisticated as ever.
Boy, is television going to louse up this program. Tell me, Frankie, how was your trip east?
Wonderful, Bob. I flew, you know. Made it in 12 hours.
Gee, that's pretty good time.
Yes, it is, considering that I had to stop at Albuquerque to change pigeons. But you know, Bob, I had a small accident. I had to bail out.
You had to bail out? What happened?
Well, when we got over Denver, the pigeon hit a downdraft, and the recoil threw me off.
You feel a little kick on that last one. Say, you really covered a lot of territory back there. Yeah. Tell me, are the hotel rooms still scarce in New York? Huh?
Still scarce. Well, I took a ride down Riverside Drive.
So what?
So nothing. General Grant was sitting on a park bench and getting $10 a day for renting out his tomb.
Well, you must have felt right at home in there.
No, Bob. You see, I stayed...
Wait a second. Oh, Frank, read the cues. Wait for laugh right
there. I lost my head. I
almost lost my laugh.
Bob, you see, I stayed with my folks over in Hoboken. I'm from the north, you know. That's my hometown. I went to grammar school there.
I bet you were the spitball champion, huh?
Not me. The other kids threw the spitballs.
Well, how come you didn't throw them?
Well, they used to wrap me up inside and let me do the steering.
Gee, just think, Frank. Only a few years ago, we were both living on the wrong side of the tracks, and here we are today. Next-door neighbors in North Hollywood.
Uh-huh. So you're the guy that lives next door to me.
Yeah, what about it?
Bob, then must you raise sheep?
That isn't the reason, Frankie. I'm doing all of Lana Turner's knitting now.
Fine vocation. Say, Robin, I got a complaint to make, though.
What about?
Well, I can't understand that dog of yours. Look, I've been living there for months, and he still barks at me when he sees me laying around the yard. Doesn't he like me?
Oh, it isn't that, Frankie. It's just that he's never seen a bone with a bow tie on it before.
You may hear from my lawyer, boy.
Frank, That's a nice-looking house you live in, and that's a nice driveway you have there, too.
Yeah, it costs quite a bit, but it's worth it.
Yeah, that was a good idea, surfacing it with crushed Crosby records. By the way, Frank, have you seen old Butterbeam lately?
Yeah, I've seen Mount Ball. They ran across Bing in New York.
Really? What else is doing in the Bowery? But, Frank, it's a good thing you're back in Hollywood now. You know, while you're away, a certain actor has been taking over some of your bobby sock business and has been squealing for him.
Really? What's the name of this hijacker?
Oh, you've heard the name? Van Johnson?
Van. What is that, a movie actor or a trucking company? Are you kidding?
That's a charm school with freckles.
Oh, sure. I heard about him, Bob. Say, tell me, what's the secret of Van's charm, anyway?
Well, let's ask Frances. Frances, come here. She's got all the inside.
Yeah. The outside ain't bad either.
Say, Frances, will you step in here? I want you to settle a question between me and Frankie.
Gee, is it really Frank Sinatra?
In the flesh.
Stop bragging.
Why, Frank, I didn't know you were coming down here tonight.
Neither did I, Francis. Been windy, hasn't it? You know, Francis, you should see more of me.
Well, I'd like to. Where'd you leave it?
Hey, fractured here. Nice work, kid. Oh, you're doing. Francis, Frank has something to ask you.
Yeah, France, I want a kind of quick reaction. To be blunt, who do the girls like better, me or Van Johnson or me?
Well, it's hard to say. The girls really go wild over Van's golden hair.
What do you mean, golden hair? All he got was an egg shampoo, and they forgot to comb out the yolk.
Oh, you two are just jealous because you don't have a cute cowlick like Van.
I had a cow lick like that once.
Well, why doesn't your hair stand up on end?
That isn't where the cow licked me. That isn't where the cow licked me. Gee whiz, my records are still selling big. Why do I stand here reading this junk when I got money in the bank?
What do you mean, junk? I use nothing but sophisticated material. No coward leftovers. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Well, to me, it's still junk.
Oh, yeah? If you're going to get tough, put up your dukes.
Okay, I got him up. Start something.
Okay, take that.
Frankie! Stop it! Stop, fellas!
Stop. Why, Francis, you afraid we'll hurt each other?
No, but the sound man is getting awful tired.
Did you leave a call? Come on, take it, Skinny. Come here, Francis.
If I don't see her each day, I miss her. Gee, what a thrill each time I kiss her. Believe me, I've got a case on Nancy with a laughing face. She takes the winter and makes it summer. Summer could take some lessons from her. Picture a tomboy in lace. That's Nancy with a laughing face. Have you ever heard mission bells ringing? Well, she'll give you the very same glow. When she speaks, you would think it was singing. Just hear her say hello. I swear to goodness, you can't resist her.
sorry for you. She has no sister, no angel could replace Nancy with a laughing face. Keep Betty Grable, Lamour, and Turner. She makes my heart a charcoal burner. It's heaven when I embrace Nancy with a laughing face.
That's fine, Frank. Sit down and rest. We get some oxygen.
Here comes Frank and Frank.
I should care. I should go around weeping. I should care. I should go without sleeping. Strangely enough, I sleep well, except for a dream or two. But then I count my sheep well. Funny how sheep can lull you to sleep. So I should care. I should let it upset me. I should care. But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. But I should care, and I do. I should let it upset me. I should care, but it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you. But I should care, and I do.
Tonight, folks, we're going to take a little excursion into the land of fantasy and bring you as weird and chilling a ghost story as you ever heard. We're going to do the life of Frank Sinatra. If you will, Mr. Ennis.
Life of Frank Sinatra.
We take you back to the fateful night of June 8th, 1919. A fateful night indeed. Because on that night, nothing happened. Nothing happened, and they named it Frank Sinatra. As the stork swooped low over the Sinatra home with his precious little bundle, he said,
I better leave this and get away fast. They may have their heart set on the baby.
So, little Frankie is born. And when Papa Sinatra comes home from work, he peeks at the thin figure and says happily,
Ah, I see we're having spaghetti tonight.
But time marches on, and Frankie gets bigger, thanks to helium gas. And even at that early age, his mother knew he was going to be very intelligent. When she looked down at the infant lying in his crib, Frankie would open his big blue eyes and say,
Goo-goo, hey.
At the age of 5, Frankie gets into his first fight with the kid next door.
I give up. Don't hit me again. Don't hit me again.
Okay, and let that be a lesson.
In school, Frank meets a young Southern boy, Edgar Ennis. As boys will, they size each other up carefully, then speak.
Hiya, fatso.
All right, children, we'll start the day's lesson.
Say, teacher, ain't you going to call the roll?
No, I got a quicker way. Will all those pupils who are absent please raise their hands? See, every day perfect attendance.
The teacher's a moron. No wonder I'm an idiot.
Robert, hope you're a bad boy, and you're a bad influence on the rest of the children here in the 5th grade.
How's that, teacher?
Well, this is the second morning this week you come to class without a shave. And another thing, Robert, take off that pointed dunce cap.
What dunce cap?
Hey, Teach, that's his head hay.
You fat as mustache.
Hey, your mother's stuffed eggplant.
Hey, your sister's tricycle. Wait.
Yeah, and Francie Langford, you can stay after school today.
But, teacher, why should I stay after school? I know all the answers.
Yeah, I know. Now stop arguing with me. You children are impossible. I've sent for the principal.
Oh, watch this, Frankie. This ought to be fun. I rigged up a bucket of water over the door, and when the principal opens the door, it'll tip the bucket. Shh. Here he comes now.
Silly bee started for the classroom and walked right into the swimming pool. All right, children, let's all line up and have our little ears inspected now. All right, Frankie, step up here. Well, that ear's clean, and now for the other one. Frankie.
What's the matter, Princey? Is it dirty?
Oh, but where did you find a place to buy gum?
Who bought gum? That's the same piece I had there last week.
Hey, huh? I just wanted to see if you left anything out. Hey, Fritz, I've got clean ears. Look behind him and see.
Okay. You have 2 clean ears. Now let me look behind the other 2.
Say, Principal, I got a question in arithmetic. Is the quadratic complex made up of coordinates to satisfy a homogeneous algebraic equation of degree 2?
Huh?
I said, is the quadratic complex made up of coordinates to satisfy a homogeneous
This punk is trying to quit my racket.
Eager for fame and fortune, Frank teams up with Bob Hope and goes into show business. We find Frank and Bob applying for their first job in a Hoboken nightclub.
Frank, my new act will kill the people.
Maybe so, Bob, but I think you should stick to just telling jokes.
You do?
Yeah, I don't think it'll look right, a man doing a bubble dance.
Oh, it's okay. I move fast. I won't catch cold. Well, here's the place, Frank. Kelowna's Mickey Finn Inn. Boy, what a tough-looking joint.
What makes you think it's so tough?
Well, just look at the hat check girl. She's checking the hats with the heads in them.
Hey, Bob.
Check your coat here. Check your coat.
Don't stop, Frank. Walk right by.
Now, how about your hat?
Hey, look, Bob, here comes the owner.
Hey, mister, we're part of the new floor show.
Sorry, I've got all the chorus girls I need.
Listen, we're not chorus girls. Take another look.
Well, I don't need any scrub women either.
Kelowna. Are you the boss here?
That's right, Hope J. Billingsley, Kelowna. No liquor sold after hours, no gambling on the premises. Laws of the community observed to the letter. Also relatives Shanghai to China cheap.
Hey, look, Frank, there's a dead horse sitting at the bar.
Dead horse sitting at the bar?
Yeah.
That's funny. He paid for a table.
Say, Kelowna.
1 minute, Hope, while I throw out this rowdy customer. All right, Bub. Come on. Out you go. Come on, fellas. Let me back in.
Say, Kelowna, do we get jobs in your floor show?
Well, tell me, Hope, what kind of an act do you do?
Oh, I got a great act. I kill him. I come out on the stage and I say, how do you do, folks? I call my dog Postman because he's expecting a litter. You see, he's expecting a litter. It's my special delivery that gets him, you see. You get it, Jeff? Do you think you can use my jokes?
Why not? Most of our customers like an egg in their beer. And now, Sinatra, let's hear what you can do.
Okay. It might as well be spring. It might as well be spring. It might as well be spring.
Well, don't stand there. Let's plant them.
Got a date with an angel. Got to meet her at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven. She's so lovely beside me. And whatever betide me. Got an angel to guide me. So I'm on my way to heaven. Gonna let the dogs ring out. And the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates ring out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven. Gonna let the bells ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates ring out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. Now I'm on my way to heaven.
Matrix Reloaded. Buy it Tuesday on DVD.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A 22-year-old girl has been abducted. Her family receives an anonymous message. The abductor demands $30,000 for the safe return of the girl. Your job? Get him. See the difference.
Taste the difference.
Smoke the difference.
You'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness. A much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Yes, in king-size Fatima, you get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarettes you're now smoking.
Remember, thousands of Americans are switching to Fatima, insisting on Fatima quality. So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Look for the bright, sunny yellow patch. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, October 18th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working the early morning watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the stats office, and it was 3:26 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide. Hi, Brian.
Hi. Got those mug shots you wanted, Joe. Here you go.
Oh, thank you. The captain leave yet?
Yeah, waiting for me in the garage. You call back?
I'm going to right now, yeah.
Okay. I guess I better hustle it. See you out there, huh?
Right, Brian. I'm sorry to wake you, Ben. This is Joe. How you feeling?
Oh, hi, Joe. What time is it?
3:30 a.m. How's the sore throat?
Oh, it's a lot better. Want to be back to work tomorrow.
And we need you now, Ben. You want to be ready in about 20 minutes? I'll pick you up.
20 minutes? Okay, what's the matter?
Man by the name of Martin Sullivan, official down at the Third National Bank.
Yeah, what about it?
He's got a 22-year-old daughter, or he had one.
Huh?
She's gone. Less than 14 hours before, at 1 o'clock the previous afternoon, Judith Sullivan was last seen driving off in a car with a man who'd represented himself as a friend of her father's. At 11 o'clock that night, the Sullivan family received an anonymous letter demanding $30,000 for the safe return of the girl. It had been the only contact made thus far by the abductor. As soon as we got word of what had happened from the girl's father, a broadcast and an APB had been gotten out. The entire force throughout the city had been alerted. 3:44 a.m. I pulled up in front of Ben's house.
Good morning.
Hi.
You made good time.
Where are we headed? The Sullivan home out on Castro Boulevard. Thad Brown's out there now with Brian.
Any leads to go on?
No, not so far. The girl disappeared a little before 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Note from the abductor came through last night. They're asking $30,000.
Oh, I don't get it. Sullivan hasn't got that kind of money.
Yeah, I know that. Poor guy's almost out of his mind. Mrs. Sullivan, too, they're all broken up.
Fill me in. How'd it happen?
Well, the girl was taken from a business school that she goes to. Man had her called out of class. He told her father was sick. Said he was a friend of the family.
How about the teachers? What was their story?
Well, they said the girl didn't want to go with the man at first, but he finally talked her into it, kept telling her father was dying.
Yeah, lousy thing. Did he use a car?
Yeah, blue sedan, that's all we know. Witnesses didn't get the make or the license number.
Any description on the man?
Yeah, they say about 5'9", 160, brown suit and dark hair.
Is that all?
That's it. Here's a copy of the letter that the Sullivans got. You can read it. It's the usual.
All right, thanks. I have your daughter, Judy. Get $30,000 quick if you want her back alive. Don't call police or I'll kill her. Contact you later, signed The Wolf. Who's he kidding?
I don't know. I could think of a better name. Well, here we are.
Who's got the original note, Joe?
From Crime Lab. They're checking it for prints and handwriting.
Hi, Joe Romero. In the living room. Thank you, Tom.
That's the way I see it, Mr. Sullivan. You understand exactly what you have to do now?
Yes, I'll do as you say.
All right, sir. Here are the two men who will help you. Sergeant Friday and Romero, Central Homicide.
Sorry, Mr. Sullivan.
Introduce.
Mr. Brown, are you sure about all this? I keep thinking he might get frightened. He might do something to her. Believe me, Mr. Sullivan, it's the only way. I know how you must feel, but we can't do anything else. All right. I want to see Mrs. Sullivan first. Will you excuse me? I'll be ready in a moment. All right, fine.
What is it, Chief? Any development?
Back here, in the dining room.
Yeah?
That's it on the table. Second note from the guy.
When did it come?
Half an hour ago. The guy had it delivered by a special messenger, used a plain envelope. Messenger kid didn't know anything about it, doesn't remember what the guy looked like.
Let's see, Joe.
Yeah, all right. It says, meet me in Elysian Park, 5 o'clock this morning near Balkan Drive. Come alone, bring 30,000. We'll return girl. Don't tell the cops. I'll kill her if you do. It's the same signature, Wolf.
Not much time, Chief. It's 4 a.m. now.
I know. What we'll have to do as he says. There's no other way.
Sullivan's going out there alone, is he?
You're going with him, you and Romero. You'll be hidden in the trunk of his car.
All right. Anything else? Any plan you want us to follow?
Get him, that's all.
4:15 a.m. Ben and I went out back to the garage where Mr. Sullivan's car was parked. We jammed ourselves into the trunk compartment, and Brian closed the door on us. The latch was rigged so that we could push open the door from the inside. A few minutes later, Mr. Sullivan came out, got in the car, and we drove off. At 3 minutes to 5, we pulled up at the designated meeting place up in Elysian Park. We waited. Nothing happened. 5 minutes past 5 a.m. Still nothing. Outside, it started to thunder.
Rain's starting, man. Windy. Joe? Do you hear it?
Yeah. The car's coming up the road toward us, sounds like.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Coming over this way.
Yeah, sounds that way, doesn't it? Are you ready?
Right.
All right, easy. Coming back here. Watch it now.
Friday? Romero?
Chief, is that you?
Yeah, come on out. The meeting's off.
Look, that's a break.
Up in my leg. Mr. Sullivan, you want to drive back home? We'll contact you there.
Yes, sir. All right.
Come on. Let's get over to the car.
All right. What's the story? Did he scare off?
The guy had no intention of following through with the meeting.
How come?
He told us he phoned a couple of minutes before 5 a.m. We tried to trace the call. He wouldn't stay on the line long enough.
Well, what do you have to say?
A couple of things. Number one, he wants more money. Number two, he knows we're working the case.
What was the reaction?
Claims he doesn't care. We'll never get him anyway.
Well, how's the thing stand now?
$50,000. He wants it in the next 12 hours.
More than 16 hours had passed since word of Judy Sullivan's abduction had been phoned into homicide. During that time, an APB containing the descriptions of the suspect, his car, and his victim had been dispatched to law enforcement agencies throughout the entire area. The same descriptions were being broadcast every hour. The Sullivan home had been placed under strict surveillance, and Mr. Sullivan instructed not to contact the suspect without the knowledge of the police. The girl's father had raised almost $10,000 in cash to buy him off, and the serial numbers on each one of the bills had been copied by a police stenographer and rechecked by a homicide officer. So far, the Wolf, as he called himself, had made 3 separate contacts, but he'd covered his tracks well. We knew he was somewhere in the city, 450 square miles of it. We knew we had to find him. 6:18 a.m. We checked back into homicide.
What's doing, Brian? Here's a copy of the letter, fellas. Special delivery. Came in about 25 minutes ago.
Let's see, Tom.
It's the same handwriting, looks like.
Check the postmark. Joe must have mailed it right after he grabbed the girl.
Yeah, let me see. Stay away from Sullivan. If the girl's found dead, it's your fault. Stay away. Wolf.
Can't seem to make up his mind, huh?
They checking the original of this for prints, Tom?
Yeah, no word yet.
How about that second note? Anything on that?
Uh-huh. Stahl lifted a couple of prints, running them through R&I. So who's watching Sullivan House now?
Gomez and Thaxter. Chief's out there, too. He's still afraid the girl's father will try to make a deal with the guy.
He tried it yet?
No, not yet. Well, you couldn't blame him if he did. He's worried sick.
I got it. Homicide, Romero. Here, I try. How do you spell it? Okay, right. Yeah, thanks a lot. Record Bureau. Those 2 prints Stahl lifted from the letter. Run them through the single print file.
Any luck?
They got to make.
The fingerprint that was lifted from the suspect's letter was identified as belonging to a Donald Alfred Kiefer, WMA, age 29, 5 feet 8 inches, 170 pounds, brown eyes, dark brown hair. He had 1 previous arrest for forgery in Los Angeles 10 months before. At the time of his arrest, Kiefer's occupation was listed as bank clerk at the Third National Bank. Well, I went down the hall to the Record Bureau to pull the crime report. Brian checked by latent prints to see if they'd gotten anything off the last note from the suspect. Ben went to check with Don Meyer in handwriting. 7:23 a.m. Chief Thad Brown got back to the office. I showed him Kiefer's crime report.
All right, what's the rundown on it?
Well, at the time Kiefer pulled the forgery job at the bank, Mr. Sullivan was one of the vice presidents. He was the one that preferred charges against Kiefer, and he saw that he was prosecuted.
Where's this Kiefer now?
Well, let me check that. He was placed on probation on May 16th this year. He returned to his home in Omaha, Nebraska. That's 1380 Mackinac Avenue.
You call Omaha?
I got the call in now. Ben took an exemplar of Kiefer's handwriting from the package. Don Meyer's going over it now.
Chief?
Hi. What about that last note?
I've got the report right here.
How's it look?
Well, Stahl lifted some prints off it, brought them out with the iodine fume gun. They match with the first. There's something else.
What's that?
They examined the paper for watermarks and texture. Both notes are written on the same paper. Impressions show both pieces of paper from the same tablet. Check the density of the carbon in the pencil he used. Both specimens match. Same pencil.
Joe. Oh, hi, Skipper. Hi.
Did you catch up with Don Meyer, Ben?
Yeah, he went over the handwriting. Looks pretty good. What's the word? It's as close as you can get. Here are the 2 exemplars. Francis crosses, double loops as L, open A's, pressure on the downstroke. Donald Kiefer, the Wolf, same handwriting.
By noontime, Donald Kiefer's description had been broadcast throughout the entire area. Bulletins were dispatched to all departments, and the supplementary APB was gotten out. Special details were stationed at every post office in the city to watch for notes from the suspect that might come through the mail. The bus depots, railroad terminals, the airports, and all main roads leading out of the city were kept under strict surveillance. The entire Los Angeles area was broken down into single square-mile districts, and a house-to-house canvass was started. A squad of men were assigned to cover each square mile. Outlying towns and cities were requested to do the same. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, one of the greatest dragnet operations in the history of the city was underway. We were sure Donald Kiefer was somewhere inside. 5:12 p.m. We got the call back from the Omaha police.
That so? Again, please. What was that? 6 X-ray 419 Nebraska plate. Right. Fine, Lieutenant. Thanks. Bye.
They made the car?
That and a lot more. The Omaha cops are looking for Kiefer, too. They want him for a robbery there 2 months ago. He used a stolen blue sedan in the robbery, 1939 model, Nebraska plate, 6 X-ray 419.
What about his family and friends? Have they been checked?
Yeah, they say Kiefer left Omaha about 6 weeks ago. I don't know where he was headed.
We better get that car description to communications, huh? APB and a radiogram?
Yeah, right. Friday, Romero?
Yeah.
What are you tied up with? Just got a call back from Omaha. Make on Kiefer in the car.
Give it to me. You 2 get out to Sullivan House fast as you can. See Harris out there.
Okay, what happened?
Mr. Sullivan, he's disappeared.
are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Millions heard it, yet only 54 have written.
Starting on Dragnet over 2.5 months ago, on September 20th to be exact, Fatima made a special money-back offer to more than 10 million listeners. The results? Amazing.
Millions heard it, yet only 54 have written.
If you smoke king-size cigarettes, listen to Fatima's famous offer.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy their extra mildness and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before January 1st, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, thousands and thousands of Americans are switching to king-size Fatima, insisting on Fatima quality.
So compare Fatima yourself. When you see the difference, taste the difference, smoke that difference, you'll switch to Fatima.
Because in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Look for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Wednesday, October 19th, 5:48 p.m. Ben and I drove out to the Sullivan home, where we checked with Bert Harris, the man who'd been assigned to watch Mr. Sullivan. He told us that at about 3 o'clock that afternoon, the father of the missing girl had a phone call. He said he had to go down to the bank, and Harris went with him. While they were at the bank, Mr. Sullivan succeeded in decoying Harris with a fake telephone call. While Harris was answering the call, Sullivan disappeared.
Did Mr. Sullivan get any more money while he was at the bank, Bert?
Yeah, $5,000.
Did you get the serial numbers off the bills?
Uh-huh. I shouldn't have let him get out of my sight.
Forget it. Right now, we got to find out where he's gone to meet Kiefer.
Did you talk to Mrs. Sullivan about it, Bert?
Yeah, she says she doesn't know anything about it.
Where's she now?
Back in the sitting room, lying down.
Well, let's try her again, huh? She might be able to help.
Okay, it's back this way.
What time you got, Joe?
It's 5 minutes past 6. I get it. Hello? How's that? Yeah, where are you? What? Oh, well, where are you? Where are you? All right, we'll be right out.
Yeah?
Mr. Sullivan, he met with Kiefer out in Laurel Canyon.
Did he get his daughter back?
Yeah, he did. Wrapped in newspaper. All units in the area were notified immediately that a contact had been made with the suspect, Donald Kiefer. We got in the car and we drove out to Laurel Canyon. The entire area had been blocked off. We found Martin Sullivan standing in the middle of the road at the end of East Winding Way. 500 feet down the hill was a private residence where Sullivan had telephoned us, the only building in the immediate vicinity. A few yards beyond the point where East Winding Way ended, back in a clump of tall grass, we found the body of 22-year-old Judy Sullivan. We notified the crime lab, Chief Thad Brown, and the coroner. Despite the severe emotional shock, Mr. Sullivan told us the story.
He said Judy was all right. I believed him. I wanted her back. Judy. I tricked the officer, the one watching me. Kiefer said to come alone, no police. Did you see his car, Mr. Sullivan? I wanted her back. I wanted Judy back. I did as he said. I drove out here at 6 o'clock. I waited. I put the money on the front seat, like he said.
Did he get the money, sir?
And then I got out. I left the parking lights on. I stood up there by the end of the road, and I waited. And then he drove up. He took the money. And then he came up to me. He had a gun. I wanted Judy back. He had a gun.
Did you see his car?
He said she was up there. Beyond the road, she was tied to a tree, he said. I wanted her back.
Now, look, Mr. Sullivan, did you see his car?
I went to look for Judy. He drove away. She wasn't there by the tree. I couldn't find her. On the way back, I saw the money on the way.
Yes, sir.
Lord,
Let me find him. Oh, Lord, let me kill him.
Before he collapsed completely, we showed the dead girl's father a picture of Donald Kiefer, and he identified him definitely. The information was immediately relayed back to Central Division and rebroadcast over our entire radio system. Teletypes were dispatched to sheriff's offices and communications sent to law enforcement agencies throughout the country. 9:52 p.m. The house-to-house search was intensified. The Dragnet operation in which we hoped to trap the killer was drawing slowly inward. A few minutes before midnight, Ben and I drove back downtown to the crime lab to check with Lieutenant Lee Jones.
Hi, fellas. Come on back.
Anything yet, Lee?
Just checking over these towels here. Found them wrapped around the girl's body inside the papers. Funny thing about them.
What's that?
All yesterday's papers. Every story about the girl's disappearance has been clipped out.
Uh-huh. How about the towels? Any laundry marks at all, Lee?
Nothing so far, Joe. Every one of them clipped off. Morgue post the body yet?
You're doing it now.
Nasty one.
Yeah, it sure is. Any footprints or tire marks out where they found the body?
Well, lots of them. Got two of the men checking them now. One thing.
What is it, Lee?
I don't know. Under the seam here, this towel. Wait a minute. Give me that pair of snippers, will you, Joe?
Yeah. Here you go.
Thanks. Press back under the seam here. There. That's one tag he missed.
Yeah? Can you read the marking?
Greenway Apartments, Los Angeles.
12:34 a.m. We located the Greenway Apartments in the East Wilshire district, and we checked with the manager. He identified Kiefer's mugshot, but he said he hadn't been home to the apartment since the day before. We called the crime lab, and we went up to check the suspect's apartment. One look was enough. Lieutenant Lee Jones found specimens of the Sullivan girl's blood in the wash basin and the bathtub drains. In an adjoining garage, we found the car which Kiefer had used. A blue sedan, Nebraska plates, 6X-ray 419. A cancellation of the want order for the car was issued and a stakeout placed at the apartment and in the garage in case Kiefer decided to return. All that night and into the next day, the citywide dragnet went on. There was no sign of the killer. At 10 minutes past 2 that afternoon, the first piece of ransom money showed up. It was at a used car lot on the corner of Beverly and Naylor Streets. 2 hours later, another piece of the money turned up at a busy downtown department store. In both cases, the man who passed the stolen money was finally identified as Donald Kiefer. Details were strengthened in both areas where the money appeared. The search went on, 6:42 p.m. Ben and I got a call to meet Chief Thad Brown at the Hollywood Division Station. Tommy Bryan from Central Homicide was with him.
This is the way it stacks up now. This pin map over here, this is where we're concentrating the search. This area here.
How about the lead we had on him downtown? Didn't it work out?
No, the last 20 minutes we picked up 3 possible leads on the man out in this neighborhood here. East of Vine, south of Franklin, west of La Brea, north of Santa Monica.
Mm-hmm. More ransom money show up?
You got it there, Brian. Read it off.
Yeah. 5:35, Sunset and Highland. Newsboy thought he saw Kiefer crossing the street. 20 minutes later, a salesgirl in the diamond store up on Hollywood Boulevard thought she saw him. 10 minutes after that, he was reported seen near the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Las Palmas.
You figure the reports are reliable?
And they were all checked out. Didn't put too much faith in him till a few minutes ago.
How's that? $5 bill was passed at a cigar store, Hollywood Boulevard and Hawthorne, ransom money. We've already doubled the number of men and cars in the area. Men stationed at every intersection to keep an eye on pedestrian traffic. We're covering everything. Streets, stores, covering the whole neighborhood.
I'll get it. Homicide, Brian. Yeah, just a minute. You, Chief.
Oh. That, Brian? Yeah. Where? When was that? No, stay there. We'll be right there. Goodbye. Another piece of ransom money.
Where'd it turn up?
A theater on Hollywood Boulevard between Fairview and Hawthorne.
Who passed the money? They think it was Kiefer?
They're positive. They say he's in the theater right now.
The information on Kiefer was phoned into communications immediately, and within a few minutes, men and cars converged on the neighborhood. The 1/2-mile area around the theater was completely blockaded. Every exit and entrance to the theater was covered. 7:23 p.m. Ben and I, along with Chief Thad Brown and Tom Bryan, met in the theater manager's office. Brown outlined our plan of operation. At 7:32 p.m., a detail of 14 men walked down the side aisles on the main floor of the theater and took up their posts on either side of the orchestra pit. The picture was stopped and every light in the theater was turned on. Chief Brown, Brian, Gomez, Thaxter, Ben, and myself went down the aisle and up onto the stage. Chief Brown made the announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you hold it quiet for a minute, please? We're sorry to interrupt the picture, but this is a very important matter. We're police officers. Maybe you've read about it in the papers. A girl by the name of Judy Sullivan was abducted and murdered the day before yesterday. We think we've traced the man who murdered her to this theater. We believe he's in this theater now. We're going to search the theater row by row, and we'd like to ask your cooperation. There's no need to be panicky or afraid. Those who wish to leave now may do so. Leave by the main entrance. Each one of you will be checked as you go out the door. For the benefit of the man we're looking for, don't try to escape. Every exit is covered. The entire area is blockaded. Don't place any more lives in jeopardy. All right, now...
Hey! Hey, right there! There he goes! There! Outside exit!
Come on, Ben.
Joey, run down the alley, heading to the basement.
Backstage, Joe. We can make it from here.
All right, come on. Through here. Down here.
Right with you.
In here. Come on, over here.
Air conditioning unit for the theater.
Yeah. I don't see him, do you?
No. You can't get out. There's just two exits. We got them both covered.
Look out, Ben. There he is. All right, keep her, hold it. Don't shoot, Ivy. All right, throw your gun over here. Come on, throw it out.
Okay, I got it.
You got it, don't shoot.
All right, let's take him.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, you got my gun. I didn't mean to shoot at you. You forced me to.
Put the cuffs on him, Ben.
Yeah, right.
Get your hands off of me.
All right, Keeper.
Got the same for you, too.
All right, now hold it. All right, Ben, you all right?
Yeah.
All right, try the cuffs on him now, huh?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Got him, huh?
Yeah.
It's a rough one.
Hey, it's starting to rain again. It's really pouring out there.
Yeah?
Guess we better get him out the car, huh?
What's the hurry?
How do you mean?
Why spoil a good rain?
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 19th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, this Sunday evening, December 16th, Fatima brings you a television preview of Dragnet on Sound Off Time on NBC. Check your papers for the time. Now, it's an actual case history filmed right on the spot, right at the City Hall, downtown Los Angeles. Starting in January, Dragnet will be seen regularly on television, in addition to Dragnet Radio. Now, remember, Fatima is making all this possible and making it possible for you to give the best this Christmas to everybody who smokes king-size cigarettes. Fatima in the new holiday gift carton. It's the smartest of all Christmas cartons, just as it should be, because Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. Give Fatima.
Donald Alfred Kiefer was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree, and on the recommendation of the jury, he received the death penalty. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Barton Yarborough as Sergeant Ben Romero. Also heard were Whit Connor and Vic Perrin. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Counter Spy fights international intrigue next on NBC.
Ordinary Dude Joe is sucked into an action movie and transformed into a super cool celluloid hero. What challenges await him? Don't miss a single frame of Beautiful Joe. Rated T for teen. Head to the go-go, baby.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Trouche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Mickey Rooney, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's the proven way to keep your hair well-groomed. The way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, helps stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routs loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you eat meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Mickey Rooney. Yeah, that's the guy. Short, freckled, blonde hair, pug nose. Sort of a Van Johnson at half mast. Yeah, a little bit of a guy. And in fact, they tell me when two grasshoppers meet, one says to the other, I ain't seen you since you was knee-high to Mickey Rooney. That's right. His size is a bit of a problem, too, you know, especially in Hollywood. Well, you know, he's too short to be a lover and too tall to be a producer. He's coming down to the tavern tonight to star in a new television show I'm writing. Television, Duffy, you know, TV, or, as they call it in the trade, voodoo. Huh? Well, Duffy, let me put it this way. You know the saying, vaudeville is dead? Well, television is where you watch the funeral. Yeah. Well, I think, Duffy, I think Rooney should be great for television. Well, sure, you know, they got them little 7-inch screens. He's a natural. Well, look, Duffy, I'm busy now. I'll call you back.
Hey, Archie, what's this about you writing a television program?
That's right, Miss Duffy. I'm going to get into television while it's still in its infancy.
What are you trying to do, stunt its growth? Besides, what do you know about writing television?
What's to know? I wrote radio plays. Television is exactly the same, except you dub in the faces.
Well, if you take my advice, you'll forget television and stay right here where you got a steady job and the security of $15 every week.
You call that security, Miss Duffy? I've had me back to the wall so long, the handwriting is on me. Now, look, Miss Duffy,
hello, Miss Duffy.
Oh, hey, did you hear the...
Hey, did you hear that news?
There's no reason you shouldn't hear it twice. You read 2 newspapers, don't you?
Eddie, may I repeat?
Yeah. Go
Did you
ahead.
hear the news? Archie's writing for television.
Ain't they having enough trouble? Look, don't laugh television off, Eddie. It's a big thing. And in fact, I often wonder how people ever got along without it.
I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
Eddie, from the tone of your inference, I gather you don't like television.
Oh, it's all right while you're sitting at a bar watching it. Just that I don't like the after effects.
You mean the eye strain?
No, the hangover.
Yeah, you're right, Eddie. Speaking personally, I'll still take radio.
Radio. Miss Duffy, I see you're still living in the medieval ages. Why don't you get up to date and realize that the future always progresses the past? We got to advance. The television is to radio what the caliper is to the old-fashioned slide rule.
What does that mean?
With a thought that deep, one does not stop to analyze.
Well, tell me, deep one. Who's going to act in this show of yours?
Only Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney!
Now, look, play off. I need him for the show, and there ain't enough of them to go around. You so both put out of here, I'd like to finish the script. Now, let's see. Act 2. Our hero enters. He is a man of the world. Handsome, dashing, debonair. An amused smile plays about his intelligent face. He speaks. Hello, Finnegan.
What you doing?
I'm writing a play for TV.
That's nice. TV who?
It ain't a who, Finnegan. TV is slang for the idiom. In other words, well, what is it that people go into the living room for every night and turn out the lights and watch for hours?
The dame next door.
Look, I'm talking about a different kind of entertainment, television.
Oh, that. Uncle Louie's got one of them things.
Oh, yeah? You like to watch it?
Well, I can't make up my mind, Arch. I don't get to see much of it, thanks to me sister.
How come?
Well, Uncle Louie's set's got a 7-inch screen, and me sister's got a 12-inch head.
Well, in that case, why don't you sit in front of your sister?
That's where me Uncle Horace sits.
Well, if he's sitting in front of her, how can she see?
Well, she can see. You know Uncle Horace.
Oh, yeah, the one with the hole in his head.
Yeah. He thinks television is wonderful. By the way, what's this television show that you're writing on?
Well, it's sort of a soap opera.
Arch, I wish you wouldn't use that word.
Opera?
No, soap. Every time I mention that word around the house, me old man washes me mouth out with dirt.
Well, I'll tell you what. To make your old man happy, I'll change it. I'll write a dirt opera, Finnegan.
Hi,
Arch. Well, Joe Moran. Hey, Joe, you're a radio guy. What do you think of television?
I don't know. I don't drink.
I think I'll send that to Fred Allen. But I asked you a question.
Well, frankly, Arch, I think television is going to kill the motion picture business.
I thought the motion pictures did that themselves.
That's very, very funny. Mind if I send that to Fred Allen?
Where do you think I got it? Well, anyway, when I'm driving that, Joe, you know, I'm writing a television show.
Oh? Well, when does it start?
Well, as soon as I find a sponsor.
A sponsor, huh?
Yeah, you know, a censor with money.
Well, any chance of a job in this show, Arch?
Acting?
Yeah.
Oh, it could be, but would you mind first giving me an audition?
Oh, not at all.
I'd like to make sure that you can run the gimlet of emotions. Now, leave me see you register, for instance, love. You know, like Charles Boyer.
Okay.
Toujours l'amour, Truchet. Hedy, come with me to the drugstore. I will shower you with Truchet, the creamy, fragrant hand lotion that keeps hands feeling smoother, looking lovelier.
This is the hottest lover since Lanny Ross. Look, Joe, try another one. See what you can do with sorrow.
Okay. Get a load of this. Oh, please, don't take away my bottle of Truchet. What would I do without it? It's different from other hand lotions because it has a unique beforehand extra that protects hands from chapping. Well, how's that for sorrow, Arch?
Pretty sorry performance. Would you like to try for fright?
Okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Joe.
As long as Truchet is on your hands, before you do dishes or go outdoors,
They got it against chapping. Water chapping as well as weather chapping. Well, Arch, how was that for fright?
Frightful.
Well, Arch, you mean my acting leaves something to be desired?
It leaves something, Joe, but it ain't to be desired. Hey, wait a minute. Excuse me, Joe. Eddie, look who just come in. Mickey Rooney.
What?
There, walking in under the swinging doors. Eddie, watch me flatter the guy. Well, Gary Cooper. Well, how are you, tall in the saddle?
Wait a minute, just a minute, Arch. I'm Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney.
That's
well,
right.
how time flies upwards. Tell me, Mick, what's new with you?
I don't know. I haven't read the gossip columns today.
Gotta send that to Fred Allen. Well, Mick, it certainly is good to have you down here to the tavern. Tell me, how come you never visited us before?
Well, up to now, Arch, my studio has been very strict with me.
Yeah, huh? What do you mean?
Well, my contract says I can't bail out of a plane, jump into a volcano, or go over Niagara Falls in a barrel, or be seen in Duffy's Tavern.
Think I'll send that one to Milton Berle. Tell me, Mickey, speaking of television, as we do in circles, is it true what they say in Hollywood?
What's that, Arch?
That the movie business is falling apart?
Arch, if things get any worse, the studios are going to produce the popcorn and hand out the pictures in the lobby, that's what.
Yeah. Things are pretty desperate out there in Hollywood, huh?
Desperate? Do you want to know a secret?
What?
Do you know what they're planning to do?
What?
Turn out good pictures.
No. Mick, they wouldn't dare.
It's the last resort.
Well, I guess what they say is true. There's no business in show business. But you're a trooper, Mick. You ain't got nothing to worry about. Incidentally, how did you ever start in show business anyhow?
Well, that goes back a long time, Arch. You see, when I was a baby, Mom and Dad wanted to find out what I was best suited for.
Uh-huh.
So right after I was born, they had the nurse give me a test.
Test, huh?
Yeah. On one side of me, she put a doctor's satchel, and on the other side, a lawyer's briefcase.
What did you reach for?
The nurse.
I see. So, they decided to make you an actor then, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I went into vaudeville with my mom and dad.
Yeah, huh? How old was you then?
2 years old.
2 years, huh? What'd you do before that?
Well, Arch, to tell the truth, I just loafed a little bit. But those were the days, good old vaudeville, the Chinese jugglers, the tightrope walkers, Weber and Fields.
Yeah, Gallagher and Sheen, Hammacher and Schlemmer. I used to love them acts. You know, I often wonder whatever happened to them corny old vaudeville jokes.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
I sent them to Fred Allen.
Sorry, I was just... Well, Edward G. Robinson.
And again, it's Mickey Rooney.
Arch, it's Edward G. Robinson.
I'm telling you, it's Mickey Rooney.
Okay, we'll ask him. Hey, bud, who are you?
Never mind who I am, see? I'm the fellow that asks the questions around here, see? This is my territory, see?
You're right, Arch. It's Mickey Rooney.
Mickey, there's an idea. Them dialects of yours, they're perfect for television.
Me, Arch, on television?
Why, certainly. You see, the way I figure it, them television audiences tired of wrestling and hockey. They're crying for something else to get tired of.
Well, tell me, what are you going to give them?
You. Now, how would you like to play the lead in a daytime soap opera?
How would you like a poke in the eye with a sharp stick?
Now, look, don't make no hasty decisions. There's room for good acting in television, you know. It's a medium where if anything is well done, it's rare.
You can send that one back to Pick and Pat, too, kid.
Look, Mick, please, don't be jovial about this. You got your future to think of. You know, you've been around a long time now, and you ain't getting no taller, kid. Now, please, don't pass this up. Don't be a schmo, you know. There's a lot of room in television for tall, handsome, good-looking types like yourself.
That did it. The schmo must go on.
Well, Mickey, did you read me television script?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What'd you think of it?
It should happen to Butch Jenkins.
We're saving him for the Hardy family. Look, this thing just, it just looks bad on paper. Wait till you hear it. Now, leave us run through it. You see, in the first scene, you play a married man. By the way, you've been married, ain't you?
Arch, pound for pound, I'm the most married guy in Hollywood.
That'll help you handle a part. Now, you're the husband, and Finnegan is your rival.
Finnegan is the rival. I say, well, who finally wins the girl, Arch?
You do, the husband.
Who plays the girl?
You do.
I'll play the rival.
Look, Mitch, in television, they all look like that. Okay, we'll switch it around. You play the rival, Mickey. Now, places, everybody. Mr. Melnick, fanfare, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, Eddie, you exit from the left and read the opening announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who are watching this television program at home, I say greetings. And to those of you who is watching it in bars, I say order a double. You'll need it.
Please, just read what's wrote there, will you?
Now I give you the director of our Voodoo Playhouse, Mr. Cecil B. Diarchi, our the head villain. Hey, boo.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea. Tonight we bring you another episode in the true life story of lovable old John and his pretty young wife, lovable old Mary. A story that asks the question, can two people in love find happiness? As our scene opens, John, a brilliant young banker, unexpectedly returns home from his office to find his wife, Mary, making love to the Iceman. A typical American family. As our story begins, we find lovable old Mary speaking to lovable old John.
What's the idea coming home so early, you jerk?
Good evening, Mary. Mary, don't think me suspicious, but why is that derby hat hanging in the hallway?
I'm taking trombone lessons.
Well, what about them ice tongs on the couch?
Ice tongs? I borrowed them from a neighbor. I lost my eyebrow tweezers.
Mary, would you think me suspicious if I just asked one more question?
What is it?
What are you doing on the Iceman's lap?
John, you mean you put two and two together?
Yeah, and it adds up to... 4?
I'm sorry, John, but I've loved him for years. Loved him, do you hear?
You mean all this time you've been cold to me? You've been warming up to the Iceman?
John, let's be civilized about this. Let's not make a scene of it, shan't we?
Mary, it's too late. We gotta have a showdown. Iceman, tell me, do you love Mary? I'm asking you. Speak now or forever hold my wife.
Mickey, that's your cue. Give out with a love scene, like Clark Gable. Oh. Okay, Finnegan, give him the cue again.
Iceman, do you love my wife?
All right, you ask me. I'm going to tell you, sure I love your wife. I love her, do you hear?
That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be, brother.
Why, you cat! Take your cold hands off of her.
John, I'm afraid it's too late.
You mean?
His hands are no longer cold. And I believe in you. Do you hear?
You might as well be a man about this, lovable John. I'm taking Mary away with me. Away, do you hear?
Lovable old Mary. Is this true?
Yes, lovable old John. This is the end.
The bitter?
The bitter.
Well, it had to happen to somebody. Good luck to you.
Well, so long, sucker. I hope there's no hard feelings.
Sucker, huh? Little does he know I didn't pay the ice bill.
Thank you. And now that Mary has run away with the Iceman, what will happen to John? Will he find new happiness with the refrigerator? Only time will tell. But first, a word from one of our sponsors.
Folks, as you know, we're celebrating National Eat a Plate of Rutabagas Week. For robust and vigorous health, try Colucci's Rutabagas, the rutabaga with the pedigree. One single helping of Colucci's Rutabagas contains more iron than the double bed spring. And it's twice as delicious. So remember, if it's iron that your system lacks, fill your stomach with rutabagas and listen to the clink. And above all, remember our sponsor's jingle. A.
Avocado.
B.
Boiled potatoes.
C.
Succotaceous. NBC.
And folks, back to our smell-o-vision.
I'll ignore it. And now back to our story. The scene is 20 years later. Lovable old John has sank lower and lower. He has tried everything to forget. He's drifted from job to job. Western Union boy, song plugger, lighthouse keeper, general in a South American army. But all the time his mind was elsewhere. In desperation, he finally tried the want ads. And that was how John became a doctor. As luck would have it, Mary, in the meantime, had become a nurse. Our next scene is in the hospital. The head of this hospital is the famous Dr. Gillespie, played by Mickey Rooney. That's you.
I thought I was the Iceman.
We're short of actors. As our scene continues, there is a patient waiting on the operating table as Dr. Gillespie speaks.
Now, see here, Nurse Mary. I want you to prepare this patient for surgery. Looks like it's going to be a very delicate operation.
Then only you can operate, Dr. Gillespie. You, with those skillful, highly trained, sensitive surgeon's hands. Will you do it?
No, hang it all. On my last operation, I seem to have sewed my fingers together.
Then who will operate?
I'll find out, nurse. Is there a doctor in the house? I say, is there a doctor in the house?
I am a doctor.
You are a doctor?
Yes. I am lovable old Dr. John. Nurse, have you got the scalpel?
Yes, doctor.
What does it read?
His temperature's down to 108.
108? That's pretty low. We better put him back in the sun. But first, let me look at the patient. Yay, hossafats. It can't be.
Who?
My rival, the Iceman.
There was the Iceman on the operating table. Lovable old Dr. John's hated rival that had took his wife away. What should John do? What would you do? In Dr. John's trembling hand was a scalpel, sharp as a surgeon's knife. One tiny slip of this scalpel, and the operation might be a success. Dr. John moved slowly toward the operating table. He looks down at his helpless victim, his mind racing blindly. Slowly, he raises his scalpel. And then... But first, a word from our sponsor.
If you sticking on kicking the bucket, see Cavendish, the smiling undertaker. Ask him about his free trial plan. Only 20 easy payments. Folks, here's your chance to drop dead and save money. And remember our slogan, have a Cavendish funeral while you are still young enough to enjoy it. And now, back to our television play.
Thank you, Eddie Green. Scalpel poised in midair, Dr. John hesitates as he faces the most momentous decision of his life. He thinks of Mary and the Iceman, and words from the past streak up through his subunconsciousness.
I'm taking Mary away with me. Away, do you hear?
Yes, John, and I'm leaving you. Do you hear?
Dr. John, snap out of it. What's the matter, Doctor? Hearing voices?
Yeah, but don't worry. I hear them all the time.
Well, tell me, have you made up your mind, my boy? Will you operate?
Yes. Even though the Iceman is my hated rival, I'll still operate.
Ah, stout fellow.
Doctor,
Yeah?
shall I burl the instruments?
No, let's just fry him for a change.
Dr. John.
Yes?
Dr. John, we'd better hurry. The patient seems to have trouble with his breathing.
I'll soon put a stop to that. Quick, Nate. Quick, ether.
Ether.
Ah, that clears me head. Now, give some to the patient. Dr. Gillespie?
Yes.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Cotton.
Cotton.
Scissors.
Scissors.
Ouch.
Sorry.
Bandage.
Bandage.
It's a tense moment. Dr. John begins the operation. First, he sutures the hemostat. Then, his sensitive fingers working swiftly but carefully, he stitches a hole in the epidermis and skewers up the dorsal fin. Finally, Dr. John speaks.
Gentlemen, the patient will walk again.
You mean the operation was a success, my boy?
Yep, but I never seen a worse case of tonsils.
Oh, Dr. John, you're wonderful.
Well, I did. Wait. That voice. Nice. Take off that mask.
But I'm not wearing a mask.
Mary, it's you.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is a new wonder shave with a sensational beard softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York, 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless. Or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry. Offer limited.
Mickey Rooney will soon be seen in Quicksand and appeared by arrangement with Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien.
NBC, the National
and
Broadcasting
Elizabeth
Company.
Why use strips, paints, or complicated bleaching kit when Arm & Hammer Advanced White toothpaste saves you trouble and cost? Now 3 shades whiter with just 1 tube. Prove it with our whitening guide. Get Advanced White, now 3 shades whiter, just 1 tube.
Get ready for an overexciting tale of escape coming up next.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are one of 4 people trapped in an isolated trading post somewhere in the Yukon Territory. The blizzard outside making escape impossible. And you know that before the spring thaws release you, before you can leave this cabin behind you, one of your companions, by consent of the others, will be killed.
Listen now as Escape brings you Les Crutchfield's story, Judgment Day at Cripple's Deer.
I think it most unlikely that you ever heard of Crippled Deer Crossing, and you would have great difficulty locating it on a map, even though the Yukon, for the most part, is vast and empty. Crippled Deer is a trading post, one sprawling pine log building, nothing more. But it's been my home and my business for 20 years now, and in the course of time I have grown fond of it, even grown fond of the bitter cruelty of the Great North. Yes, fond, too, of the long winters, snowbound, dark, when the trappers and miners have all gone outside, and we wait alone for the coming of spring. But of one such winter I am not fond. I still wake at times from dreaming of it, lie shuddering and fearful in the darkness. That was the winter of the black snow, when the horror came moaning on the wind and no man could look in another's eyes without shame and loathing and hate.
Listen, LeClaire. Listen to it. I know that sound and the gray skies and the black in the west. It's going to hit us before tomorrow morning.
Oh, it's close, all right. What do you think, Joe?
Many wolf track in snow last night. Much hunting. They're now asleep. I think maybe one day, maybe 2, then big blizzard come.
All right, 2 days then. That's still cutting it too close. He ought to be here by now.
Real anxious, ain't you, Bella? Just can't wait. Honey, what Marco got that we ain't got?
You wouldn't know, Higgins.
You would, though, wouldn't you, sweetheart?
At least he's got a civil tongue in his head. And he's also got a lot of things you'd give your right arm for, Higgins. He knows how to laugh and live and how to make other people laugh and live.
I'll bet he does.
And he knows how to treat a woman.
Yeah. Any woman, the way I hear it.
You shut that mouth of yours right now or I'll make you wish you had.
You will.
Well, Higgins, in a day or two now the blizzard comes, close the trails, and we here, then all of us together the rest of the winter, here this one building, no way to get out. I tell you once and for all, I will not have this kind of feeling.
Then let him shut up.
Can't take a joke.
That's enough, Higgins. He's got a right to be worried. I'm worried myself. Marco and Blakey don't have enough grub up there. If they get snowed in at that mine, they can't possibly last out the winter. And that blizzard is close. Should have come down by now.
I was just funning her, LeClaire. Sorry, Belle.
Then watch what you're saying.
Don't worry. They'll make it all right. Why, Marco Moore knows more about this country and the weather than most people. No talk. He's down.
Well, what is it, Joe?
Dog team. Sled coming.
Marco. Must be Marco and Blakey.
Where's those binoculars? Maybe we can see them when they come through the gap, huh?
Higgins, help me open the window.
Might not be them, Belle. Could be Robertson.
Not him. He's too smart a Mountie to get snowed in this far from Dawson. Come on, push.
All right, here. Let me see now. It's nearly too dark to... Hey, there's a sled, all right, coming out of the gap.
It's them. It is them, isn't
I
it?
can't quite make... No. No, it's only one man.
Marty.
No, not Robertson. It's Blakey. But Marco's not with him.
What?
Blakey coming in alone.
Alone?
2 partner go. 1 come back very bad.
No, shut up, Joe. Don't pay any attention to him, Bell. Marco is all right.
He better be. For Blakey's sake, he better be.
They've been partners 3 seasons now, Bell. There's no reason to think anything is wrong.
You look dog team, lead dog. Marco's dog.
What?
He's right. He's that big husky with a white star. Marco got him 2 years ago.
Start up the man, gents. Bring up the girls. Blakey's back.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Prodigal son, gents. Starved for a fatted calf and maybe a glass or 2 of rye whiskey.
Blakey.
Well, Leclerc, uglier than ever. Indian Joe, what are you having the tribe, huh? Oh, Higgins, look at that paunch. And Belle. Sweetheart, you make up for all of them. Gorgeous.
Blakey, where's Marco?
Marco? Well, ain't he here yet?
Should he be?
Well, he pulled out a few days before I did. I stayed on till yesterday working the claim. Of course, he might have stopped off someplace.
Where? Stopped off where?
Well, maybe at Jackson River. The factor at the post there's got a pair of mighty pretty daughters, Belle.
You better get your dogs out of harness, Blakey, and get your stuff inside. It may start snowing.
Yeah, looks like it's building up a good one.
Say, Blakey, that lead dog there, he's new, ain't he?
Why, I guess you could call it that. That's Marco's dog. Marco traded with me. He figured I'd be running closer to the storm, so I'd need a better lead dog than he would, so he traded with me.
I see.
You see what? What's this all about? You act like it's a matter of life and death.
The 4 of us talked it over while Blakey was unpacking his sled. It didn't add up. We agreed on that. At least it didn't add up the way Blakey was claiming. He was a born liar, we knew that, and Marco should have been at the trading post by now, even if he had stopped off at Jackson River. Well, when Blakey came in, we ate, and then we waited some more. Still no sound of another dog sled or Marco.
Wind seems to be slacking off some. Yeah, blizzard ain't far off. Wind always slacks off first. Who's for a game of pinochle? What's the matter with all of you? You ain't spoke one decent word to me since I got here. Anybody think I was a wolf that sneaked in out of the woods or something? Well, why don't somebody say something?
How'd you get that bruise under your eye, Blakey?
How'd you get that bruise? You sit around and stare at me for a couple of hours, and then the only thing you can think of to say is, how'd you get that bruise?
What happened? Did you get in a fight with somebody?
I got the bruise from a rock.
But how?
I was working in the tunnel we drove. Some rock fell out of the roof.
You're lying.
What's the matter with you, Belle?
You're lying.
I ain't fought with nobody. Why would I fight his partners?
Was Blakey?
I mean,
What did you fight about, Blakey?
Listen, we didn't fight about nothing.
You gotta have some reason, Blakey. Partners don't start fighting over nothing.
I mean, we wasn't fighting. Look, I don't know. Mine, he said he was going to be here. That's all I know.
He left before you did. You said so yourself. Where is he, Blakey?
I don't know. What's the matter with all of you? You think I killed him or something?
Yeah.
What?
That's right, Blakey. We think maybe you killed him.
Oh, come off of it. You're out of your mind. You're kidding. That's what it is, a joke, huh? Me, killing old Marco. That's a laugh for you.
You're going to tell us about it, huh?
About what? There ain't nothing to tell. Now, look, if I had done something... Why would I come straight here where you're all friends of his, where you're expecting him?
Where else would you go?
To Jackson River. All right, I can head for Dawson or south to Whitehorse.
Storm too close. No time. Here only place.
All right, answer me one thing. Why? Why do you think I'd kill him?
Show him, LeClaire.
Yeah. This might be the reason, Blakey.
You've been going through my stuff. You got no right.
We did it anyway. Now, what about this?
I was going to tell you about that. I figured I'd wait and make it a kind of surprise.
Surprise?
It's rich quartz, Blakey. Must have opened up quite a pocket.
It's the richest lode between here and Mackenzie Bay.
Not rich enough for two?
Marco didn't even know about it. I stumbled onto it after he'd already left. That's why I was keeping it for a surprise.
These two, Blakey? Were you keeping these for a surprise? I gave him those gloves and that writing tablet. And I knitted that pair of socks last winter.
Well, he told me to pack up anything he'd missed, bring it along. That proves he was figuring to come here.
Why?
Well, look, I know you're worried about Marco and all.
Do you?
But you're thinking the wrong way, all of you. You're all wrong. You're mixed up.
You're saying you didn't kill Marco, but you ain't saying it very good. Joe, show him what you found in the sled.
You've got no right to bother my things.
This. That's your knife, Blakey?
It was a fox. I shot it on the trail. Skinned it for the dogs. That's how the blood got on it.
You skinned fox. What'd you do with skin?
I left it. I'm a miner, not a trapper. I don't know anything about skins. Now look, the whole bunch of you. I'm getting fed up with this. Questions accusing me. What do you think you are, a court of some kind? I don't have to answer anything. I ain't on trial. I'm going to turn in.
Next morning, the barometer dropped again, and we knew that blizzard would hit any minute. All that day, we sat huddled around that wood stove, not talking, just thinking about Marco and Blakey. And just after dark, Blakey went outside to settle his dog team. By the time he came back in, we decided.
What are you all staring at?
Blakey, we're going to give you a trial.
A trial for what?
Jury of your peers. That's the only law we got. That's all we're likely to have till spring. Robertson bypassed us. He got on through to Dawson to beat the blizzard. It's just you and us, Blakey.
You're crazy. You ain't the law.
If you got anything to say in your own defense, any explanation...
I ain't doing no more talking. You can't do nothing to me.
Whatever you say, Blakey.
Let's vote. Get it over with.
If he won't talk, there ain't no use asking him anything else. I say he killed Marco. One vote guilty.
2. Of course he did it.
Joe?
He killed.
That's 3 guilty, and mine makes 4. That's unanimous, Blakey.
And just what do you aim to do about it?
We got to decide.
Well, I'll decide for you. You ain't gonna do nothing. And you know why? Because of this.
Grab him, Joe.
Hold it. Don't none of you move. Looks a little different now, don't
Put it down, Blakey. That rifle won't get you out of this.
It won't, huh? Well, I'd say it's made some changes already. 4-1. You felt mighty big, didn't you? Well, how do you feel now? Things is kind of even up a little, ain't they?
You can't hold us at gunpoint all winter.
I ain't figuring to. I'm getting out of here. And none of you better try to stop me.
Where are you planning to go?
That's my business. But I sure ain't going to stay around here no longer. Now, all of you, stay right where you are.
He's crazy.
Where could he get to?
Nowhere's maybe, but he ain't thought that far. All he knows right now is he's going to get away.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Get your rifles. We go after him.
You are listening to Judgment Day at Triple Deer, tonight's presentation of Escape. Saturday night on CBS Radio's thrilling Western series called Gunsmoke, meet United States Marshal Matt Dillon. Marshal Dillon faces another problem this Saturday, a problem as real and vital as the Old West itself, and just as full of action as well. Don't miss the exciting, unusual drama on CBS Radio's Gunsmoke, Saturday night on most of these stations. And now, Escape and the second act of Judgment Day at Triple Deer.
Tracking down a fellow man is not a pleasant thing, even though he's crazed with fear. But there was no choice. The four of us stood a moment longer looking at the door that had slammed shut behind Blakey, and then...
Ready?
Yeah, let's get it over with. Come on.
Don't let him get away.
Joe, you see, can you pick up his trail?
He couldn't have got far. He ain't had enough time. Here.
What?
Tracks start here. Come. It's pitch dark to me. How can you see any tracks? Me see. Come.
He seems to be heading back on the trail.
On foot, without even snowshoes. He's out of his mind.
Guilt and fear, they do funny things to a man.
Leave trail now. Turn this way. Into the woods. Come.
Run. Get away from them. That's all he could think about there in the cabin.
Crazy. Clean out of his senses.
Go on back. Stay away from me.
He's hauled up in that storage shed up on the creek bank. I saw the flash.
Why don't we leave him there? Let him get snowed in. Let him starve.
No. When a man begins to starve, it gets dangerous. He has that rifle, and there's a whole case of ammunition in that shed. He could hang around the cabin and pick us off one at a time.
Me go. Me bring him.
You think you can slip up on him, Joe?
You talk. Shoot guns. Make noise. I go.
Blakey!
Get out of here. Go back to the post.
Maybe this'll shake him up a little.
You're wasting your time. I got cover and you ain't.
A dirty murderer. I'll blast him out of there.
No, hold it. You might hit the Indian. Why don't you tell us about it, Blakey? About Marco. Get it off your chest. Where did you bury him?
I didn't bury nobody.
You mean you left him for the wolves?
If you don't stop saying that, I'll get every last one of you before.
Hey, Joe must have got inside.
You come now. Everything all right. No trouble. You come.
All right. Let's go get him. We dragged him back to the post. We tied his hands together behind his back and locked him in one of the bunk rooms. Then we sat, the four of us. We didn't say much. Not looking at one another, knowing what we had to decide, putting it off as long as we could. And then it was Belle, who had been in love with Marco and was ready not to go to pieces any minute, finally brought it out in the open.
We can't sit here and put it off all winter. We got to decide what we're going to do. Get it over with.
I suppose you're right.
You know I'm right. What's the matter with all of you? What are you afraid of?
It's a big responsibility, Belle.
Not from me. Maybe you can feel sympathy for him, but I don't. He don't even count. 100 of him would make up for Marco.
Perhaps you're right, Belle, but what I was thinking,
storm ain't hit yet, and as long as there's a chance Robertson will still come, well, maybe we ought to wait and leave it to him. After all, he's the law. It's his job.
The redcoat no come now. Blizzard too close. He go very fast to Dawson. No one spend winter here.
Joe is right. We can't figure on turning Blakey over to the police. Robertson's already probably in Dawson. And we can't try to keep him prisoner clear through the winter. I guess we all agree on that.
You know what I agree on.
So I guess we better make up our minds, huh?
Mine's made up now. You know that.
Yes, I know that, Belle.
Law of my people say, man who kills friends must die always.
I don't know, LeClaire. Killing a man in a fight or a battle when you're crazy mad, that's one thing. But doing it in cold blood like this, well, it ain't easy to face it. It ain't the same.
I guess we all feel that way about it. None of us want to do it. It looks to me like we don't have much choice.
We don't, and the sooner the better.
I don't know. The Mountie might still come.
Make up your mind, Higgins. If you're afraid, say so.
Well, it ain't that.
You agree with the rest of us, then, or don't you?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, it's settled then. Well, we might as well get it over with, huh?
How are you thinking to do it, LeClaire?
Well, hanging, that's the usual way, I guess. That roof pole outside the front of the cabin, we could take him up on the roof and tie the other end of the rope to that pole. And then make him step off.
How much of a fall does it take?
I only seen it done once down in the States.
Wouldn't do that. Have it go wrong. No call for him to suffer any more than this.
No, we'd do careful. We'd plan it all out.
Stop talking about it and do it. Do it and get it over with.
We're going to, Belle.
Well, get on with it.
Oh, Joe, get a ladder up against the eaves out there, huh? Higgins and me, we cut a piece of rope.
Good.
No, I guess we better tell him.
Hang me? You've decided to hang me?
Blakey.
You don't even know what you're saying. People don't sit down and decide they're going to hang somebody and expect to get away with it. You can't take the law into your own hands.
You're just making it harder for us, Blakely.
Harder for you? I'll make it harder for you when Robertson shows up.
Robertson ain't going to show up.
You're out of your minds.
We're going to have to drag you, Blakey.
You'll drag nobody. I'll walk. Let's see just how far you're planning to go with it.
All right, we go out through the main room.
Belle, you know what they're figuring to do?
Yeah.
Well, do something. Stop them. You're a woman, Belle. You're different.
I wish there were 10 of you, Blakey, so they could hang you 10 times instead of once.
Belle.
Get him out of here. Take him out and get it over with.
Yeah, come on.
She's crazier than the rest of you. It's all crazy. It's all like a nightmare.
Watch your step, LeClaire. That crust is freezing. It's slick.
Yeah.
Like it ain't real. It really happened. Not to me, anyway.
You know, that wind has died down some.
Always does just before the blizzard hits.
All right, Blakey. Climb up on the roof.
Roof?
Yeah.
And you climb the ladder, you'll want us to help you.
I can climb.
You go up there by the ridgepole, Blakey, up there where Joe is standing.
Yeah, better let me help you. A lot of snow on the roof. Ain't easy with your hands tied that way.
All ready, rope tied. Everything ready.
Oh. Well, might as well we get on with it, huh?
Maybe you better tie it around his neck, LeClaire.
Huh?
Now, you've seen it done once.
If I can remember. Hey, Blakey, come stand closer to the edge here, huh?
Careful, LeClaire. It's dark. Don't slip.
Yeah, that's fine. Right there now.
Well, it's a joke, huh? That's what. You gents are just trying to scare me so we can laugh about it afterwards.
Hold still, Blakey.
A joke.
Hold still.
A real good joke.
All right, that's fine.
That's very funny.
Well, looks like we're ready.
Yeah. Well, you got any last words, Blakey? Guess you better say them now.
You jump now.
Joe.
You jump.
Stop pushing.
You jump now.
We went inside. We left him swinging there, figured to take him down in daylight and bury him. I opened a bottle of brandy and we drank some fast in gulps. We needed it because it wasn't easy to do it. Not in cold blood that way. It didn't change much either when we stopped to think about it. It didn't bring Marco back to life, killing Blakey. Even Belle, who was crazy for revenge, was feeling sick. Then we got to thinking about Robertson, too, how he never missed stopping by before on his last trip out to Dawson. And then Joe heard it.
Dog. Here, dog. Flint, come.
Robertson.
I told you we ought to wait. Now we're in for
We
it.
gotta do something. We gotta think of something to tell him. Make up a story.
What, with Blakey still hanging out there? What story?
Well, we gotta do something.
All we can do is tell him the truth and hope he sees it the way we did. He's an old-timer in the North. He'll understand.
We'll make him understand. He'll be snowed in with us here. All us together for the rest of the winter. We'll make him understand.
We did right. At least we know it. I think he will.
Got a steak and a drink for a hungry man? Well?
Marco.
Why all the surprise? I promised you I'd be here, didn't I, Bill? Stopped over a couple of days in Jackson River. Dang near got snowed in. Say, did Blakey make it all right? He was going to leave the mine a couple of days after I did.
Under the direction of Norman McDonald, Escape has brought you Judgment Day at Crippled Deer by Les Crutchfield, starring Lawrence Dobkin with Harry Bartell. Featured in the cast were Lou Krugman, Georgia Ellis, James Nusser, and Clayton Post. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are standing alone in a mountain village somewhere in the puppet country of Andorra, the high crags of the Pyrenees trapping the last of the daylight. And you know that in one of the stone houses facing you, behind one of the doors that is closed against you, is a beautiful woman whom you must find before she meets her death.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Kathleen Height's story, The Wall. Saturday night on CBS Radio, gangbusters reveal the true facts behind a fantastic hotel holdup in which three comical bad guys with a wicked sense of humor terrorize Manhattan hotel guests, rob them, and vanish into the night after commandeering the hotel for their own high profit without interference. Hear Gangbusters' true crime case history Saturday night on most of these stations. Listen while you work. Enjoy Young Dr. Malone every Monday through Friday in the daytime on the CBS Radio Network.
Just 1-2.
Tomorrow, go for the kill. Ebert and Roper give Kill Bill 2 thumbs way up.
No kidding.
Absolute dynamite. It will blow you away. Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, rated R.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for man or Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Tooks's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, Magee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needle pointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, Magee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let 'em in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's the good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin.
Come in.
At the door. Let me get the door.
Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. Magee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier.
Yeah.
And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
Magee.
Hmm?
Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when I... Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tip's under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelvin.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George... You don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelvin, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelvin?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Shut the door.
It's the old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelvin? Mr. Spelvin, this is, Mr. Hey, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yeah, I don't believe I ever heard it either. Just call me Old-Timer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, and backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper to my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelvin, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he sawed her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Spell. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Spelvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sake, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, of course.
Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Oh, Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Spell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Miss McGee, I had little Phoebe out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Mark. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925. Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvy, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox. Your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take Mrs. Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's glow coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's glow coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, Magee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, man, Trivia, shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, Magee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor. How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, Magee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a temper...
Mr. Magee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. Sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of the snow.
Hold it, Magee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Oh. Where, Magee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess.
A gay ranchero,
a
caballero, he'd only
ask and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her and you'll hear him say, Si, si, tu amo. La señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amo. Cuando le doy todo mi amor, florcita del corazón. Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride.
The gay ranchero,
so very happy is he.
The caballero,
so very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. This little secret that I must unfold, for they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun. So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What's your plan?
We're playing Thinky Dink.
What on earth are stinky dinks?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an oral robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up? A spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Ah, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, surely.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because, oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Q-bed.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better sit it. I'll get one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who was the...
Hey, just a minute, folks. Just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Well, look, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly, we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey, and I...
shut up.
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for Army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirt. Good night.
Good night, all.
Coolest wife.
Looks like you're Mrs. Brady.
Did Mrs. Brady have a tattoo?
He's radio's wildest shock jock.
We're talking about the perfect storm of butt butane. Kevin is going to light one of his farts.
Together, it's one hot time.
Oh, that was like a human Hindenburg.
An all-new Rock Me Baby with special guest performance by Violent Femmes.
I fell into a burning ring of fire and burn.
UPN Tuesday at 9/8 Central.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests, Mr. George Jessel, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny D. D as in Delmar, D as in Ford Dealer, D as in dependable. And dependable is the word for the service you get when you bring your Ford back home. Because Ford dealers really know Fords. They ought to. The average Ford dealer has been a Ford dealer 16 years. When you do one thing that long, you acquire a lot of know-how. And besides, special Ford time-saving methods and special equipment speed the job. And this saving in labor saves you money. From every angle, you'll find it pays to bring your Ford back home to your Ford dealer. See him this week. Well, it's Sunday night again, and Fred Allen drives up to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred locks his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Portland, Say, I'm sorry I'm late, Portland. I had to stop in at the National Surety Corporation.
Why?
Well, I canceled the bond we've had for the giveaway programs.
Aren't the listeners insured anymore?
No, Portland. After 8 weeks of insuring our listeners, we haven't had one legitimate claim.
No letters?
Oh, we've had hundreds of letters. One man named Frank Gould lost his pocketbook in Europe last summer and wanted us to send him the money he lost. A shop owner out in California lost 2 rug customers while he was listening to the program. He wanted the $22 profit he would have made on the sale. And we had a letter from a woman in Sioux City. She said, why do giveaway programs bother with radio shows? Why don't they just mail the money out to people and save all that trouble? Well, enough about the giveaway, Imglick, Portland. What's a word which I will translate later. What is new?
The dock strike is over.
Oh, I read that.
Mama said when the dock strike started, 20 strikers were drowned.
How could 20 strikers drown?
When the strikers walked off the dock, they walked in the wrong direction.
Oh, I don't know. That news I don't think is reliable, Portland. I am going to buy my own paper.
Can I go with you?
Why, sure. Let's take a walk down Main Street.
Let's.
Come on here.
What does the paper say?
Hey, look at this. Mr. and Mrs. James Mason had a baby girl born on Thanksgiving Day.
That's funny.
What's funny?
Instead of a turkey on Thanksgiving, the Mason had a stork.
Yes, it is. Not as funny as you thought, I don't think. What you should never preface a joke if that's funny. You may be sadly awakened at the end. Look here, what do you know? The Masons are naming the little girl baby Portland.
Someday the Mason's baby may grow up to be the capital of Oregon.
Well, that's possible, and good luck. Say, here's an item, Portland. Look at this. It says radio comedy is suffering from monotony, undernourishment, and repetition.
I wonder how people feel about radio comedy.
Well, let's ask a few people now as we're walking along Main Street. This man coming with the sickle in the alligator case. Pardon me, sir.
I am Sergei Stroganov, dance critic on Russia's outstanding tabloid Pravda.
You say you are the dance critic?
I am in America with Russian ballet.
Oh.
In Russia, we are having the greatest ballet dancers.
How come?
Everybody in Russia is on their toes.
Oh, that...
I am studying America.
Studying?
The happiest people in America I am meeting in the subway.
In the subway?
It is like Russia.
You mean the people?
Always they are happy in the underground.
Well, tell me, Sergei, how about radio in Russia? Do you have shortwave?
In Russia, we are short of everything.
Well, what is radio like in Russia?
All day long is different programs, occasionally entertaining.
Oh, really?
What program?
Stalin Faces Life.
Yes.
Front page, Stalin.
Yes.
Just Plain Joe.
Yes.
The mystery chef who is later taking off his mask and surprise.
Who is it?
Stalin.
Tell me, what about singing?
On the hit parade is Bing Stalin.
Bing Stalin?
Always he is dedicating songs to the leaders of other countries.
What leaders?
To Chiang Kai-shek, Stalin is singing, I'd like to get you on a slow boat to China.
Well, tell me, Sergei, what about comedy? You know, comedy in Russian radio.
In Russia, we have a comedian. He is very funny.
Something like Bob Hope?
In Russia, there is no hope.
Well, who is your comedian?
Who else? Stalin. Stalin is cracking jokes and doubling over with laughing.
The jokes are funny, eh?
The jokes don't have to be funny.
Why not?
Comrade, in Russia, when Stalin is laughing,
yes,
everybody is laughing.
Fine.
You bore me. Long live the Cominform.
So long, Sergei. Say, it's a nice night to walk down Main Street, Portland.
Look at the sign in that haberdashery.
What sign?
Our socks look better on your feet than they do on our hands.
Say, you fixed that up, too. You left a Y out of there, which would have made a question out of it. Why are the socks on our feet better? Hey, look who's coming.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Why, the last thing I remember, my brother Huber come by for dinner.
Oh, yes?
To celebrate, I brought out a keg of hard cider.
A hard cider, hey?
All morning, we sat around sipping and talking over old times.
I see.
Long about noon, Huber, he put down his cider mug and he says, Titus, there is power in that keg.
Yeah?
Next thing I knowed, Huber says, I'm a beaver.
I'm a beaver?
Yeah. And then he started gnawing the treadle on the melodeon.
Huber was loaded, eh?
Huber was loaded and he had his tailboard up.
What did he do?
I took Huber's teeth out and locked him in the closet.
Say, that was some Thanksgiving. Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, do you think comedy on the radio is suffering from monotony, undernourishment, and repetition?
I only listen to one program on the radio.
Oh, really? Which program?
Lem and Clem.
Lem and Clem, eh?
One fella plays the Reuben and the other fella plays the booby.
What do they do?
Oh, they're always pulling jokes. Lem will say to Clem, why is a pig's tail like 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
And then Clem, he'll say, 'cause it's twirly.
You like Lem and Clem, eh?
The worst things I've ever heard.
Well, come on, Portland.
Wait till I smell what they're making in the candy store.
Oh, stop smelling that candy. Your nose will get fat.
Don't we know this little woman coming?
Oh, this little woman using 2 clam shells for ear laps? We certainly do. It's Mrs. Nussbaum.
So who is paging me? Oh, always it's you.
Yes, say, you look happy tonight, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Why not? I'm just coming from my psychiatrist.
Oh, you have to go to a psychiatrist?
Well, every night I'm dreaming.
Oh, you're dreaming?
Always it is the same dream.
What is your dream?
Always it is a bake shop.
A bake shop, eh?
Curled up, lying in the window, I am a bagel.
A bagel?
And the window is filled with bread, long loaves.
Uh-huh.
And always the bread to me is trying to sing something.
Yes?
Always I am not understanding.
Well, did the psychiatrist interpret your dream?
In 2 visits.
Oh, in 2 visits. What is the reason that you, the bagel, cannot understand the long loaves of bread?
It is French bread.
Oh, You should have a cruller there to interpret for you. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, about radio comedy, do you think it is suffering from monotony?
By me, every week is sounding similar, the joke.
Oh, what program do you listen to?
Jack Benny.
Oh. Do you think Jack Benny's program is always the same?
What's changing?
Well...
Always is starting the program, Mr. F.E. Bloom of Lexington, Kentucky. Always is coming on Don Vilstein first again with Tabasco Men.
Yeah.
Always is singing a quartet.
Yeah.
And as the program is ending, a voice is saying, Jack Benny will coming back in just a minute.
And then what happens?
Who knows?
You mean?
Enough is enough already.
Enough?
Before Jack Benny is coming,
yes?
I am going. Thank you.
Well, you sure run into some strange characters on Main Street, Portland.
You haven't found out anything about radio comedy, have you?
No, not up to now. Well, look, I'll try this man coming along wearing the rubber gloves and carrying the live wire for a cane. Pardon me, Bud.
Rejoice, brother. My name is Humphrey Titter.
Humphrey Titter?
I'm the Joy Boy. Stand back, brother. I'll let go a bluebird.
I remember you, Titter. Titter, you write unusual greeting cards and jingles.
Ah, yes. Everybody sends out cards to couples getting married.
Yes, and you?
I send out cards to people getting divorced.
Divorced?
Congratulations, Sam, old boy. Now you've dumped that Jane. Coming back from Reno, you'll ride the Freedom Train.
Very good, Humphrey.
Rejoice, brother. You can be happy as a cricket. Try rubbing your legs together.
Look, Mr. Titter, what about the monotony of radio comedy?
I have a solution.
Good.
I'll write a jingle. Take this down.
What's the title?
Farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell to you, old radio jokes. I can stand you no longer. California weather and Airwick, Azusa and Cucamonga. Who's on first? Jolson's age. How big is Durante's nose? Cantor with his 5 daughters. How sloppy are Crosby's clothes? Allen's Alley, the mean widow kid. Sinatra looking so bony. Fibber Magee in his closet. Tell me, which twin has the Tony? Coming, mother. Listen, Greasy. At long last, I've made my decision. So farewell to you, old radio jokes. I'm turning to television.
So long, Mr. Titter.
Rejoice, brother.
Well, come on. He didn't let go the bluebird. I was watching him all the time. Let's go.
Look, there's an ad for Ray Bolger's show, Where's Charlie?
Remember that song Ray sings in the show, Once in Love with Amy?
How does it go?
Oh, well, some Sunday I'll have Al Goodman and his orchestra play it, and the 5 DeMarcos sing Once in Love with Amy for you, Portland. You know, I think it'll sound something like this.
Always in love with Amy. Ever and ever fascinated by her. Set your heart afire to stay. Oh, once you're kissed by Amy, tear up your lips, it's Amy. Fly her with bonbons, poetry and flowers, moon a million hours away. Might be quite the fickle-hearted rover, so carefree and bold, who loves a girl and later thinks it over and just quits love. But once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever, sweetly you romance her. Trouble is a fella named Jim, and Amy'd rather stay in love with him. Amy's in love with Jim.
Say, Portland, have you got a nickel? Kenny Delmar just put a telephone in his new Ford. You know, I think I'll call him up and try the phone out.
Here's a nickel.
Oh, thanks a lot. There's a phone in this fruit store. I'll be right back, Portland. Here's the phone. Hello, operator? Operator, give me information, please.
Information?
This is Fred Allen. I want to get Kenny Delmar's Ford.
Is it a new number, sir?
You bet it's a new number. It's a 49 Ford.
A 49 Ford?
Yes, it's a convertible with an Equipoise V8 engine.
You are calling Kenny Delmar's Ford convertible, 100 horsepower, New York City.
That's right.
The number is Sensation 1, Nyan Foa Nyan. I will get you the operator.
Well, thank you. Hello, operator?
Number, please.
Operator, I'm trying to get Kenny Delmar's Ford.
A 49 Ford?
Yes, the number is Sensation 1949.
I am trying to get your party.
Thank you.
What model Ford is it?
It's the convertible with hydrocoil front springs, midship ride, and magic action brakes.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Delmar's line is busy.
Okay, operator. I'll call him back later.
Oh, before you hang up, sir.
Yes?
How can I get a 49 Ford?
Well, the only thing I can suggest, operator, is that you see your Ford dealer right away. Goodbye. Here's your nickel back, Portland. I got some change inside. Come on now, I'm late.
Late for what?
Well, I have to meet Georgie Jessel at Lindy's. He sent me a note.
Is George Jessel still a big movie producer at 20th Century Fox?
Portland, Mr. Zanuck, the head of the studio, doesn't make a move without Jessel. Before Mr. Zanuck produced that picture, Snake Pit, for 6 months he had Georgie coiled up in a box with a cobra.
George Jessel wants to see you about.
Well, here's Lindy's. Let's go in and find out.
Oh, I have to meet Mama at the automat.
Oh, come on. You can have a sandwich at Lindy's.
I can't. Mama has 2 slots reserved at the automat.
Oh, well, then you're fat.
Good night.
Good night, Portland. Well, Lindy's is sure crowded tonight. I wonder where...
Well, hello, Fred.
Georgie Jessel. George, I didn't see you. Georgie, I got your note.
Well, Fred, sit down. I was just going out to dinner. You can watch me.
Oh. But, Georgie...
Wait a minute, I'll call the waiter. Hey, waiter! Hey, Bluebird, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Waiter, I'd like a nice knish.
Knish? What is a knish?
Georgie, a waiter in Lindy's, and he doesn't know what a knish is?
Well, he's new here, you see.
I see.
Yesterday I asked for herring. He didn't know what a herring was.
Oh.
Had to tell him that a herring is a Bronx barracuda.
Well, perhaps you would better tell him what a knish is.
Well, I will. Now, look, waiter, a knish is a little thing. It looks like a half a ladyfinger, and it weighs 200 pounds. If you eat 2 of them, you can't get up. That's what it is.
Georgie, is that why Lindy's is full all the time?
Yes, but people come in, they eat 2 knishes and cannot get out of their chairs.
Oh, I often wondered.
Yes, sir. 20 years ago, Lindy himself ate 3 knishes, and to this day, he has never left a restaurant, believe me.
Georgie, I don't think you'd better not eat a knish.
All right, I think I'll have something light. Waiter, bring me a baked watermelon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, trouble. I should have eaten on the train.
Oh, you were on the train?
Well, of course. I just got back from Washington.
Oh.
I had an appointment with the president.
The president?
Uh-huh.
Georgie, not the cabinet.
Who knows? Marshall may be leaving. Anything can happen, Fred, you know.
But, Georgie,
I can see the headlines now. UN endorses the Jessel plan.
The Jessel plan?
It'll be bigger than the Jolson story. And the UN can do it without Larry Parks. That'll be something, too.
Look, Georgie, while you're waiting for your baked watermelon, what is it? What did you want to see me about?
Well, Fred, this is about my new picture playing at the Roxy Theater. It's called When My Baby Smiles at Me.
Yeah?
Now, maybe you could mention it on your radio program.
Oh, George.
I don't mean the whole half hour, Fred. I mean, just mention my picture once, maybe instead of the commercial.
Well, Georgie, I can't leave out the Ford commercial.
What do you need every week with a commercial? Believe me, everybody knows that the 49 Ford is a great car.
Well, that's right, Georgie.
All right, so just 1 week. Next Sunday, instead of Ford, you mention my picture. Who'll know the difference? Only you and me.
And 6,404 dealers.
All right, but Fred, my new picture stars Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
Georgie, how can I possibly talk about your picture? I haven't even seen it.
Fred, you will see it tonight. You're coming with me to the Roxy. I've got 2 passes.
2 passes? Well,
yeah,
all right.
Wait a minute. Here's the waiter.
Here you are, sir.
Fred, how do you like this waiter?
What?
He brought me a knish.
A knish?
Don't even know what a baked watermelon is.
Say, Georgie, it's getting late. Look at the clock.
All right, come on, Fred. We'll miss the picture. We'd better get to the Roxy right away.
Let's go, George.
Well, here we are, Fred, right at the Roxy Theater.
Gosh, look at that crowd,
The show
George.
is just about to start, folks. On the screen, When My Baby Smiles at Me, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
The box office is over here.
Yeah, wait a minute, Fred. I want to speak to that boy. Hey, Mr. Barker.
Yes, sir.
Listen, Okay, Fred, let's go.
The show is just about to start, folks. On the screen, When My Baby Smiles at Me, produced by Georgie Jessel.
Georgie, what became of Dan Daly and Betty Grable?
How do you like that? You promise a guy a screen test, right away he starts yelling your name all over the street.
Come on, I'll get the tickets.
What tickets? I'm the producer. I've got passes. We'll exchange them here at the box office.
Oh, good.
Pardon me, miss.
How many, please?
I'd like to exchange these passes.
Sorry, but I can't take no passes.
Well, these are perfectly good, miss.
Yeah, that's what some guy said last night. I wound up with 2 tickets to a Wallace rally.
But, miss, these passes are signed by Darrell Zanuck.
I don't care if they're signed by Thunderhead. I want to see the show. You're paying $1.40 like everybody else.
Georgie, tell her who you are.
Miss, it so happens that I am Georgie Jessel.
So what?
What so what? I produced the picture that they're showing inside.
What picture?
When my baby smiles at me.
When did we change?
You don't even know what picture you're showing?
How should I know? My back is to the theater. I'll beat it with them passes. You're holding up the line.
All right, okay. How much is it?
For 2, you'll be $3.20.
Miss, you said $1.40. $2.40s is $2.80.
While your friend was stalling, the price has changed. It's $3.20.
All right, miss. Fred, give it a $3.20.
Okay, Georgie, you've got your mittens on. Here's $5, miss.
Here's your change.
All right, I'll take the tickets, Fred. Let's go in. Tickets, please. Here you are. Main floor, straight ahead for all seats. Come on, Fred.
Okay, Georgie.
Get in line, please. Usher, 2 seats, please.
This aisle is full. You'll have to get in line.
Usher, I am Georgie Jessel.
Mr. Jessel, Usher, produce the picture.
Next aisle to your right, sir.
Thank you. See, Fred? Just mention a name.
It sure worked, Georgie.
Oh, Usher.
Next aisle to the right, sir.
It's just one aisle over, Fred.
I'm coming, George.
Next aisle to the right.
This is the last aisle, Fred.
Right through this door, sir.
Thank you.
Georgie, we're out on 50th Street.
Well, how do you like that?
Hey, wait a minute.
Let us back in here.
Open that door. Here, stop banging this door, you bums. There's a picture going on in here.
We know that.
We came here to see the picture.
Well, this is an exit. The box office is on 7th Avenue. You'll have to get a ticket.
We've got tickets.
Yes, he has the stuff.
Well, you can't come through this door.
We came out this door.
You sent us out, remember?
It's so dark in here, I can't see faces. Every head to me is just a lump.
Georgie, tell him who you are.
Look, Usher, I am Georgie Jessel.
Yeah. Georgie Jessel. I just saw your name on the screen.
How do you like that, Fred? The picture started. You've already missed the best part.
Georgie, if the rest is a letdown, I tell you, I'll see it some other time.
Oh, no. Fred, you sing my picture tonight. Usher, be a good fella. Let us black in.
Well, it means breaking my usher's oath, but all right. Come on.
Thank you.
Anything else I can do for you, Mr. Jessel?
We just want 2 seats.
Yes.
Next aisle to your left.
Oh, no, you don't. We've been all through that.
But this aisle is full, Mr. Jessel.
Georgie, why don't we just stand?
Now, look, Fred, have you forgotten who you're with? You're not only going to see the picture, you're going to see it sitting down.
Sitting where?
Have you tried upstairs, Mr. Jessel?
That's a good idea. Now, how do we get upstairs?
That stairway back of the Dixie cups leads to the mezzanine.
All right, Dixie Schmixie, thanks. Come on, let's go, Fred.
All right, Georgie. Well, here we are in the mezzanine, Georgie.
Well, we'll get some action now.
Here's the usher.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes. 2 seats, usher, please.
May I see your stubs?
Here they are.
Oh, shame on you, sir. Shame on you.
Who's smoking? What's wrong, usher?
This is the mezzanine, the loge seat.
So what?
Your tickets are for the lower floor.
Well, how do we get tickets to sit up here?
You'll have to go back to the box office.
All right, you stay here, Fred. You rest yourself. I'll go down to the box office.
I wouldn't advise it, sir.
Why not?
There aren't any loge seats right now.
No seats?
Georgie, as long as there aren't any seats.
Fred, you're going to see my picture if I have to get 2 Morris chairs.
Sorry, no Morris chairs allowed in the mezzanine.
Usher, do you know who I am?
You're Georgie Jessel.
Well, how did you know?
Oh, word's gotten around.
Well, look, Usher, I produced this picture. I was on my feet day and night. 7 days a week for 12 months. I'm a tired man, and I'd like to sit down.
Well, you can't sit here. Why don't you try the balcony?
How do we get to the balcony?
You're left behind the candy counter, 4 flights up.
All right, come on. Let's go, Fred.
To the balcony?
They know I'm here. They're probably holding something open.
Well, let's go and find out. Gosh, Georgie, this balcony's pretty high. My nose is bleeding. Look, George, the stage is a mile away. Who's that on the screen?
Wait a minute. I think it's Dan Daly.
From here, he looks like Lassie.
Look, as soon as we get 2 seats, I will rent a couple of telescopes. You see, and we'll be all right. Oh, Usher.
Your stubs, please.
Usher, I'm Georgie Jessel.
Glad to meet you, sir. I'm Horace Treadwell. Your stubs, please.
Looky, Horace, we'd like a couple of seats.
Yeah. Next aisle to your right, sir.
Now, wait a minute. This could be dangerous. Is there a door up here?
Are there any seats up here?
No, sir.
Georgie, I've had enough. I want my money back.
Now, Fred, I produced the picture. We've got tickets. We're going to get seats. Horace, where's the manager's office?
On the main floor, Mr. Jessel.
All right, thank you, Horace. Let's go, Fred.
Oh, boy, the main floor. Now, when do I get my money?
Stop with the money, Fred. We're going to get seats. Now, here's the sign, manager's office. Yes? Pardon me, I'm looking for the manager.
Georgie Jessel.
Well, Joe Hawkins, you old son of a gun. You're the manager?
Georgie, I heard you were making a tour of the theater. Well, how'd you like it?
Oh. How did I like it? The theater is great. Only one thing. Say, did you ever think of putting in 2 more seats?
2 more seats? I'll make a note of that.
Never mind the seats. What about my money?
George, who is this?
Well, this is Fred Allen, a friend of mine.
Oh. Georgie, I expect 2 seats to open up in the orchestra any minute.
Oh, nice work, Joe. Thank you.
A couple of Bobby Soxers dropped their lunch on the way in this morning. They've been sitting inside for 10 hours with no food. They can't last much longer.
They can still last longer than I can. I want my money back.
You want your money back?
Yes, I want my money back.
You'll get your money back. But it's going to look mighty bad on the report.
What report?
The report to the front office. 1 refund on when my baby smiles at me. Mr. Zanek's going to think somebody didn't like the picture. Who produced the picture? Georgie Jessel.
But I didn't see the picture.
Alan, you call yourself Georgie's friend. You're sticking a knife right in back.
Georgie.
He's right, Fred.
I'm sticking a knife in your back?
The handle is showing.
Georgie, I paid $3.20 to see your picture. I didn't see your picture. I would like to have my money back.
Gad, he's stubborn.
Yes, I'm stubborn.
Now, wait a minute, fella. Wait a minute. I'll fix this. I'll tell you what we'll do. Joe, can you get Fred a bag of popcorn?
Sure. Here's a bag right here. I just finished popping it.
Fine. Here you are, Fred. There's plenty of butter in it, too. Now, go ahead.
Georgie, nobody eats popcorn just to eat popcorn. People only eat popcorn when they're watching a picture.
Now, sit down, Fred. Eat your popcorn. I'll tell you the story of my picture. Are you ready?
Now, wait till I get my popcorn open. Okay, Georgie, I'm ready.
Well, When My Baby Smiles at Me is the story of a great love. Dan Daly is in love with Betty Grable. Give me some. As the picture starts, Dan Daly is on the stage singing, "For when my baby smiles at me, my heart goes roaming to paradise." Yes, sir. And when my...
Before we close up shop, your Ford dealer wants to give you a safety reminder. The highways are extra crowded this weekend, and he hopes that you'll drive with extra caution. In almost all traffic accidents, someone has violated the law, so observe all the rules, be alert and careful. the life you save may be your own. Next week, our guest will be Henry Morgan, a friend of Jack Eigen's. Thank you, and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the national. 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 This is NBC.
You really a rocket scientist?
Yes, I am really a rocket scientist.
She's got the brains and the bod to match.
What do you look for in a guy?
You?
Wow. Houston, we've got liftoff.
Don't stop.
Plus,
I usually date guys that party a lot.
Jessica's too hot to handle.
I know you're a party girl.
Watch out.
Finish your drink.
She's gonna blow. On the next Blind Date.
Weeknights at 5 on UPN 45, Cable 4.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, I wonder what Dodge would be like if there wasn't always a crowd moving up and down Front Street. Just look at them. Everybody going somewhere.
Well, there are a lot of them that aren't going anywhere at all, Chester. Just drifting.
Yes, sir, I guess you're right at that, Mr. Dillon. I know when I first come to Dodge, I sure didn't have nothing in mind. Leastwise, working for a U.S. Marshal like you.
Oh, you must have had some reason to come here, Chester.
Well, backwards-like reason, maybe.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, it's like it wasn't to come here as much as it was to leave there.
What?
I say it's like it wasn't to come here as much as it was to leave there.
Oh, you mean Texas?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Why?
Mr. Dillon, Texas is mostly populated by my family. I got relatives, thick and thin relatives, all over Texas.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Why, it's like having somebody looking over your shoulder all the while to make man spooky. Well, sir, I choose to do my sinning where nobody don't know me.
Hello, Matt and Chester.
How are you, Doc?
Where you headed for, Doc?
No place, Matt. I'm just walking around.
Now, you see, Chester? See what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Well, now, what's the matter with just walking around? Does a man have to be going someplace every minute? Anyway, you're a fine pair to be criticizing people. Sitting here like a couple of fat, horny toads in the sun.
Now, slow down, Doc. Slow down. You're burning up all your fuel.
Well, who's this fella?
Which one of you men's Doc Adams?
I am.
Come on, I got a job for you.
Well, is that so? But you don't look very sick, mister.
It ain't me, it's a man in camp.
Camp?
A couple of miles up the Arkansas. We're holding a trail herd there.
What part of Texas you from, mister?
We got 3,000 head of San Saba longhorns. And it's been a plumb miserable drive all the way, and I ain't no temper to answer any more fool questions.
All right,
let's
then,
get
don't
going,
answer.
Doc.
Now, hold up a minute there, young fella. Now,
What's the matter with this man of yours?
You'll see when you get there.
Well, tell me now, else how will I know what to take?
Look, Doc, it wasn't my idea to come get you. Ken Talley made me come.
And who's Kin Tally?
The trail boss. Now, you ready to go?
Well, you tell me what's wrong with the man, and I'll go.
Doc.
What?
I think I'll ride out with you.
Who are you?
My name's Dillon.
Oh, you're the marshal here, ain't you?
That's right.
Well, we don't need no marshal out there.
Chester, go get our horses, huh? We'll ride out with Doc.
Yes, sir. I brought the doc, Ken.
How many doctors they got in Dodge anyway, Choate?
That's the doc there.
Well, who these other two?
My name's Matt Dillon, Tully. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Teller?
Dillon, huh? Well, I didn't send for you, Marshal.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
Then what are you doing here?
That's the sick man lying in the blanket over there by the fire?
You can get mounted and ride right back to Dodge, all three of you. We don't need Doc no more.
Oh, no, you don't, mister. If that man's sick, I'm going to take a look at him.
It's all right, Doc. Forget him.
Come on, Doc. Well, Doc?
He's dead, man. Mighty contagious disease, too.
Oh?
I found that when one man gets shot, it usually leads to somebody else getting shot sooner or later.
Who killed this man, Tully? How'd it happen?
I don't figure it's none of your business, Marshal, but since you're so nosy, I'll tell you. He shot himself.
That's a lie. He couldn't have shot himself.
Why not, Doc?
Because he was shot in the back. That's right.
You gonna tell me who did it, Tully?
No, Marshal. I ain't gonna tell you nothing.
Tully, your man Choate here told us that you've had a hard drive up from the San Saba.
Hard. We fought Indians and thieving Kansas jayhawkers and bad weather and stampedes the whole way, Marshal. But we're still ready to fight Dodge City if we have to.
Well, you've been through a lot, Tully, and I know how edgy it's made you. All of you. But this man's been murdered, and I gotta have the murderer.
His name's Bud Cowan.
Whose name?
Him. There.
Who killed Bud Cowan?
It's no use, Marshal. I got 18 Texas cowboys here. Well, 17, and there ain't a one of them that'll talk.
Look, Tully, you're a responsible man, or you wouldn't be trail boss. Now, you know what the law means. You know what it's for.
Kansas law ain't for Texans, Marshal. We'll fight our own snakes.
I'm not a Kansas marshal. I'm a United States marshal, but the law's the same.
It don't matter. No Texan's gonna get hung in Kansas, leastwise not as long as I'm around. And there ain't a thing you can do about it, Marshal.
Yes, there is.
Like what?
Your men are kind of hankering to buck the tiger in Dodge, aren't they?
Of course they are. For 3 months, they ain't talked to nothing else.
So if they don't get to Dodge, they're going to be mighty unhappy, and maybe one or two of them will decide to talk.
Marshal, how are you going to keep 17 juiced-up Texas cowboys out of Dodge? They'll ride right over you.
No, I can't keep them out, Tully, but I can fix it so there won't be anything for them when they get there.
What do you mean?
I'll close Front Street, every saloon, every gambling table, every store. I'll close them up tight.
You do that?
And if you knew me well enough, you wouldn't ask. Come on, Doc. Chester. You think it over, Tully.
What a pair. What a buy. King-size Chesterfield, now at the new low price, and Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins, the same highest quality, the same low nicotine. Either way you like them, you get the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. Change to Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. What a pair. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
sure didn't take long for the word to get around, did it, Mr. Dillon?
Ken Talley followed us to town yesterday, Chester. He's smart enough to know how the businessmen would react.
You mean he come in here and told them all about it?
Yeah, of course he did.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John. Well, here's the Dodge house, Chester. You better wait out here.
Okay, sir. Mr. Green said they'd be waiting for you right in the lobby.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you came, Marshal.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Green?
Well, no, quiet, gentlemen, please. I'll do the talking. Marshal Dillon. As you can see, most of Dodge's leading businessmen are present here. Mr. Tompkins, Mr. Jonas, Mr. Botkin, Mr. Teeters.
Yes, sir.
And I'm here as owner of the Dodge house. Marshal, you know why we're here as well as we do.
Because I told Ken Tully I'd close Front Street. Huh?
Exactly. And we won't stand for that, Marshal. We need that Texas money, and we're going to get it.
It's been very dry here, Marshal. You know, it's been
Gentlemen, a man was murdered out at that camp.
Oh, he was just some Texas cowboy, Marshal. The prosperity of Dodge is certainly more important than him. Don't you agree, gentlemen?
Why, certainly, Mr. Green. Absolutely. Absolutely right.
Now, wait a minute. You mean that you so-called good citizens of Dodge are putting a few dollars above the value of the law? Even above the value of a human life?
Don't preach to us, Marshal Dillon. All the men you've killed.
Mr. Green, I never killed a man in my life except in the performance of duty or in self-defense.
All right. All right, that's not important.
We're wasting time, gentlemen. I'm hired to enforce the law, and I'm going to do it any way I see fit. Now, is that clear?
Well, then we'll complain about you, Marshal. We'll all write letters to Washington and have you fired.
You will, huh? Good. Fine, that's fine. Then maybe I can get a little sleep for a change. Start walking around like an ordinary man instead of jumping at shadows thinking somebody's about to shoot me any minute. Yeah, go ahead. And maybe I can afford to have a few friends again. Instead of everybody looking at me sideways like I was some kind of a rattlesnake. Gentlemen, I might not have to kill anybody again as long as I live. Yeah, you go on. Write your letters. You'll be doing me a great big favor. Oh. And just one more thing. There's just about enough money in this job of mine to pay for my ammunition. But I'm still going to close up Front Street. Yeah, what is it, Chester?
What'd you say to Mr. Green and them other men yesterday?
Huh? Why?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just curious.
Well, I said the same thing that you'd say, Chester. At least I hope you would.
Oh, yes, of course I would. And I sure do thank you, Mr. Dillon. I'm mighty proud to have you say that.
But you don't know what I told him, Chester.
Oh, it don't matter. I trust you. You know what you're doing.
Well, thank you, Chester. I'm glad somebody thinks so.
Well, of course, I've seen you make mistakes sometime. Well, I mean, nobody ain't perfect much. It's a simple thing for anybody.
Why don't you go on to the depot and pick up the mail, Chester? Huh?
Yes, sir, but I only that's right. Santa Fe just come in over an hour ago. And
Good morning, Marshal.
Well, Ken Tully.
Marshal, this here's Sam Peoples I brought with me.
Huh? Hello, people.
Hello? Marshal, I done a lot of thinking the last day or so.
No?
Yes, sir. I've decided you're right about the law and all. So I went and brought Sam Peoples in.
You mean he killed that man, Bud Cowan?
He sure did. There's 5 cowboys that witnessed it, Marshal, including myself. All be glad to testify at the trials any time you say.
Is that right, Peoples? Did you kill Bud Cowan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what happened to your face? Fall off a horse or something?
Yes, sir. I come loose off in the bronc yesterday.
Uh-huh. Okay, lock him up, Chester.
All right, sir. Everything all right now, Marshal?
Well, I'll let you answer that, Tally.
No hard feelings on my side. Just don't let him get away now. One murder is all I can produce for you. See you later, Marshal.
Well, come on, people. The cells is out back here.
Wait a minute, Chester.
Yes, sir?
Bring him back here, huh?
Yes, sir. Come on, people.
Peoples, tell me something. Are you a Texan?
No, sir, I ain't, Marshal.
And what are you doing with that San Saba outfit?
Oh, I run into them when they was bringing their cattle across the Cimarron, sir. They hired me on just for grub. And I wanted to get to Dodge real bad.
Ah, I see. That, bronc you fell off of yesterday, did he tromp on your face?
Yes, sir. Well, sort of.
Mm-hmm. I'd sure like to see that horse.
You would?
Yeah. Be kind of interesting to see a horse that's got hooves like a man's fist.
Yes, sir.
There's not much you can do about this, is there, Peoples?
No, sir. They're all going to swear I done it.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I don't. I was out riding herd when it happened. And none of them fellers ever talked to me much, anyways.
Well, you're in a tough spot.
Yes, sir.
Unless I can find out who did kill Bud Cowan, you're going to have to stand trial. But I'll do what I can for you, if that happens.
Thank you, Marshal. But I don't guess there's much anybody can do. All them fellers testifying.
Well, we'll see. Go get him something to eat, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I'll be out on the street. Ken Tully's men are going to be feeling free to do about anything from now on. I could picture Tully and his men when he got back to camp, laughing at how they'd put it over on me and the rest of Dodge. I figured Mr. Green and his businessmen had talked to Tully, but I was sure they didn't know Sam Peoples was an innocent man. And neither did they understand the kind of trouble that tampering with the law could lead to. For the Texans, the lid was off. They felt that they were running the town, that nothing could touch them. And all I could do was wait. So I went over to the Texas Trail and sat with Kitty for a while, watching the crowd.
I'm glad you're here, Matt. Otherwise, I'd have to be drinking at the bar with one of those beat-up cowboys.
Well, I hope I'm not costing you money, Kitty.
You are, but I won't start. Anyway, it's better than trying to grin back at those cowboys.
Well, those men have had a rough time coming up the trail, Kitty.
Nobody asked them to come.
No, I suppose not.
You know, Matt, I've worked in a lot of places, even the gold camps. Dodge is worse than any of them.
Oh, is that so? Why?
I don't know. Maybe the sun and the prairie take too much out of everybody. Seems like every man that comes to Dodge is out to get his own back somehow, even if he has to kill somebody to do it.
Well, I guess I follow you, Kitty.
All I'm saying is that maybe our hard life makes men kind of angry. They want to fight all the time.
Well, something sure makes them want to fight, or at least get drunk.
Look at them. Hey, who's that coming this way, Matt?
Huh?
There.
Now, that's Ken Tally, the San Saba trail boss.
Well, he sure looks like he wants to fight.
Yeah, maybe he does, Kitty. Well, we'll soon see.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
Tomorrow afternoon, almost 100,000 cheering people will pack Cleveland's Municipal Stadium for that great annual baseball classic, the All-Star Game. I guess there isn't a fan in the country who wouldn't like to be there. And you folks who are going will notice towering above center field, the mammoth Chesterfield scoreboard. Now, if you visited the American League dugout tomorrow, you'd want to say hello to the Yankees' famous catcher, Yogi Berra. He's a Chesterfield smoker. Has been for 7 years. And as he puts it, they're mild and they taste great. Yogi likes the regular size. Across the field in the National League dugout, there's another man you'd want to meet. The fabulous Stan the Man Musial of the St. Louis Cards. It's Stan's 11th All-Star game in his 11th year with Chesterfields. Now, he likes a long smoke, so he buys Chesterfield king size. What a pair they are. Musial and Berra. And what a pair these are. Chesterfield king size at the new low price and Chesterfield regular. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette. Try Chesterfields yourself. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Tally.
You gonna introduce me to the lady?
Nobody has to introduce anybody here, mister. My name's Kitty.
Kitty, huh? Well, my name's Ken Tally. How about having a drink with me, Kitty?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You ain't busy.
You heard her, Tally. Go on back to the bar, huh?
You're sure something, ain't you, Marshal?
Why don't you get going?
Okay. Okay, I'll go. Sure I will.
Is he crazy or just drunk?
I don't know, Kitty.
Anyway, I'll bet he gets into trouble before the night's out.
Well, if he does, there's plenty of room in jail for him.
I take it you've already got a grudge against him.
Yeah, I sure have. But it's not on my account.
Huh? Whose?
An innocent little fella called Sam Peoples.
Sam Peoples?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
Like a fight starting.
Yeah. You stay here, Kitty.
I'll be on the floor in a minute.
Oh, you want nothing to do with it. All right, hold it there. Hold it.
What's the trouble, Marshal?
You and this man settle your differences some other way, Choate. I won't have any gunplay here.
Gunplay? Well, we wasn't fighting, Marshal. Was we, Jim?
No, we was just haranguing each other, so.
Me and Jim always talk like that, Marshal. Don't we, man? Why, look at there, Marshal. Ken Tyler's running off with the gal.
Come on, get in. Let's go outside and look at the moon.
Sure. Matt! And I'll rub the rest of this bottle around in your face when you get up.
All right, get out of the way, Kitty.
Gladly, Matt.
I fooled you, didn't I, Marshal?
Yeah. You sort of fooled me. Tally.
Now, look here, Marshal. That ain't no way to act. What's the matter with you, anyhow?
All right, shut up.
What? Marshal, there's 8 of us here. You think you can whip all of us?
No, I don't, Choate. Not 8 of you.
Well, then you're going to get whipped. Come on, man.
Just stay where you are, all of you. I'd be a fool to mix in a brawl with all of you men. I don't aim to try it.
Looks like you ain't got much choice, Marshal. And we're going to beat you about half to death.
No, you're not.
No? Well, what's to stop us? Don't look like nobody in here's going to help you out.
I'm carrying a gun, Choate.
Oh, that. That don't bother us none, Marshal. Does it, man?
Yeah.
See, Marshal? We don't care about your gun. There's too many of us.
Aren't you forgetting something, Choate?
What?
I don't wear this gun to kill snakes with the way you men do. I'll have bullets in at least 3 of you before you get off a shot. And you'll be the first.
What's the matter with you men? He's just bluffing. He's scared half to death right now.
Joe. Forget about it, Joe. Don't be egging him on now.
Then I'll fight him. I ain't so bad with a gun.
Don't try it, Choate.
You shoot me, the boys will take care of you.
Don't do it, Choate. I'm telling you.
What's a Kansas Marshal?
No. Well, who's next? Any more of you men want to die in this place? All right, then get out of here and get on back to camp. Move.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon. But he ain't singing very loud this morning.
How's your jaw, Telly?
Busted? Doc said you busted it on this side right here.
I'm sorry. I guess I must have lost my temper.
You sure did, Marshal. But the fight's out of me now. I'm plumb sober.
You heard about Gil Choate?
Chester told me. Choate shouldn't have gone up against you.
No, he shouldn't.
Well, now he's dead. It don't matter none, I guess.
What doesn't matter?
Choate's the man that killed Bud Cowan, Marshal. That's why I made him come to town for Doc, kind of punish him that way.
Oh?
Shot Cowan in the back. But I had to protect Choate anyway. You know how it is.
What about Sam Peoples, Telly?
Oh, him. Well, I'd have wrote you a letter from Texas, Marshal, saying it was a lie. Anyway, I'm selling them cattle. I aim to be out of here in 2 days, Marshal.
Uh-huh. Okay, Telly. Get going.
We can be friends now, can't we, Marshal?
You ever hear of a lawman with friends?
We must have a couple.
Yeah. Yeah, I have. A couple. So long, Telly. I'll tell Sam Peoples that you didn't mean it.
Here is our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know, it's a wonderful cigarette we've been telling you about tonight. I mean, Chesterfield, of course. My cigarette. King size or regular, Chesterfields give you the taste and mildness you want every time you light up. So give them a try. They satisfy millions. You'll like them, too.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M Filters. At last, a filter tip cigarette with much more flavor, much less nicotine. L&M's Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose for effective filtration. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. Yes, this is it. As Patricia Morrison puts it, L&M filters are just what the doctor ordered. Buy L&M Filters, the light and mild smoke.
Next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Columbus was looking for more, and look what he found. More furniture for less. And this Columbus Day weekend, you'll discover no down payment and no interest till 2006 with no minimum purchase. Or pay no sales tax. We'll pay your sales tax. Even more savings store-wide, including all Simmons mattresses. More, where America buys furniture for less. This Friday, 12 hours, 9 a.m. till 9 p.m.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with I've Taken a Fancy to You from an Old Chicago. With all its different holidays, February is certainly a party month, and tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, a swell excuse to give the family something special for dessert. And for that something special, give them Jell-O, molded in gay, fancy shapes. For Jell-O goes with the party spirit every time. First, because it's so festive-looking with clear, bright colors that dress up any meal. And second, because it's so luscious tasting, with delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor that puts everybody in a cheerful mood. But there's still another reason why Jell-O is tops for parties. It's quick setting, easy to prepare, you can't go wrong. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy, for there is only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O brings you that extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was I've Taken a Fancy to You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you America's latest fashion plate, that Beau Brummel of Beverly Hills, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And say, Don, thanks for that nice build-up you just gave me. My goodness, what's come over you?
Well, Jack, I read in the paper just the other day that the tailors of America selected you as one of the 10 best-dressed men in the country.
Oh, they did? Well, I didn't know that. Are you sure, Don?
Oh, yes, certainly. It was quite a story.
Sure, I read it, too. It was in all the papers. It was, Phil? Gee, I'd like to see it. Have you got a clipping of it?
Yes, and so have you.
Well, all right, fellas. I was just trying to be modest, that's all. But it's true, I was selected as one of the 10 best-dressed men in the country. I came in second.
Oh, who was first?
Clark Gable. You know, Don, politics. You know. The only way I can figure it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack, wait a minute. Gable looks marvelous in clothes. In the first place, he's much thinner than you are.
Oh, no, he's not, Don. We're exactly the same weight. Only mine is distributed a little differently. But we have about the same physique.
Go on, if Gable was standing in a barrel, he'd have a better figure than you have.
Well, first place, he never stands in a barrel. I don't know. I know what's the matter with you, Phil. You're just jealous because you weren't on the list.
I'm not jealous. I just can't understand it, that's all.
Oh.
I dress as well as you do. Probably weller.
Weller? Now, you can do gooder than that. You dress as well as I do. Look at that coat you've got on right now.
What's the matter with it?
What's the matter with it? Looks like a combination salad with patched pockets. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations.
Thanks, Mary. I wish you'd have been here a minute ago, though. Phil can't understand why the tailors of America picked me as one of the best-dressed men.
Well, I can.
Certainly.
Half of your relatives are pants pressers.
That's so? You're just making that up. Say, Mary, take a peek at Phil and get a load of that coat he's wearing. Isn't that corny? Oh, it's a corny one, isn't it, Jessie?
Oh, I don't know. It's not half as loud as the one I saw you wearing yesterday.
Well, that's different, Mary. That happens to be my polo coat.
Polo coat? What do? Ride on a zebra?
It'll make you any happier, yes. But you know what kills me from the attitude of this gang? You think I never knew anything about style. Let me tell you something, fellas. I'm coming out with a new suit in about 3 weeks that'll knock your eye out. And I don't want you to copy it either, Phil.
What kind of a suit is it?
Well, it's a double-breasted English drape model with a new zipper vest. Oh, it's the last word in suits.
Hey, that sounds pretty good, Jack. What color is it?
Well, it's a sort of a fudge brown. Oh, it's beautiful.
A fudge brown?
Yes.
Is it plain or with nuts?
Plain. And I'm going to look swell in it, too. It fits so snug it has a 32-inch waistline.
What are you going to do with your stomach?
Well, naturally, Phil, when I tighten my belt, my stomach will go up to where my chest is.
Then what are you going to do with your chest?
Well, I'm not going to have my girl's name tattooed on it like you have.
You would if you didn't have hooray for Waukegan there.
Well, what if I have? Now, look, fellas, let's drop all this talk about clothes. Just because I get a little recognition once in a while, everybody here has to turn green with envy. Now, let's change the subject. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations.
Thanks, Kenny, but I've heard enough about my clothes, so forget it.
I'm talking about your birthday.
My birthday? Oh, yes, tomorrow is my birthday. February the 14th. I forgot all about it.
Well, congratulations, fella. Happy birthday.
Well, sure, thanks, fella. Yes, sir, I was a little Valentine. Gee, funny how it slipped my mind.
Well, it didn't slip mine. I brought a cake for you, Jack. Wait till I get it.
A cake? Well, that was thoughtful, Kenny.
Here you are, Jack.
Well, thanks. Say, that is a beautiful cake. It has such nice decorations.
Yeah, I hope I guessed right. I put 50 candles on it.
50 candles?
Oh, I got more in my pocket.
Oh, you have, huh? Well, keep them in your pocket.
All right, but I better blow them out.
50 candles. I'm not 50 years old. I'm not 45. I'm not even 40.
Hurry up, Jack. You'll be late for school.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You haven't worn rompers for some time either, you know.
On the level, Jack, is tomorrow really your birthday?
Yes, Don, it is.
Well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're planning to celebrate Jack's birthday tomorrow by having a little party, top it off with tempting, delicious Jell-O. It is economical and easy to make and has that extra rich fruit flavor.
Well, thanks, Don. That was a lovely gesture. And now, folks, Phil Harris will... Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy. Thanks. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a tip for you.
Say, this must be your birthday.
Who's the wire from, Mary?
Just a second, Jack. Oh, Jack, it's from your father.
My father? What does he say?
He says, Dear son, congratulations on your 25th birthday. I couldn't afford a telegram then.
Ah, good old Dad. He never forgets a face. Play, Phil. Modern Education, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute, Jack. That number was played by Phil Harris in the orchestra. Why don't you mention the conductor?
Well, they know it wasn't Toscanini. Anyway, Phil, you have a distinctive style of playing. You couldn't be confused with any other band.
I couldn't, eh?
No. You have the only orchestra in the world where the drums carry the melody. And now, folks...
Jack, now that Kenny gave you a cake, are you going to throw a little party tonight?
Well, I would, Don, but I have to rehearse tonight with my leading lady for my new Paramount picture. I'm going over to Francisca Gall's house.
Oh, are we?
No, Phil, you're not going this time. And say, Mary, I wish you'd run through my lines with me, will you, before I go over there? I'd like to brush up on my part.
Okay, Jack.
Now, here's the script. You read Francisca's part, and I'll read mine. Here you are. Your name is Julia, and I'm Andre.
Andre?
Yes. All right, Mary, let's go. You don't mind if we go through this, do you, fellas?
No, go right ahead, Andre.
All right, Mary. Now, the door opens, see, and I walk in. You're sitting there, and I walk in. Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Come on, Mary. I'm trying to rehearse. Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, Andre, my love, I'm so glad to see you.
See yas. Now, stop kidding, Mary, and help me with this. Well, darling, I've come for the last time to ask you to marry me. You've toyed with my affections long enough. There's a limit to my patience, Julia. You know our bargain when I saved your father from ruin? Well, the time has come. And whether you love me or not, you're stuck with me. Well, what are you laughing at?
Paramount, they're stuck, too.
Oh, Mary, I can't rehearse with you. You're not giving me anything. You're not putting any feeling into it.
He's right, Miss Livingston. When Andre comes through the door, you should be a little more emotional.
Oh, go away. Come on, Mary, let's try it again. Now...
Look, Jack, look.
What?
It's Robert Taylor.
Robert Taylor? Right in the middle. Why, Bob, I didn't know you were standing there watching us. Where'd you drop in from?
Well, I was sitting out front watching your show, and you seem to be having a little trouble with that scene, so I thought I'd come up and offer a suggestion or two.
Well, it's awfully nice of you, Bob. I'm always glad to see a kibitzer. But really, I don't need help.
Well, might be too late at that.
Oh. A little sharp there.
Now, look, Jack, the reason Miss Livingston did not respond properly was because you were not convincing as a lover.
Well. How do you like that for crust? What do you think I was doing up here, knitting a doily?
No, look, Jack. All I'm trying to tell you is that your scene lacked sincerity. In other words, what you said was not believable.
Oh, it was not believable. Well, next time I'll take an oath before I read my lines. Believable.
You better take a lifesaver, too. You've been eating onions.
I have not.
Well, Jack, I'm sorry I intruded, so I'll just run along
No,
now
Bob, no, I'm glad you came up. Say, I'm always open for suggestions, even if I don't need them. You know, Bob, I've been an actor for a good many years.
I appreciate that.
And furthermore, if you read the papers, and I think you do, you may have come across an article this week stating that I am one of the 10 best-dressed men in the country.
Yes, I saw that, Jack.
Yeah.
Say, do you mind if I tell you something?
No, go right ahead.
Well, Jack, take that suit you're wearing right now.
Yes?
Listen, I gave a better one than that to my gardener, and he refused it.
Well, if my gardener ever did a thing like that, I'd hit him right over the head with a petunia. Well, Bob, so much for the ribbing. Anyway, to tell you the truth, I'm really glad you came up. Now that you're here, I want you to meet the members of my cast.
It's about time.
Yeah. Bob, this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Mary. I'm delighted to meet you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Taylor. I mean, Robert. I mean, Bob.
Mary, you don't have to be so nervous.
Well, gee whiz.
You know, Mary, I must say you've handed me a lot of laughs, and I think you're just as charming in person as you are on the radio.
Well, thanks, and, well, I think you're just as charming as I am.
Oh, don't mind her, Bob. She's so excited, you know. And now I want you to meet...
Wait a minute, Jack. Mr. Taylor.
Yes, what is it, Mary?
Well, if a certain person asks me to go out tonight, I won't think you're a bit fresh.
Oh, all right. And, Bob, I'd like to have you meet our young tenor, Kenny Baker.
How are you, Kenny? I'm glad to know you.
Gee, if I'd have known you were coming, I'd have baked another cake.
Why, Kenny.
You know, Mr. Taylor, I'm in pictures, too.
Yes, I know you are, Kenny. I've seen you in a lot of them, and I think you're doing a swell job.
Yes, sir. You better watch out for me. I'm dynamite.
Oh, don't show off there. And, Bob, this is our announcer, Don Wilson.
Hello, Don. Glad to see you.
Well, how are you, Bob? You know, I was just thinking of you this morning when I was drinking a cup of Maxwell House coffee.
You were? Well, now that's a coincidence because I was thinking of you last night over a dish of Jell-O.
Well, that's the best we could do with that, folks. And, Bob, this is our orchestra leader.
Oh, I know, Phil. Hiya, Philsy boy. It's good to see you again.
Hiya, Bobby. Did we have fun the other night or not?
Yes, sir. And by the way, Phil, thanks for getting me that date. It was mighty nice of you.
What? Phil got you a date?
Yeah, man.
Well, of all things. Say, I hope it wasn't the girl he got for me, Dolores Del Schmutz.
No, this was her sister. They call her Sugar.
Oh, Sugar Del Schmutz. Well, Bob, now that you've met my cast and the Del Schmutzes, I want to tell you that I saw the preview of your new picture the other night, A Yank at Oxford, and I thought it was one of the best things you've ever done.
Thank you, Jack. I'm glad you liked it.
By the way, Bob, what was the first big picture you ever made? You know, the one that you think started you off with a bang.
Well, Jack, about 3 years ago, I made a picture called Broadway Melody of 1936 with Eleanor Powell, Una Merkel, Sid Silvers, Buddy Ebsen, and June Knight.
Oh, yes, I saw that. It was very good, too. Say, wait a minute. I was in that picture. Why, certainly.
You were, Jack?
Yes, I was. I played a... Mary, you saw Broadway Melody. What was I in it?
Miss Cass.
No, I mean the character. Oh, I remember, Bob. I was the Broadway columnist you punched on the jaw 3 times.
Oh, yes, I remember. Hey, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yes. I'll say it was fun. Fred Allen saw the picture 8 times. Well, that's what you call fun, huh?
Oh, what if I did punch you on the jaw? I didn't hit you so hard.
Not much. Listen, Bob, that was 3 years ago. And I've got a swivel tooth that's still whirling around. But at that, Bob, I hope we do make another picture together. Maybe I can kick you around next time, huh?
Well, you never can tell. Well, Jack, I think I'll run along now. I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. Wait a minute. You offered to help me out in my little dramatic scene here, and I'm going to hold you to it. You don't mind, do you, Bob?
No, not at all.
I didn't ask you, Mary. Not at all. Do you mind, Bob?
No, Jack, I'll be glad to.
Okay, we'll do it right after Kenny sings a song. Go ahead, Kenny. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is Robert Taylor really on your program tonight?
Yes, he is.
Then you won't need me. Goodbye.
Oh, that guy, he drives me crazy.
Say, what does he want anyway?
A toupee, but I'm not going to buy him one.
For me to be with you, for that new moon over the old mill has a way, it seems, of making dreams come true. Day is done and night is falling, whippoorwills are sweetly calling me to the old mill stream. I will meet you by the willow once again your arms will pillow me, the while I dream. There's a new moon over the old mill, and tonight's the night for me to be with you. For that new moon over the old mill has a way, it seems, of making dreams come true. We'll kiss at every turn of the mill wheel and linger on the whole night through. There's a new moon over the old mill, and a new love here in my heart for you.
That was, hey, Bob, you take the reins, will you? You're a master of ceremonies, too, now, you know. Go ahead.
All right. That was New Moon from Radio City Rebels, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, I want to tell you it was swell. It was perfectly thrilling.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. You know, I wish Jack would say things like that once in a while.
Why, Kenny, what are you talking about? I've said those very words to you every Sunday this year.
Well, I'm getting sick of it.
Oh, you don't know what you want. Say, Bob, how about helping me out with that little love scene now? You know, the...
Okay, Jack. You and Mary run over those lines again, and I'll kind of give it the once-over.
Fine. Come on, Mary.
Why don't you let me do it with Mr. Taylor and you watch?
Mary, Barbara's listening in. You know, she will. Look, anyway, I'm the one who needs rehearsing.
That's why I don't want to do it with you.
Well, it wouldn't hurt you to help me out. Now, come on. Here's the script. We'll take it from the same entrance.
Now, remember, Jack, put a little fire into it.
Okay, Bob, I gotcha. All right, Mary, I'm coming through the door again.
All right.
Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, Andre, my love.
Andre, where's Amos?
Hell. I've come for the last time, Julia, to ask you to marry me. You've toyed with my affections long enough. Remember our bargain, Julia, when I saved your father from ruin? Well, the time has come. And whether you love me or not, you're stuck with me. Now, what do you say?
I'll go back to Waukegan.
Walk, there you are, Bob. What's the use of me trying to do anything?
Well, will you let me try it with Mary, Jack? Maybe I can get better results.
I know I will.
Oh, sure. No, I will.
Now look, Mary. When you and I play this scene, just sit back and relax.
Yes, Bob.
Imagine that we're in a world of our own, drifting on a cloud.
Yes, Bob.
Yes, Bob. Yes, Bob. Yes, Bob. Come on, you two. Show me what you can do.
Quiet, I'm drifting.
Oh, you're drifting, eh?
I am, too.
Kenny!
All right, Mary, I'm coming through the door now. Good evening, Julia. I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Oh, Andre, my love. Kiss me.
I don't remember that line being in there.
I've come for the last time, Julia, to ask you to marry me.
Kiss me, Andre.
You've toyed with my affections long enough.
Kiss me, Andre. Kiss me.
Don't keep saying that. Kiss me, Andre. It's not in there.
Well, the time has come, and whether you love me or not, you're stuck with me.
Then kiss me, Andre. Kiss me.
My darling.
Mary! 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 I'm the one that's going to play it. It's a fine scene. All right, Mary. You were finally kissed by Robert Taylor. Now what have you got to say?
He can go back to Waukegan, too.
Why, Mary. Mary, didn't you enjoy it?
No, but let's do it again.
Oh, I thought so. Well, Bob, no kidding. I think I did learn something from watching you play that scene with Mary. You gave me a couple of good pointers there. You know?
Well, I hope I didn't embarrass you or anything, Jack.
Oh, no, Bob. No, and I'm very grateful. After all, you're an actor and I'm a comedian. An alleged comedian, anyway. My only serious moments are spent with my violin. I think I've got you stopped there.
Oh, I don't know about that, Jack. You know, I'm somewhat of a musician myself. I play a pretty mean cello.
A cello? Oh, I didn't know that. Isn't that a coincidence? You play the cello and I play the violin.
Guess what they're going to do now, folks?
Mary. Well, Bob, we can borrow a cello and a violin from the boys in the orchestra. Now, how about you and I swinging out on a nice hot tune?
Fine. You know Mighty Like a Rose?
Oh, that's a sizzler. Say, Phil, let us have a violin and a cello, will you?
Not without a deposit.
Now, we're not going to leave the room.
Okay, here you are, boys.
All right. Oh, Don, introduce this number, will you?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you Jack and Bob, those rhythm rascals, who will give you their interpretation of Mighty Like a Rose.
Are you going to start? I'll start. Pretty little flower.
Just play it, Jack.
Oh, by the way, Bob, you were in Europe this summer, weren't you?
Yes, I was, Jack.
Well, tell me, how did you find London?
I asked a policeman.
Oh, Bob.
Yes, Jack?
What goes around a button?
A goat.
You guessed it the first time. 40, boys, 40. Give it everything, Bob.
That was Mighty Like a Rose with Bum Jokes, played by Robert Taylor and Jack Benny.
Thanks, Don. And now, folks, is an
Play,
encore.
Phil, play,
Oh.
play. If you want some new and delicious dessert ideas, just take a look at a package of Jell-O chocolate pudding. You'll find some grand suggestions. For instance, you can add toasted nut meats to your chocolate pudding, or half a cup of raisins, or crispy shredded coconut. And we've had lots of letters from women who tell us that Jell-O chocolate pudding makes the most delicious filling for chocolate cream pie they ever tasted. But no matter how you serve it, in a recipe variation or just as is, Jell-O chocolate pudding is a dessert the whole family will love. It's creamy, rich, and smooth and tastes like the old-fashioned homemade kind, for it's made with the same fine, wholesome ingredients. That's why it tastes homemade, so chocolatey and delicious. Jell-O chocolate pudding is quick and easy to prepare. You'll find the simple directions on every package. It sells for the same low price as Jell-O, so ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate pudding.
Well, we're a little late, Bob, but I'll see you next Thursday night on your Maxwell House program. Thanks for coming over. Good night, folks.
Eddie Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Years ago, Ford recreated Thunderbird. Part sculpture, part road machine. Everybody wanted one, but it was hard to get. Not anymore. For a short time, Ford has made owning the dream surprisingly easy. Thunderbird. If you thought the legend had passed you by, look again.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Laurence Olivier and Edna Best in Goodbye, Mr. Chips, and as a special guest, Mr. James Hilton, author of our play. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Thanksgiving comes but twice a year. Some of us will carve our turkeys this coming Thursday. Others will celebrate November 30th. I don't think the date matters very much. Canada celebrates Thanksgiving at still another time. Perhaps we really need more than one Thanksgiving Day to cover all the things we have to be thankful for. Freedom above all. Peace, good health, and those we love. Apropos of Thanksgiving, the Lux Radio Theater has received a letter which we value highly for its friendly spirit. It says in part, in addition to the big things in life, I'm thankful for many smaller things which add to the joy of living. Among these is the Lux Radio Theater, which is a highlight of the week for our family. And another highlight which helps us in many ways every day in the year is Lux Flakes. So here's wishing you and the Lux Radio Theater and Lux Flakes many happy Thanksgivings to come. We appreciate Mrs. J.J. Carter's gracious letter. And tonight, we're also grateful to Mr. James Hilton that stories like Goodbye, Mr. Chips are still being written. In my opinion, Chips is one of the most engaging characters in literature since Dickens. I was particularly delighted with the success of the picture because it was directed by my assistant director of Silent Picture Days, Sam Wood. Our cast tonight is headed by two stars who are making their first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater, Laurence Olivier and Edna Best. Mr. Olivier is an actor who refuses to take his stardom very seriously, and that makes him an ideal Mr. Chips. When Laurence Olivier learned that in the Hollywood idiom he was considered terrific in Wuthering Heights, his answer was, I wonder how I did it. As Catherine, we have Miss Edna Best, distinguished star of the London and New York stage. Miss Best is in Hollywood for the RKO picture, Swiss Family Robinson. Now we pay a visit to the peaceful quadrangle of Brookfield School, where, during the past few hundred years, many thousands of boys have investigated the mysteries of Latin grammar. And we pay a visit to a gentleman who is a tradition at Brookfield, a certain Mr. Chipping, commonly called Chips. The curtain goes up on the first act of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. When you're getting on in years, between 80 and 90, you get very sleepy sometimes, and the hours seem to pass like lazy cattle moving across a landscape. It was like that for Mr. Chips, as the autumn term progressed and the days shortened, till it was actually time to light the gas before evening classes. For Mr. Chips, like some old sea captain, still measured time by signals of the past. And well he might, for he lived at Mrs. Wickett's, just across the road from Brookfield School.
Mr. Chippin, shall I light the fire? Oh, Mr. Chippin, are you awake, sir?
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Wickett.
Is that the bell for call over?
Yes, it is, sir. Well, I'd best stir up a fire.
Thank you. And you might bring me a cup of tea before prep, will you?
The tea's right there, and a whole pot of it, sir.
Oh, so it is. And the cake, Mrs. Wickett. You didn't forget the cake, did you?
There's a walnut cake if you'll only take the trouble to look, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Wickett.
You're expecting the boys in, sir?
No. I've learned never to expect anything, Mrs. Wickett. I always make a point of being taken completely by surprise.
Well, I'd a mind to go visiting this evening,
Had
sir.
you? Well, run along. I'm quite old enough to take care of myself.
Very well, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Wickett. Mrs. Wickett, the door. Mrs. Wickett. Oh, well, never mind. Do it myself. Well, hello.
Please, sir, does Mr. Chips live here?
Mr. Chips? Yes, he does. In fact, you're looking at him.
Oh.
Well, what can I do for you?
I was told you wanted me, sir.
And who told you that?
The boys, sir. They said go over to Mr. Chips and ring the bell and tell him he wants to see you.
I see. Well, you better come inside. Now, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
The boys were quite right, you know. I did want to see you. I wanted you to have some tea with me.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I haven't seen you before. How's that?
I've only just come out of the sanatorium, sir.
Huh?
I've been there since the beginning of the term. Measles, sir.
Yes. Well, that accounts for it. Tell me, what's the name?
Linford, sir.
Tell me, Linford, what do you think of Brookfield? So far, I mean.
Well, sir, I'm not quite sure yet.
I know. But you like it when you get used to it. Just now, you're a bit afraid of it, eh?
Well, yes, sir.
Yes, so was I at first. But that was a long time ago. 63 years, to be precise. Yes, when I first went into Big Hall and saw all those boys, I tell you, I was quite scared. But it didn't last long. I soon made myself at home, so will you.
Were there a lot of other new boys that term, sir?
Eh? But bless my soul, I wasn't a boy at all. I was a man. A young man of 22. A master.
Oh. But, sir...
Yes?
If you were 22 then...
Yes?
You must be very old now, sir.
Well, I'm certainly no chicken. Yes, when I came to Brookfield in 1870, the place was just the same then as it is now. Even the names of the boys were the same. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnard, Bassenthwaite. Almost the same. Old Mr. Weatherby was head then. Fine man. I'm probably the only man in the world who remembers old Weatherby. And the boys. I remember them all. 63 years ago, Linford. And I can still hear their names as they call them off before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnett, Bassenthwaite, Batterby.
Mr. Chips, sir. Mr. Chips, sir. Are you asleep, sir? Shall I go now, sir? Mr. Chips, sir. Mr. Chips.
Babcock.
Barnard. Bassenthwaite.
Batterby.
Beckle.
Pardon me, sir. Are you Mr. Chipping, the new master?
Yes, I am.
The head would like to see you in his study.
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Chipping, come in. Welcome to Brookfield.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby.
Sit down. I understand you've been a master before.
Yes, sir, for 1 year at Melbury.
1 year, yes. You are a young man, Mr. Chipping, and Brookfield is an old foundation. However, youth and age often combine well. But don't let the boys play tricks with you. I gather that discipline was not always your strong point at Melbury.
Well, no, perhaps not.
Never mind. You have another chance here. Take up a firm attitude from the beginning. That's the secret of it.
I shall, Mr. Weatherby.
You will take prep this evening, Mr. Chipping. At the start of the year, you may find the boys inclined to be a bit restive, but I trust you will encounter no great difficulty.
I think not, sir.
Bagley, I hear. He is not. He's the new master, Chipping. Chipping? What's he like? Duffy. Careful, you chaps. Here he is.
Good evening.
As you know, this is a period of quiet study. You may busy yourselves in any way you wish.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Quiet, please.
Please, sir, what is your name?
My name is Mr. Chipping.
Did you say Chip, sir?
I said Chipping.
Thank you, Mr. Chipping.
You there in the second row, you with the red hair. Did you drop that desk lid?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Holly, sir.
Very well, Collie. You have 100 lines.
100 lines, sir.
Did you hear me, Collie?
But 100 lines, sir. All I did was to drop...
Did you hear me, Collie?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Chipping. Bowden's my name. History.
Oh, how do you do?
I hear you were blessed with first prep. How did it go?
Well, I'm afraid I've got off to rather a bad start. I had to give young Collie 100 lines.
100 lines on the very first day.
Yeah.
That's a bit rough, isn't it?
Well, I thought it necessary.
Well, I suppose you know, and you'll have a long time here to correct any bad impressions. Good night, Chipping.
Good night. A long time to correct any bad impression.
Billy.
Mister.
Oh, Sonny.
Been here a long time, Chipping. Your work has been quite satisfactory. I know it won't come as a surprise to you after all this time that we're making you a housemaster. Good luck, Chipping.
I say, Chipping, going my way, old man?
I believe so.
Good. Well, another term ended, eh? Where are you going for the summer?
I hadn't thought, Bowden. Perhaps up to the Lake District.
Very nice. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Chipping.
Hmm?
You've been made a housemaster, haven't you?
Oh, yes. I've been waiting for it so long, I can hardly get excited about it now.
Oh, they don't come quickly. I was here 10 years before I got mine.
Do you know how long I've been here?
Well, now, let me see.
Almost 25.
25 years. It doesn't seem possible.
No, it doesn't. You know, when I first came, I had some fine dreams. I thought, what a wonderful thing it would be to be headmaster of a school like Brookfield. Oh, well, youth is entitled to dream.
Chipping, you've really done a fine job here. I can't understand why promotion has been so slow for you. I've often wondered...
Have you heard the news? What news? The new housemaster. Know who it is? Old Chip.
Chip?
No.
I say, that's my house.
Bad break for you, old man.
Chip, you suppose I could move?
Were we looking for a reason, Bowden?
I'm sorry, Chipping. Heartless little beggars.
No, it isn't their fault. I suppose I just don't understand them the way you chaps do.
Oh, nonsense. Well, here's where I turn off, old man. You'll write me from the lakes, eh?
Oh, of course.
Are you going to do any mountain climbing?
Climbing? Yes, I expect so. I've always wanted to try old Stony.
Fine. Well, good luck, and be careful up there.
I will. Steeper than I thought. Not too many footholds. What in the world?
Hello? Is there anything wrong? Where are you? Hello? Wherever you are, don't move. I'm coming.
Must be in trouble. I hope there's nothing.
Oh! 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 Oh, Lord. Oh.
Hello down there.
Hello.
Was it you who called?
Yes, was it you?
Yes. However did you get down there? The path's out there.
I know. I'm afraid I slipped.
Wait a minute. Oh, are you hurt?
No, not very much.
You really should have been more careful. It's very steep here.
Yes, I know, but when I heard you call,
You were coming to me. Why?
Well, for a moment, I thought...
That I was in trouble?
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. I was calling to my friend down the mountain.
Oh, I see. Well...
It was very thoughtless of me and very nice of you to come to my rescue, I mean. Was it your ankle you hurt?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Try standing up.
No, I'm sure I can manage.
Oh. Oh, no, you can't. Here, sit down. You can never get down the mountain like that. We'll just have to wait until my friend comes.
I'm putting you to a great deal of bother.
Oh, no, of course you're not. My name is Catherine Bridges.
How do you do? Mine is Chipping.
How do you do, Mr. Chipping? My friend and I are taking I beg your pardon.
No, you were saying.
No, please. What was it, Mr. Chipping?
Well, I was about to say, it really is quite a wonderful day.
Yes, we've had fine weather all the week. My friend and I are on a bicycle tour of the whole Lake District. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
A bicycle tour?
Yes. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Don't you believe in ladies riding bicycles, Mr. Chipping?
Oh, it's a very helpful exercise, I imagine.
Hello there. Oh, Martha, come down. That's my friend, Mr. Chipping.
What's the matter, Catherine?
Oh, Martha, this is Mr. Chipping. Mr. Chipping, Miss Taylor.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Is he hurt?
Yes, Martha. You see, he tried to rescue me, and he slipped.
I see. And now we shall have to rescue him. Well, I imagine the two of us can carry him.
Oh, of course.
Oh, no, really.
Come along. Take his arm there, Catherine.
Right.
Already.
Now, lean on me, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, but I feel so very silly.
Nonsense. Lift him, Catherine. Lift.
And she has come to see me every day since the accident. I imagine you are surprised, Bowden, that I write so much of her. But she is really a very charming person. Yes, and I must admit, very beautiful, too. But please do not misunderstand me. She is far too charming and far too beautiful for me.
Catherine, what is the matter with you? You must realize we've overstayed our time as it is. We shall have to take the train back this morning. Now, are you coming with me or aren't you?
No, Martha, you know I can't leave yet. After all, he's still not entirely well, and well, it was my fault in a way, and, well, I can't desert him.
Is that all, Catherine?
No.
Catherine, listen to me. He's a great deal older than you are. He's stuffy and slightly gray, and his opinions date from the 70s. He thinks Bernard Shaw is completely irresponsible, and he told me in confidence he's not at all sure women should have the vote. Have I said enough?
You've said everything, except that he's a thoroughly honest person, that his eyes are deep brown, and that he's very charming when he smiles. Oh, Martha, I've never met anyone like him before. And he's really very lonely. Did you know that?
He won't be much longer.
Martha.
Goodbye, my dear. Have a pleasant holiday. I'm off for London.
Oh, Martha, wait. And they call you Chip.
Yes. But never to my face, of course.
I'm so glad you are what you are. I was afraid when I first met you that you were a lawyer or a dentist or a man with a big cotton business in Manchester. But schoolmastering's so different, so important, don't you think? To be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world. It's rather thrilling.
I hadn't thought of it like that. But I do my best. That's all anyone can do in any job.
Yes, of course. I love you for saying simple things like that.
Catherine, I really must tell you something in all fairness.
Yes?
I'm not a very good schoolmaster. My degree is quite mediocre. I have a certain amount of difficulty with discipline, and I'm sure I'll never get another promotion, never get to be head or anything like that. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that I'm completely ineligible to marry a young and ambitious girl. Can you laugh at those things?
I am laughing.
Oh, Catherine, you make me very, very happy.
When shall we be married? Before the new term begins?
Oh, that would be quite wonderful. Shall we say in a week?
Or tomorrow? Here, in Wasdale.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Of course, why not? I'll see a clergyman tonight.
Yes, you better. And I'll meet you in the morning at the inn.
Oh, Catherine.
We'll both have a great deal to do today.
Oh, yes. Letters and everything.
In the morning, then.
In the morning.
This is an occasion, you know. This last farewell of ours. I feel rather like a new boy beginning his first term with you. Not afraid, mind you, but just for once in a thoroughly respectful mood. Shall I call you sir? or would Mr. Chips be the right thing? Yes, I think it would. Until tomorrow, then. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, and life seems to have taken on a new meaning for the quiet schoolmaster. Before we continue with Act 2, here's Mr. Ruick with a story from real life.
During this short intermission, before our stars Laurence Olivier and Edna Best return in Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, we bring you a real-life scene. This scene actually happened last year in a very charming home in Portland, Oregon. The mother told us in an interesting letter that she was making plans for the marriage of her daughter. One day, she writes, she and her daughter were discussing the wedding dress.
Oh, Mother, your wedding dress is so beautiful. I'd love to wear it.
Oh, I don't know. 33 years.
I know. There'd have to be some remodeling.
It's not only that. The dress is so gray and dingy looking after all these years. And it's so fragile. I'm afraid it wouldn't clean or wash well.
I know. With all that lovely lace and embroidery. But don't you think with Lux?
Well, Lux flakes would certainly be safe. I could try them.
Oh, Mother, please. I'd adore wearing the dress.
Well, dear, I'll try.
And so she washed the dress in mild Lux suds. And the next day...
Come here, dear, and look at the dress.
Oh, Mother, darling, it's beautiful. It looks just wonderful. Oh, you darling. Thanks a million.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Lux Flakes. They did a wonderful job.
I'll say they did. And they're going to have the place of honor in my new home. Why, they've given me my wedding dress.
That's a true story. The sort of thing that happens in homes all over the country. Women know they can depend on Lux. They call on Lux because they know they can trust it. They use it every day for their dresses, sweaters, stockings, and underthings. Lux Flakes are so mild, so pure, they won't harm anything safe in plain water. There's no harmful alkali to fade or streak colors or hurt sensitive fibers. Your house dresses, your everyday washables, as well as your most treasured possessions, stay fresh and lovely looking and wear longer with regular Lux care. Remember, Lux is so pure, a little goes a long way. Lux is thrifty. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. Sitting by the fire in his comfortable room, old Mr. Chips dreams on. Dreams of a day long ago, a time of great and overwhelming happiness. For his marriage was a triumphant success, and Catherine conquered Brookfield, as she'd already conquered one of its masters. But most remarkable of all was the change she made in Chips. He became, to all appearances, a new man.
Well, you've done it, Catherine. They're quite mad about you.
Oh, Chips, what are you talking about?
The head, the masters, the boys, everyone, they're all in love with you just as I am.
Chips, you know, everyone's been so wonderful. I was horribly afraid for a while that I might not fit in. I wanted to so much.
You've been here 2 weeks, and you're more a part of Brookfield than I am.
Evening, Mr. Chippy.
Oh, good evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Chippy.
Hello, boys. How did the match go today?
Oh, we won. I told you we would.
You really shouldn't watch us, ma'am.
I'll have to come down and watch you tomorrow.
Thank you,
Good
night, ma'am.
It's 4 o'clock tomorrow.
I'll be there.
See what I mean? They'd never have spoken if you hadn't been with me.
Oh, Chips, must you be so formal with them?
Formal?
Well, relax a little, joke a little. You know they'll like you ever so much better.
I've often wished I could.
Oh, you try it and see. You've got a wonderful sense of humor, Chips.
I have?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I don't believe I ever said. And now we come to the old Roman law known as Lex Canulia. Lex Canulia was the law which permitted patricians to marry plebeians. So you see, if Miss Plebs wanted Mr. Patrician to marry her, and he said he couldn't, she probably replied, oh, yes, you can, you liar. What king was first to bear the title Defender of the Faith? Answer by Master Lytton in his most illegible script. The first king to bear the title Defender of the Faith was Henry VIII. He married 6 wives, but only one at a time.
You'll have to mark it right, Chip.
Yes. Well, the future of England's in good hands.
Mr. Chippin?
Yes?
The Master Babcock is here.
Babcock?
Yes, Chips. I sent for him.
You sent? Well, tell him to wait, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, Catherine?
Chips, I thought it would be better if you spoke to Babcock here. I mean, instead of taking him to the head study as you planned.
Catherine?
Oh, please. After all, it wasn't anything very serious that he did.
My dear wife, if you think that releasing a mouse in the middle of Mr. Ogilvy's choir practice is not serious.
Oh, but such a small mouse.
What?
About so big, that's all. Oh, please, Chips, he won't do it again. I'll vouch for him.
You will.
Chips, have I ever been wrong?
No, my dear, you haven't. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Chips.
Well, good evening, Babcock.
Good evening, sir.
Well, Babcock, that was quite an ingenious prank in choir practice today.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Why did you do it?
Well, sir, I had the mouse there and...
You just thought you'd let him go, eh?
Well, it's against the rules to keep it, sir.
Yes. Well, tell me, Babcock, can you think of any reason why I shouldn't take you to the head?
No, sir, except...
Except what?
It was a very small mouse, sir.
Oh, I see. Were you here earlier this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
I thought you were. Well, that's all, Babcock.
You mean I can go, sir?
Well, in view of the fact that the mouse was... Oh, get out, Babcock, get out for goodness.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, good night.
Chip.
Yes?
You let him go, didn't you?
Yes, because it was a small mouse. Heaven knows, Catherine, what kind of discipline I'd have from now on.
Oh, better, Chips. Much better. You wait and see.
Perhaps.
You know, you must be very kind and very understanding with the boys now. You never can tell. Your own son might let a mouse go at choir practice someday.
My son? Never.
Well, mine might.
Yes, he probably would. He'll be very much like you. He'll be honest and kind. And he'll make people happy wherever he goes.
Oh, Chip.
When he comes, we must be very careful to bring him up just right, mustn't we?
Very careful.
I have such wonderful plans. He'll go to Brookfield, of course.
Oh, of course.
And he'll probably play cricket and soccer. Captain of cricket, I think, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Unless, of course, he turns out to be a girl.
Oh, no, I never thought of that. Catherine, are you ever afraid?
Afraid, Chips?
That all the wonderful things that have happened aren't quite real.
I know what you mean.
I know they've never happened before, just like this. Sometimes I wonder if they ever really happened at all.
Too much like a fairy tale.
Yes. Always found it rather difficult to believe in fairy tales.
Oh, but you must believe. That's the wonderful thing about them, Chips. They're so true. And perhaps a long, long time from now, when we're quite forgotten, there'll be another story told of 2 people who wandered alone on a mountainside. And suddenly they were not alone any longer, for the clouds opened below them. And there was the world at their feet. The whole wide world, all bright and shining in the sunlight.
Catherine, what have I done to deserve such happiness?
Doctor. Can you come at once, sir?
What is it?
It's Mrs. Chipping, Doctor.
Mrs. Chipping?
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Chipping's very worried. He asked if you would please come right away.
Of course. I'll get my things.
I say, where's Chips? He's late for class this morning.
Oh, but wait till he comes. What means? Did you put the letters on the desk?
8 of them.
Who could?
What's up? A joke on Chips? Be careful. It's April Fool, you fool.
We've put a lot of letters on Chip's desk. They're all addressed to him. There's only blank paper and class. Don't read the word now.
Not I. Shh. Here he comes.
Oh, Mr. Chipping, sir, there are a lot of letters for you.
Stop it, Bag. He'll hear you. I can't help it. Look, he's opening. Be quiet, you fool.
There goes another one. Oh, good.
I say, look at his face. Look at his face. What do the letters say, sir? Please, sir, are they very important?
April Fool, sir! April Fool!
I say, doesn't he like the joke? What's the matter with him?
I don't know.
Do you suppose he's angry? He doesn't look angry.
Then why doesn't he say something? Why doesn't he laugh?
Catherine Chipping, the mother, and the child just born, died on the same day, April 1st, 1898.
You know how we feel, Chipping. How the whole school feels. Just try to keep going, old man. Time will help you. Time and your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Memphis. That's the quad. And over there's Big Hall.
It's nice of you to show me around.
Oh, we always show the new boys around. Oh, look. You see that old fellow over there in the torn gown? That's Chips. Been here since 1870, they say.
1870 to 1913?
That's right. 43 years now. You'll like Chips. Everybody does. Oh, Mr. Chipping, sir.
Hey? Yes?
The head would like to see you in his office, sir.
Who?
The head, sir. Mr. Ralston.
Oh, Ralston. Thank you.
Oh, come in, Mr. Chipping. Come in.
Boy said you wanted to see me.
Yes, sit down, will you?
Well, sir?
Mr. Chipping, Chipping, how long have you been here?
43 years.
Yes, I thought it was about that. Have you ever thought that you might like to retire?
Retire? No, I can't say I have thought about it yet.
Well, Mr. Chipping, the suggestion is there for you to consider.
But I don't want to retire. I don't need to consider it.
Nevertheless, I suggest that you do.
And I suggest I don't see why I should.
Well, in that case, Mr. Chipping, things are going to be a little difficult.
Difficult? Why difficult?
Well, since you forced me to use plain words, Mr. Chipping, you shall have them. For some time past, you haven't been pulling your weight here. Your methods of teaching are slack and old-fashioned. Your personal habits are slovenly. And you ignore my instructions in a way which in a younger man I should regard as rank insubordination.
But did you say slovenly?
Yes. Now look at that master's gown you're wearing. I happen to know that torn and shredded gown is a subject of continual amusement throughout the school.
Is it? You also said something about insubordination, I believe.
Yes. I was speaking of the question of Latin pronunciation, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, that.
Yeah, I think I told you when I first came here that I wanted the new style used exclusively. The other masters obeyed me. You prefer to stick to your old methods, and the result is complete chaos and inefficiency.
Well, I don't agree with the new pronunciation.
Oh, really?
No, in my opinion, it's a lot of nonsense. Making the boys say Kikero at school when for the rest of their lives they'll say Cicero, if they ever say it at all. And instead of "I sis him," heaven bless my soul, you'd make him say "we kiss him."
There you are, Mr. Chipping. That's exactly what I'm complaining of. You hold one opinion and I hold another. And since you decline to give way, there can't very well be any alternative.
What's that?
Mr. Chipping, Brookfield is an up-to-date school. I understand, however, that your Latin and Greek lessons are exactly the same as they were when I first began.
Yes, they are. For that matter, they're the same as when your predecessor, Mr. Meldrum, was here. We began here, Mr. Meldrum and I, in 1870. And it was Mr. Meldrum's predecessor, Mr. Weatherby, who first approved my syllabus. You'll take the Cicero for the 4th, he said to me. Cicero, too, not Cicero. And I don't intend to resign, Mr. Ralston, and you can do what you like about it. Good day.
That was Act 2 of our play. I don't think Mr. Chips is going to be an easy man to fire. In the intermission before Act 3, here's a little presentation of a picture in sound.
Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act 3, he has as our guest the author of our play. But first, let's take time enough to make a demonstration of special interest to housewives. We're going to give you a sound picture of what happens when you put Lux Flakes into your dishpan. First, you pour in a few flakes. Then you turn on the water. And almost at once, the flakes melt into a soft, frothy mass of bubbles. Listen to them. By actual test, Lux dissolves into suds 4 times as fast as old-fashioned cake soaps. Now listen to those bubbles again. Can you picture them? A panful of rich, active suds that make short work of grease and grime. They leave your dishes sparkling in almost no time. And while you're working, Lux is ever so kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to bite and sting your hands the way harsh soaps do. Lux is as mild as the finest toilet soaps. It helps your hands stay soft and smooth. And you want hands like that, I know. So try Lux for your dishes. It's so inexpensive. About a penny's worth of Lux does your dishes for a whole day. You need a little more in hard water. Buy the thrifty large box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before the play continues, we have a special guest, James Hilton, who wrote Goodbye, Mr. Chips. For the last 4 years, he's been a regular resident of Hollywood and responsible for some of the finest writing done for motion pictures. His most recent assignment at Warner Brothers was the screenplay of his novel, We Are Not Alone. And so, without further explanation, I'll introduce one of Hollywood's most interesting people, James Hilton.
And you'll probably decide that he can't live up to such a very flattering introduction.
I should have added, ladies and gentlemen, that he's not fond of what Hollywood calls a build-up. I suppose, Mr. Hilton, the first question anyone asks about Mr. Chips is whether there was a real Mr. Chips.
As the author, I don't seem to be an authority on that point. I've had rather a large number of letters from people who assumed that their own personal Mr. Chips was mine, too. Actually, I never knew any one schoolmaster who was the complete 100% Mr. Chips. He is a combination of many schoolmasters, including my father.
Is your father pleased or annoyed to find himself a fictional character?
Oh, he denies it altogether, which is exactly what Chips would do in the same circumstances.
I wonder what he thinks of motion pictures.
Well, I can only guess. My father saw a picture about 25 years ago, and the flickering hurt his eyes, so he didn't see another until I became involved in the business. Now he's extremely interested and very, very uncritical. He never says a picture is bad.
The perfect critic for a producer. But you said Chips was a composite character. Are there many like him?
There are fewer every year, and when they die, Chips will have disappeared forever from real life. You see, the English public schools, which are not really public at all, but private, have had to undergo many changes to fit the times.
Just as the schools in this country have had to adapt themselves to the shifting scene.
Of course, there was room for change. They had their faults. I've forgotten most of what I was taught in school, but I remember a few things I learned without being taught, such as blowing glass tubing into fancy shapes, or a slight aptitude for ventriloquism, which I developed to circumvent a master who was very deaf. These things have never been of much practical use to me since, but just the same, I know the whole experience was valuable. Any boy that comes under the influence of a Mr. Chips usually turns out to be a better citizen. That's why I'm sorry to see his type disappear, even though I know it's inevitable. And it's inevitable that the third act follows the second act, So I'll make my way for Mr. Chips now.
You couldn't make way for a better man, Mr. Hilton. We continue with Goodbye, Mr. Chips. The news that Ralston had asked Chips to resign was soon public property, and the result was a spontaneous outburst of sympathy. The masters and the boys rallied to Chips' cause, threatening a public riot if he was banished from Brookfield. And so, he stayed. But in the winter of 1913, the old man fell ill and was off duty for almost the entire term. It was that which made him decide to resign. At the end of term dinner, given in Chip's honor, he received a farewell presentation from the boys.
And so, sir, the boys of Brookfield have asked me to make this presentation of this gift. It's from the boys of Brookfield to show our esteem and in recognition of the great service you performed for Brookfield.
Thank you. I'm afraid young Mr. Colley here has been guilty of an exaggeration in speaking of my services to Brookfield. But then, of course, he comes from an exaggerating family. I remember once having to thrash his father for it. I gave him a 1 mark for Latin, and he exaggerated it into a 7. I have been at Brookfield for almost 44 years, and I have been very happy here. It has been my life. Oh, my high praeteritos referat si Jupiter annos. I need not, of course, translate. I remember very many things about Brookfield. So many things that I've often thought I ought to write a book. Now, what shall I call it, I wonder? Memories of Rod and Line. Well, perhaps I shall write it someday. But of all the things I remember, the things I remember best are your faces. I never forget them. I have thousands of faces in my mind. The faces of boys. And if you come to see me in the years to come, as I hope you will, and if I don't seem to recognize you, you'll probably say to yourself, the old boy doesn't remember me. But I do remember you, as you are now. That's the point. In my mind, you never grow up at all. Never. Well, I mustn't go on all night. I shall be living just across the road at Mrs. Wickett's. Think of me sometime, as I shall certainly think of you. Hec olim meminisi juvabit. Again, I need not translate.
Are going to form training squads.
My father's going.
So is mine. Mr. Chipping, sir, do you think it will last long,
Last
sir?
long? Of course not. Impossible, Lancaster. We ought to have it finished by Christmas at the very latest. But why are you thinking of joining up, Lancaster?
Lancaster's a little short for a soldier, sir. Don't you think?
Oh, only by a foot or two, eh, Lancaster? Who have given their lives for their country. Brill, Evans, Jackson, Lancaster.
Do you think it will last long, sir?
Lancaster. More boys. More and more and more. Going up to the front. Boys I've known.
Chips, old man. Come and sit down.
Yes, Sir John.
Chips, as chairman of the board, the governors have asked me to have a talk with you.
Yes, Sir John.
It's about the matter of our masters joining up. I suppose you know the head's gone.
I heard, yes.
Leaves us very short-handed. And, well, briefly, Chips, the board wants to know if you feel well enough to come back.
Out of retirement?
Mm-hmm. They want to know, Chips, if you'll do us the very great honor of coming back for the duration of the war as headmaster of Brookfield School.
Headmaster of Brookfield? Me?
Yes, you're the man for it, the only man. You belong here.
Oh, but it's such a great responsibility. I'm a ranker, Sir John. I'm not meant
Will
to be
you
a head.
think it over?
Oh, yes, I will, but I really don't.
Please, Chips. Don't answer me now. Come back and see me in the morning.
Very well, very well.
Good night, Chip.
Good night, Sir John. Good night. Headmaster? Head of Brookfield? I must be getting very old. Very old.
Ted, dear. You know I'm here, don't you? You can't hear me, not really. But you know that I'm here in your heart. It's been such a long time since I've come to you. For it's only when you need me that I can come.
Catherine.
Such a great honor, Tim. Headmaster of Brookfield. Do you remember the day you told me you would never be head? I think I knew then that someday you would be.
Oh, Caroline, my time is over. My work is done.
Look down there, Tim. The quad. The long green sloping to the river. This is Brookfield. This is the home, the world of boys. Boys who are looking toward manhood, waiting for some person to show them the way. Chip, you are that person. Don't you remember? A long, long time ago.
Schoolmastering. So important to be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world.
Yes, Chip. It is a great responsibility. But they need you. And you must have courage. Do your best, Chip. That's all anyone can do. But don't fail them now. I tell you to accept the headmastership. I tell you from across the years. To keep faith with Brookfield. And with me. I believe in you. Chip, have I ever been wrong? I believe in you. I believe.
Hello, Chip. Back so soon?
Sir John, I've made my decision.
I think I know what it is.
I'll do my best, Sir John, because that's all anyone can do in any job.
Mr. Chip, sir, it's an air raid.
Air raid. Quiet, please. Quiet. The class will continue. It may seem to you that at this particular moment in the world's history that the affairs of Caesar in Gaul some 2,000 years ago are of somewhat secondary importance. But believe me, that is not really the case. You cannot judge the importance of things by the noise they make. Oh, dear me, no. Let us resume our work. Is there anyone who will volunteer to construe?
I will, sir.
Very good. Turn to page 40 and begin at the bottom line.
Yes, sir. Genus hoc erat pugni. This was the kind of fight quo si milites exercuerant, in which the soldiers busied themselves.
You see?
Oh, sir, that's good.
Yes, you can see now that these dead languages sometimes come to life again, eh?
morning, Doctor. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Wickett. Thank you.
Mrs. Wickett? Is that the doctor?
Yes, it is, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Doctor. What brings you here? Not I, certainly.
No. The head asked me to look in. He wanted to know if you were going to the old boys' dinner in London this year.
Oh.
I told him I didn't think you were.
No, I'm afraid not. It's been a long time since I left here. Not since the war.
Chipping, do you really think you should be up?
Oh.
There's a lot of flu about, you know.
There's nothing matter with me, Doctor. Nothing at all. And what would I do in bed? Why, one of the boys might drop in. A fine reception.
Well, I leave it up to you. Goodbye, Chipping.
Goodbye. And if you see a chap in the quad who looks as if he just couldn't wait till dinner, send him along, will you? I've a cake.
I will.
I remember them all. 63 years ago, Linford. And I can still hear their names as they call them before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Abelmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnett, Bassenthwaite.
Mr. Chip, sir. Mr. Chip, sir. Are you asleep, sir? Shall I, go now, sir? Mr. Chip, sir. Mr. Chip! Mr. Chip!
Well, Doctor, what do you think?
I don't know, Sir John. He's a very old man.
Who's that?
Hello there. Waking up?
What happened?
Oh, nothing much. You threw a faint, that's all.
Oh.
It's lucky that boy was with you. Try to sleep again.
Yes.
Poor old chap. Must have lived a very lonely sort of life. All by himself.
Not always by himself. He was married, you know.
Was? I never knew that.
She died a great many years ago.
Pity he never had any children.
Oh, what was that?
Careful.
What were you saying about me?
Nothing. Nothing at all, old chap.
I heard you. A pity I never had any children, eh? But I have, you know. I have. Thousands of them. And all boys.
Ainsworth, Atwood, Babcock, Baggs,
Barnum, Bassenthwaite,
Batterby,
Before our stars return for their curtain call, I want to present Miss Libby Collins, who ferrets out news behind the scenes here in Hollywood. What have you for us tonight, Libby?
2 or 3 fascinating things about the stocking habits of some of the Hollywood stars. For example, do you know that Kitty Carlisle rinses her stockings in perfume instead of water?
Well, she walks in beauty. What else, Libby?
Well, Jane Wyman uses adhesive tape instead of garters to hold up her stockings. A cute idea is to cut the tape into little designs, like hearts or clubs or your zodiac sign. And here's one item that's a little closer to home. Willie's of Hollywood, who designs most of the gorgeous stockings we see in motion pictures, says the average woman should have 20 pairs of stockings. If she gives them the right kind of care, they should last a year.
What does he mean by the right kind of care, Libby?
He says you should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them in lukewarm Lux suds and rinse in water of the same temperature.
He's right, isn't he? Lux Flakes save elasticity and cut down on runs. If you rub your stockings with cake soap or use soaps with harmful alkali, you're apt to weaken elasticity, and then runs come easily. With gentle Lux Flakes, there's no harmful alkali, and, of course, no rubbing. Your stockings wear longer and fit better with regular Lux care. Lux is thrifty. And now Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
Mr. Chips has retired to immortality, and we bring Laurence Olivier and Edna Best back to our microphone.
You know, Mr. Mill, this play brought back a few memories of my own school days.
Were you the small boy who released the mouse? The very small mouse at choir practice?
No. The most pronounced mischief I created at school was acting in plays.
We're glad you didn't reform.
As a matter of fact, I went from bad to worse, turned professional, and joined a repertory company.
Playing 4 or 5 different parts a week, I suppose.
If you get a passing mark in that school, you're an actor.
Yes, anything can happen in one of those theaters. I remember one incident with a traveling company when the juvenile was taken ill. The manager wired to another company in the next county to borrow an actor. When the borrowed juvenile arrived, 10 minutes before curtain time, he turned out to be a character man about 70 years old. The manager was frantic. There he was, 10 minutes before the curtain time, with a character man to play a juvenile role. Only the visiting actor remained calm. He inquired for his dressing room. 5 minutes later, he reappeared with his makeup on.
Now, my good man, he said to the manager, where is the stage and what is the play?
I know just the kind of actor you mean. Give him the right cue and he'll play Peter Pan or the second gravedigger in Hamlet.
But I imagine he'd be pretty startled if anyone told him that there was a theater with an audience as big as this one. What's your play next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, we're going to present a play by George Bernard Shaw. The one which was so very successful on the screen this year, Pygmalion. And our stars will be Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne. Pygmalion is the story of an unromantic gentleman of learning who trains a Cockney girl to impersonate a duchess, an experiment which produces startling and romantic results.
That sounds like a grand show. Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. I'm anxious to hear it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Chips. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruick, inviting you to enjoy the popular Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. Susan's enemies are plotting to set the whole town against her. Tomorrow they reveal their scheme. Listen then. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Alan Napier as Weatherby, Clifford Severn as Linford, Ronald Sinclair as Colley, Frederick Warlock as Ralston, Lillian Kemble Cooper as Martha, Mary Gordon as Mrs. Wickett, C. Montague Shaw as a doctor, Eric Snowden as Bowden, Ian McLaren as Meldrum, and Douglas Scott, Bobby Winkler, Harry Duff, Bobby Mock, Brian Killaway, Tommy Martin, Ernest Carlson, Cliff Oland, Bill Martin, Bob Stevens, Edwin Mills, and Richard Klukas as schoolboys. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Rebecca, produced by David O. Selznick. Edna Best will soon be seen in the RKO picture Swiss Family Robinson, produced by Gene Town and Graham Baker. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WWF invites you to view the most anticipated DVDs ever released, Stone Cold's Hell Yeah and WrestleMania 15. Go behind the scenes and check out never-before-seen footage. Listen to Stone Cold and The Rock give their insight to their battle at WrestleMania. If you're a WWF fanatic, these DVDs are a must. Stone Cold's Hell Yeah and WrestleMania 15, available everywhere DVDs are sold.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill. His mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
That you, pal?
Uh-huh. Oh, boy. What a day.
Oh, was it that bad?
Guess not really. It just seems that way.
What's the trouble, Henry?
Oh, you know. Sometimes a guy gets tired of all this studying. Especially history.
School getting you down, huh?
Yeah, it sure is.
Well, don't worry, pal. It'll pass. Everybody feels like that every now and again. You know what you need is a new shot of life in your studies.
I know that. But where can a guy get that shot? Seems like every time I turn around, I've got a new set of names and dates to try to learn. What's the good of all that detailed stuff anyhow?
That's a question that's asked by more students every year than any other.
I don't doubt that a bit. But that doesn't answer it.
Well, pal, look at it this way. Do you know what you want to do when you get out of school? I mean, after you finish college as well as high school?
Not exactly.
Okay. Now, suppose you end up in a job where you just might need all those facts.
That's all well and good for a guy like me, but what about the fellow who already knows he's going to be something where he doesn't need them? Why should he have to worry about them?
I think I can answer that one, Sonny.
Stumpy. I didn't hear you come in.
No wonder you didn't. You got your forehead so knitted up, it's probably closed your ears off. Looks like you're really trying to think hard.
Well, I was. I was trying to see why we have to learn all those names and dates and things in history.
I can tell you why I think you ought to learn them.
Oh, why is that?
Well, it has to do with what causes what. If and you know when the thing took place and what happened before it, sometimes you can see why it happened. That's always a lot more interesting than just the fact that it did happen.
I'm not sure I follow you.
What Stumpy means is this, pal. The way some people figure it, most everything that happens is caused by something that happened before it. Now, if I hit Stumpy, I'll hit you right back. And there we have a simple example of what we're talking about. Now, if that's all true, and one thing does cause another to happen, then the knowing of dates becomes important, doesn't it?
I guess so. I never thought of it that way. But why is it so important to know what caused different things to happen?
Well, Sonny, let's stick to the example Bill just gave you.
You mean about hitting you?
That's right. Now, let's say he really did wallop me, and I give it right back to him. What are the dates and details of the thing?
Dates?
That's right. Who did what to who first, and what happened next, and so on.
I see. Well, Bill hit you first, and then you hit him.
Yep, good. Now, what, other than the plain old facts of the thing, what did you learn from it all?
Oh, I see. I learned not to hit you. I'll probably get the same thing as Bill got, right?
Right, pal. Now you can start to see why studying history is important.
Sure. It isn't the historical happenings themselves that are anywhere near as important as what we can learn from them.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, boy, thanks a lot.
I'll give you another little hint to make that there history more interesting to you, Henry.
What's that, Stumpy?
Try putting yourself into the picture. Like, well, what are you studying right now?
Well, we're on the settling of the far west in this country. You know, right after the Louisiana Purchase and Lewis and Clark and all. Right when both England and America are trying to get the Oregon Territory settled.
That ought to be pretty interesting, pal. Yes, sir, Sonny.
Well, it would be if it weren't for all the names and dates and things. But I think I can get through them now.
You should be studying something about the old Oregon Trail. That right?
That's right, Stumpy.
Did you know that old trail used to run right near here? About 4 or 5 miles up on the Shady River?
No, I didn't. I wish the teacher had mentioned that.
Well, as long as you know about it, you shouldn't have no trouble at all throwing yourself into that part of history.
I'll try it. I sure am glad you fellas are around here. I may have fun with my history yet. It's getting late. Boy, I can hardly read. I'm so tired. Oh, I guess I better get ready for bed. Now, maybe I can finish this chapter. It's only a few pages. Those folks on those wagon trains must have had a hard time. Just think. Only made about 30 miles a day.
I was back here in the wagon.
He said to lay off in the water. River's still a long way off.
Reckon I'd better get down and look at our supply. See how much we got.
Careful, Owen. It makes me nervous when you jump on and off the wagon while we're going.
Oh, nothing to worry about. I'm going back to check the water.
All right.
Hey, how'd you get back here?
Let go, mister. I haven't done anything.
What is it, Owen?
I'll show you what it is. This here young whippersnapper was hitching a free ride on the back of the wagon.
Please, I didn't do any harm.
Probably drunk most of our water.
I haven't had any of your water. I don't think.
Don't you know?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean...
Maybe you just better jump up where we can get to the bottom of this.
Honestly, Mrs.
What manners? It's been so long since I was called Mrs. Anything. I'm Dorcas. That's what everyone calls me.
And I'm Owen. This here's our wagon. Where do you belong?
It's hard to say. I don't think you'd believe me if I told you.
How'd you get aboard our wagon?
I don't know.
Sounds pretty strange to me. Where'd you join this train? Back in Independence or Council Bluffs?
I can't remember ever being in either place.
You'd have had to be in one of them.
Henry is my name. Henry Scott.
No Scots I know of on this trip.
Maybe you got in the wrong wagon train by mistake.
I really have no idea how I got onto this wagon train. Or for that matter, how I even got in this gear.
He sounds a mite touched in the head, Owen.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Think he might be dangerous?
I don't know. He sounds educated.
Probably all that there learning went to his head.
Boy, it really is exciting, isn't it?
What you talking about, boy?
This train. Why, we're on the Oregon Trail, aren't we?
That's right. On our way out there to the Oregon Territory.
And you're trying to help get more U.S. citizens than British, so that we can claim the territory, right?
That's more I know about it.
What you call us? U.S. citizens? We're Americans.
I know. Well, don't you call it the U.S. yet?
You're starting to talk funny again, Dorcas.
What do we do?
Keep it peaceful till we can. Then Brad can figure out where he came from and what to do with him.
Yeah. Just think. Marcus Whitman came out this very way, long ago.
It hasn't been so long, Henry.
Not more than a couple of years, anyhow. Where'd you hear about Whitman?
Oh, we read all about him.
Don't you sounded educated? Can you read?
Sure. Yeah, probably ran across Whitman's name in one of them there periodicals back east, huh?
Oh, no. I mean, something like that. Hey, here comes somebody riding up.
Don't you know who he is?
No.
Well, he's the wagon master, name of Brett.
Now we're starting to hit some pretty rough country, folks. Better tighten up the lines. We're going a lot slower from here to the river.
Whatever you say, Brett.
It looks like you've got a visitor.
Yeah, we sure do. Well, let's talk to him when we can.
All right, keep your eyes peeled for other visitors, ones with red skins. There's pretty good hunting grounds, and we won't be moving very fast.
Oh, dear.
We'll be camping in a couple of hours.
Yeah, it'd be good to stop for a while.
Now, you'll have a lot harder trip from here on in. We should start through them mountains tomorrow.
The Rocky Mountains?
That's a good name for them, boy. A good name. Adios.
Henry.
Uh-huh.
You seem to know a whole lot about this trip. I mean, about getting the territory from England and Marcus Whitman and all them there mountains. How'd you know all them there things?
Well...
Form a circle! Get into a circle!
What's he shouting?
Engines!
Engines, come on! We gotta help form a circle there.
Get down! Knock him on down! Come on, all right, get back down!
Keep down, keep down. Well, I don't know how we did it. But there wasn't one casualty this whole afternoon.
So frightening.
I never saw anything like it my whole life. All them Indians riding around, shooting arrows at us all.
I know, folks. I've been wagon master on a whole lot of trips in the last few years, but you don't never really get used to an Indian attack.
Sure were brave. Running between wagons and giving us help the way you did.
Seems like the only one who wasn't really bothered was your young friend here, Henry.
Huh?
I saw you stand up a couple of times right in the middle of all that fighting.
Oh, I wanted to see better.
Yeah, you keep that kind of thing up and you might not stop seeing real fast.
Yeah, if we hadn't had as much warning as we did, we might all be that way, Owen.
Who gave you the warning, Mr. Brett?
A fellow that carries the mail west. Passed us earlier in the day, but he came back when he saw them Indians coming. Saved our lives, most likely.
You have any news from the east?
Oh, yes, he did. Almost slipped my mind in all the excitement. Polk was elected. Old 54-40 or fight. He made it.
Oh, that is good news.
Sure is. That'll not pretty well settle all the trouble about this territory out here. He'll get it for us, or my name ain't
He won't get all of it.
What's that, boy?
I said, he won't get all of it.
So what do you got on your mind, boy?
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
what's up there?
Well, he's going to talk to England about all the territory west of the Louisiana Purchase all the way up to Alaska. Isn't he?
Up to where?
I mean, up to the parallel 54 degrees, 40 north latitude. Isn't that what he's going to talk to England about?
That's right. 54-40 or fight. What did you call Alaska? Or,
I guess Russia owns it at this time, doesn't it?
You sure are a smart fella, Henry.
Yeah, sure are.
Yeah, but what makes you think President Polk won't get all that territory for us? Now, we got more settlers out here than England does. We got a lot more other claims to it, too.
England has some claim to the territory. They have traders and some trappers out there. Besides, if we got the whole land, there wouldn't be any Canada up there.
Any what?
What's it?
Sounds to me like you're for them redcoats taking the land. Is that right?
Not exactly. We'll divide it with England. That's what'll happen.
You think we'll give in to England just because of a few mangy trappers?
Hey, now, hold on there, Sonny. I don't want to hear anything poorly said about trappers.
Stumpy. What are you doing here?
What do you mean, Sonny? I'm a trapper in these parts, but who are you? How do you know my name?
He's a very strange boy, Stumpy. Seems to know a lot about most everything.
Aren't you really Stumpy?
Of course, I'm really Stumpy. Who are you, really?
I'm Henry. Henry Scott. Don't you know me? You know, Bill and the Rangers and you and me.
You see, Mr. Brett, that's what we're telling you about.
Yeah, he just seems to go way off once in a while.
I don't recall any Scott, Sonny. You must have me mixed up with some other feller.
Yeah, that's probably it. Listen, folks, we better all turn in now. We got a tough day ahead. And don't worry about this Scott boy. I'll keep an eye on him.
Sure feels good.
Right up here in front with you, Mr. Brett.
That's all right, boy. This way I can keep you can keep an eye on things. The way we do it and all.
I know. It's swell.
It's what?
Good. It's good.
Yeah. Well, we seem to be making pretty good time today. It's a little rough through here, but I guess the Indians are going to leave us alone.
Oh, hey, look ahead. Here comes a rider.
Yeah, so it is. Looks like that old trapper, Stumpy.
Sure it is. I wonder what he wants.
Indians! Indians! They're waiting for you up ahead!
Oh, stop the wagons! Waiting back in that valley, huh?
That's right, Brett. They ain't no mood to move until you pass by and they get you off.
Looks like we're in bad spot, eh, Brad?
Yeah, sure does. I wondered many times in the past why those redskins never used that valley for an ambush. Reckon I don't have to wonder no more.
It sure is a good thing I saw them there.
It sure is, Stumpy.
Well, now, you're sure they didn't see you?
Sure, I'm sure. When I say I'm sure, I'm sure.
Yeah, same old Stumpy.
I wish you'd get it out of your head that you know me, young feller.
Sorry. What are we going to do about those Indians?
That's what I'm puzzling out right now, boy. If I knew the answer to that, I'd be a lot happier. Now, if there's only some way we could go around the valley, we could just leave them Indians sit there.
Hey!
Now what?
I just recognized that bluff over there. And that one.
What are you talking about?
We're right near Knotty Pine.
I told you he gets that way, Brad, once in a while. You gotta watch him.
I even know how to get on the other side of the valley without passing through it. We'll use the trail that the Rangers use when they check the fire lanes.
I can't make out much of what he's saying, can you?
Now, the only part of that interests me is that he said something about getting around the valley. What's that all about, boy?
I said I know how to get around it. There's a real shallow place in the Shady River. We could take all the wagons and people across and follow the other side of that mountain to where it meets the other end of the valley.
You ever hear of a shallow place in that river, Stumpy?
Nope. Come on. Let's ride over there. I'll show you.
That looks like it's the only way, if it really is a way. Yeah, let's go.
Get up there! Come on, Bessie. Go on there. Go on there. Oh, you go. Come on there.
Well, that's the last of them. Looks like the Indians don't have the smallest idea what we're doing.
I don't know how you ever about this place in the river, Sonny. You sure saved a lot of lives by knowing it.
That's right. How did you know about it, Henry? You handle yourself like you lived in these parts all your life.
Well, of course, that's impossible. Ain't nobody lives in these parts but Indians. And me, I didn't even know about this place.
If I told you how I knew about it, you wouldn't believe me. Let's just be glad I did.
I'll go along with that. Yeah, well, it looks like about time to camp for the night. This looks like a pretty good spot. Lots of protection.
If it's all right with you, Brett, I'll spend the night in your camp.
Sure enough, Stumpy. Come on. I gotta get that train started on bedding down.
My, the country's gotten so nice out here. I know it's harder to travel through, but in a way that's nicer because you can spend more time looking.
I know what you mean, ma'am. I reckon that's one reason why I like this job of mine.
Henry.
Yes, Owen?
I owe you kind of an apology. I'd like to get it off my chest.
Apology?
Yeah, that's right. You see, I thought you was, out of your head when you first joined us. You do say some pretty strange things sometimes, and I...
Don't even think about it, Owen. I have to really stay on my toes to keep from saying things you think we're crazy all the time.
On your toes?
Oh, that's just an expression.
Anyhow, after you saved the day today, I just don't care if you are a little queer in the head. I just want you to know this.
Folks, might I have your attention for a little, folks? Thank you. Now, you probably all know that we was almost massacred today by Indians. I said almost. Well, we kind of put one over on the Redskins by taking this back way through here. I don't know if you all know that this lad here is the one who saved all our lives. His name is Henry. It was him that knew where to cross the river. Now, hold it down, folks. Hold it down. I thought we ought to pay a little tribute to Henry here for what he'd done, but it didn't hit me till just now how to pay that tribute to him.
How are you going to do it?
How are you going to do it?
Well, now, wait a bit, and I'll tell you.
Oh, you don't have to do anything.
Now, you just simmer down, fella. We all appreciate what you did, and we want to thank you.
You sure do.
Right. Now, it seems like I heard Henry call that river we crossed by a name this afternoon. Pretty good name at that. He called it the Shady River. And it seems to me like we just ought to officially name it that for all time. Yeah, so there you are, Henry. You might kind of call it your own river now. The Shady. Sure did shade us from them Indians.
Is that really how it got its name?
You just heard it, boy. What are you talking about?
Just think. The Shady River was named by me. All these years ago.
What are you talking about?
What's the matter, boy? You feel all right?
Looks like he's in a daze.
Hey, wake up, boy! Henry, wake up!
What?
Henry, wake up! You sure must like to study, young feller.
Dumpy? Where'd everybody go?
Looks like you fell asleep over your book, pal. You saw your light still on. Looks like all he said about how to study history so to be more interesting didn't work. Stuff still puts you right to sleep.
Sleep? Yeah, that must be it. Wow. Did I ever have a dream?
Well, that sometimes happens when we go to sleep, Henry.
I know, but what a dream. Hey, you were in it, Stumpy.
Huh?
You were a trapper in the Old West.
Well, you don't say. Did I make the list, Henry?
I don't remember you, Bill. Boy, was it ever realistic. I was on a wagon train going out to the Oregon Territory. There was an Indian attack and everything.
I said you should put yourself into those historical situations, Henry, but maybe this is carrying things too far.
We were right near here in the dream. I even recognized a couple of mountains outside of town.
Well, that's not hard to understand, pal.
It isn't?
No. You remember earlier when Stumpy told you that the old Oregon Trail used to run nearby Knotty Pine? You probably just remembered that, and it was an area you were familiar with.
I'd kind of like to see where the old trail used to be now. Just to see if it's where it was in my dream.
Uh-huh. That might be fun. We'll have to ride out there one day soon. I'll show you. Of course, we might have a little problem.
Problem?
That's right. You see, the old Oregon Trail used to go nearby here in two places.
Two places?
Uh-huh. I don't think anyone knows why for certain, but there's a legend that the Southern Trail was used for many years until a tribe of Indians tried to ambush a wagon train.
In a valley? Near where the trail crossed the Shady River?
That's right, Henry. Hey! I thought you said you didn't know about the trail being near Knotty Pine.
I didn't. At least I didn't think I did. Do you know any more of the story, Bill?
Well, only that the ambush didn't come off. It seems the wagon train started the new route a little ways up the river and skirted the valley, leaving the Indians just sitting there.
I can't believe it.
Seems to me, the way I heard the story, it was sometime around then that the Shady River got its name. For shading that wagon train from trouble or something.
I really can't believe it.
What's the trouble, pal?
Bill, Stumpy, I named the Shady River.
Well, boys and girls, dreams sure can play tricks on you, can't they? Sometimes something you've heard long ago and in an offhand way can be the subject of a whole dream. Well, hope you got as much out of Henry's history as he did. And we'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago. Bible Institute in Chicago. Bible Institute in Chicago. Bible Institute in Chicago.
You want some of this?
What new show doesn't suck?
We watch way too much TV.
Okay, pass out.
Oh! The People's Choice Awards just nominated Shasta McNasty's favorite new comedy.
Sweet!
Hang out with the guys from Shasta McNasty.
Well, how cool is that?
Tuesdays at 8, 7 Central on UPN.
Shasta McNasty rules!
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Well, I'm very happy to be here on Treasure Island at the San Francisco World's Fair.
Oh, so am I. You know, I've met all of my friends. You know, George, I was born in San Francisco. As a matter of
If I
fact...
were you, I'd keep it a secret.
Well, that's right, George. You know, as my daddy said when he first saw me, why bring that up?
Well, then, let's drop it.
Yeah, he did. Want to feel pup?
Yes, I'd be glad to. It's my life's ambition.
You know, my whole family lives in San Francisco, but my daddy lives with my uncle in a house across the bay.
And he commutes, huh?
Yeah, every 10 years.
That's very interesting.
He's an old-fashioned man.
I know.
One old-fashioned after another.
Was your daddy born in San Francisco,
Yes,
too?
South San Francisco.
South San Francisco.
Yes.
Have you always been this dizzy, Gracie?
Well, I got that way from following in my daddy's footsteps.
Well, at least your daddy has his good pints.
Oh, he said it.
Don't mind George, folks. He's a Los Angeles boy.
Well, if it isn't that Market Street Donamici, Frank Parker. And Frank, I'm not a Los Angeles boy. I was born on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Boston.
Say, Frank, what do you think of my hometown?
Oh, I think it's terrific. You know, Gracie, there are 40,000 beautiful girls here.
Frank, what are you up to?
3,634.
Stop with those girls. You know, there are other ways of getting a bang out of life.
Oh, you and your bubble gum.
Yeah.
Well, it's a noble experiment.
Gracie, isn't it grand to be back in your hometown and get such a nice hand?
Oh,
and
yeah.
speaking of nice hands, Heinz
Truman
ladies and gentlemen.
Truman Bradley.
Thank you. You know, I bet Gracie San Francisco never thought that you'd be a presidential candidate this year.
Well, why not? Why should I be an exception?
Tell me, Gracie, has the town changed much since you were here last?
Oh, yes. Well, I've been reading the local papers, and I see where men's clothes cost a fortune now. And
Men's clothes cost a fortune?
Oh, well, that's what it said. It said Billy Rose just got a $20,000 suit.
Gracie, that happens to be a Seattle model.
Well, I don't care if it has 2 pairs of pants. It's still not worth $20,000.
Look, when it said suit, it meant lawsuit. And the model happens to be a girl.
Oh, well, then maybe Billy Rose kissed her.
Kissed her? How can he kiss a girl so much taller than he is?
Well, maybe some of his friends put him up to it.
Either that or he jumped.
Say, Gracie, have I been having fun here?
Oh, really, Bubbles?
Yes, I had lunch today in 3 restaurants.
Three restaurants?
Yes.
Bubbles eats all over town.
Yes, I'm big that way.
I know. Bubbles, do you like Italian food?
And how?
Have you tried the Maggios?
Yes, and they're delicious with meatballs.
Bubbles, the Maggios are ball players.
Well, maybe she had them on the home plate.
Well, I certainly slid into that one. Oh, Ray Noble.
In the place.
What there is of it, yeah.
I say, Gracie, so sorry I'm late. You see, I'm playing at the Palace Hotel, and I had a little trouble getting here. The streets are all torn up.
Why, Ray Noble, that's impossible. I read in the paper where the street commissioner said that as a whole, the streets in San Francisco were all right.
Yes, they're all right as a whole. But how are their streets?
Well, when I'm president, I'm going to have a long talk with Mayor Rossi.
Why?
Well, he knows some cute stories.
He does.
Well, Grace, I was going to pick you some flowers here at the fairground, but there was a sign there that said, "Do not pick the flowers."
Oh, well, that's all right.
So I picked the sign.
Oh, thanks, Ray. I'll wear it in my hair.
You picked the sign?
Well, why not, George? There was no sign there saying, "Do not pick the sign."
Oh, I say.
Say, come here, Ray. I've got a present for you, too.
No, really?
Uh-huh. Well, put your arms around me.
Like this?
Uh-huh. A little closer.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Now, put your face next to mine.
Right so. What do I do now?
Well, why don't you go on Major Bo's amateur program?
Yes, why don't you do that?
Hurry up, folks. Get in on the special sale of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, the big dollar size, only 49 cents for a limited time only.
Well, I never heard of such a thing in my whole life, unless it was last week on the Burns and Allen program.
Gracie, Truman is doing the talking.
Oh, no, George, I'm doing the talking. Funny she didn't recognize my voice. Now, let's see, where was that? Oh, yes. I was at a toilet goods counter, and I plunked down 49 cents, and what did I get? Why, the big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Less than half price. And I saved 51 cents on the spot. And then and there, I made up my mind that I'd save 51 cents every day just by buying Heinz big dollar size for only 49 cents. Oh, and Georgie, what do you know? I got my autograph on the Heinz bottle.
And that's why this Heinz 49-cent special is called the Heinz Autograph Bottle.
You get more Heinz honey and almond cream for your money than ever before. And in addition, you get a Gracie Allen autograph right on the bottle, and it's detachable. Even at its regular price, this dollar-size Heinz is famous as the economy bottle. And now, at less than half price, it's phenomenal. It's genuine, fine, fragrant Heinz, the extra creamy, extra softening lotion for dry, rough hands. Get your Heinz 49-cent special tonight. Have softer, smoother hands for good. And now, Frank Parker. Tonight, Frank sings Stars in My Eyes by Fritz Kreisler, taken from the show The King Steps Up.
My song has wings, eternal springs, no longer but a dream. My cheeks aglow, emotions flow like sunlight on a stream. My step is gay along my way, the roses bloom at my feet. My love the rain, my being change, my life is now complete. Stars in my eyes tell how I feel. For this tender passion is real. I am loved, I am blessed. All that eager longing is laid to rest. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart beats with mine till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my eyes. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart beats with mine till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my eyes till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my
Frank, that was beautiful. You did a grand job.
Oh, thanks, George. Wait a minute, Gracie. George is supposed to say that.
Well, he's outside phoning.
Well, that's funny. Who does he know up here that can lend him a nickel?
Gracie, how do you like it here on Treasure Island?
Well, Truman, it's pretty enough to be a fair.
It is a fair, Gracie, and it's called Fair for 40, and it is beautiful.
So is George.
Beautiful?
No, fair for 40.
Listen, everybody, I've got it all arranged. I just spoke to J.J. Clifford, and he's coming over here tonight.
Not J.J. Clifford.
That's right.
Who's that?
Who is that?
Yes.
Politically, he's the most powerful man in this part of the country. And as your campaign manager, I'm telling you that if we could get him on our side, you're as good as being in the White House.
Oh, well, what do you think I ought to do?
Well, when he comes in, let me do the talking, and you just smile.
Oh, leave it to me. I'll just drop my eyes.
Yes, just drop your eyes.
And if he's a gentleman, he'll pick 'em up.
Stop with that silly talk and listen. J.J. Clifford is the man who gets behind you, takes hold of things, and makes you click.
Oh, an osteopath.
An osteopath.
I hope he doesn't rub me the wrong way.
Now, look, Gracie.
Say, George, you deserve a lot of credit lining up a big shot like J.J. Clifford.
Thanks. I met him at the press club.
That's all.
I don't let any grass grow under my feet.
Well, a little grass wouldn't hurt. It might cover up those shoes.
Yeah, well, J.J. Clifford is just about sold. And there's one thing you ought to know before he gets here.
What's that?
Now, he's got a red beard, and he's very sensitive about it.
Well, if I had a red beard, I'd be very sensitive about it, too.
Yeah. Well, you'd be sensitive if you had a brain.
Yeah, so would I.
Well, with a red beard, Gracie, we can play that game Beaver.
Oh, yes.
Beaver?
Yeah.
Look, he happens to run this part of the country, and if any of you holler Beaver, you know what you're going to get?
5 points. Yellow Beaver.
We're not playing Beaver, and don't mention his beard. Yeah. Hello. Oh, just a minute. Gracie, it's for you.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Bessie. It's my sister.
Good.
Yeah, what? Oh, you don't say. Oh, that's a scream. Goodbye.
What happened?
Oh, dear. Well, I left my car parked at the top of Fillmore Street Hill, and I forgot to put the brakes on.
I see.
And the funniest thing, the car is running down the hill.
Well, what's funny about that? Somebody might get killed.
Oh, it's impossible. There's nobody in the car.
What about the pedestrians?
Oh, the car is moving so fast, they won't have time to get in.
Well, it's your headache, and you can wear it.
Oh, by the way, chap, you mustn't miss that incubator building here at the fair. You know, they've got tiny babies there that weigh only 3 ounces.
Well, how do they live?
They charge admission.
They do.
Well, you see, those babies can always use a little change.
Yeah. Now listen, everybody. This may be J.J. Clifford, so no wisecracks about his beard. Come in.
Good evening. Miss Allen?
Yes?
My name is Agatha Pinwhistle.
My, how can you remember things like that?
Listen, yes, miss?
Gracie, don't you remember me? I was your teacher in the 3rd grade.
Oh, Miss Pinwhistle. Oh, well, I didn't recognize you without your slip showing.
What?
Boys, this used to be my teacher.
How do you
Hello,
do,
Penny.
Penny?
How do you do?
Miss Pinwhistle, I'll bet Gracie gave you lots of trouble in school.
Oh, no, you can be very proud of your daughter.
Well, My daughter?
Yes, Gracie always had an active mind. She learned things very quickly, but always backwards.
Yes.
I think I know what you mean.
Miss Pinwhistle, remember how I was always getting mixed up in arithmetic and history? I used to think that 2 times 3 was Napoleon.
2 times 3 was Napoleon?
Well, of course, I was silly when I was a little girl.
Oh, sure.
I know better than that now.
Of course.
Anybody knows that 2 times 3 is Julius Caesar.
Yes. For a minute, I thought I had you.
See, Miss Pinwhistle, whatever happened to Oakland and Berkeley?
Oh, they're in Kansas City.
Oakland and Berkeley are in Kansas City?
Well, those are the twins who sat in front of me.
Oh. Well, why did they name twins Oakland and Berkeley?
Well, because they were only 5 minutes apart.
I know they're twin sisters, Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Oh.
Gracie, whatever happened to that little girl you used to play with all the time?
Oh, which one do you mean?
Oh, the one that sat in back of you, that sickly little girl who was so frail and anemic.
Oh, well, she's still my girlfriend. Bubbles, you remember Miss Pinwhistle? Sure. Oh, hello, Miss Pinwhistle.
Why, Bubbles, I hardly know you. Haven't you taken on a little weight?
Oh, about 275 pounds.
Yeah, that's all.
Say, Miss Pinwhistle, seeing you here reminds me of my school days. You know, my teacher used to slap me when I was naughty.
Yes, he was a regular Mickey Rooney.
Yes, but it never hurt. And the reason it never hurt was that my teacher had soft hands.
Cut, Truman. A little music, boys. All right, you can take it, Truman.
And Miss Pinwhistle?
Yeah.
Just because she used Heinz honey and almond cream.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a 10-cent size.
No.
No, it wasn't the 25-cent size or the 50-cent size.
Yeah.
No, it was the dollar size. And would you believe it, Miss Pinwhistle? Today you can get it for only 49 cents.
That's right.
Oh, Miss Pinwhistle.
Yes, sir.
Miss Pinwhistle, whatever happened to that silly boy who sat next to me? You know, the one who called me Googie?
Which one?
Well, you know, the one with the buck teeth. The one who used to bite I love you on my desk.
He bit I love you on your desk?
Yes. Don't you remember, Miss Pinwhistle? He'd sit for hours and go like this.
Let me see. Oh, Stinky.
Yes, that's the one. Miss Pinwhistle.
Yes, Gracie?
Whatever became of that good-looking history teacher?
Well, I got to go, Gracie.
Well, remember when he tried to kiss you?
Well, I didn't kiss him, did I?
Well, I don't know. Did you?
No, not because he was a history teacher. It was the principal I was thinking of.
Oh. Yeah, he was pretty, too.
Well, Ray, that was grand. I certainly enjoyed it.
Oh, thanks, George. Shall I play it again?
Oh, no, never mind.
All right, then. Oh, by the way, Gracie, right after the broadcast, how about you and me being my guests at Billy Rose's Aquacade, huh?
Well, I'll be glad to go once, but I've been there again.
Well, that's smart, Petta. You know, I was there the other night, and Johnny Weissmuller is really a swimmer. He starts out with the Australian crawl.
George, have you ever seen the San Francisco crawl?
There's no such a thing as the San Francisco crawl.
Oh, no? Did you ever try to drive down Market Street at 5 o'clock?
Well, anyway, that speed of Johnny Weissmuller's is great.
Oh, yes, he's fast.
You bet.
I saw him last night, too.
Did you see him go into all those dives?
See him. I was with him. Can he dance?
He's a good dancer. Oh, now this is probably J.J. Clifford. Now remember, Frank, and that goes for everybody. No wisecracks about his red beard. And Gracie, be on your toes.
Yeah,
your
I
whole
will.
campaign depends upon this.
Yes.
Come in.
Is Gracie here?
Well, I'm Gracie.
Who's this?
Don't you remember me, Gracie? I'm Rollo. I used to go to school with you.
Why, Rollo, how you've changed.
Yeah, I've grown. I've got on long pants.
Oh, so have I grown.
Gracie, take it easy.
Gracie, you remember the day you left school 20 years ago? You gave me a sandwich.
Uh-huh.
Well, I brought it back to you.
You mean you kept the sandwich all these years?
I don't like peanut butter.
And vice versa.
Say, Rollo used to be the smartest boy in the 3rd grade.
I still am.
Say, Rollo, remember the fun we used to have in school? We'd drop our books under the desk, and then we'd bend down and pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd drop them again, and we'd pick them up again. Oh, you had more fun?
Where did the fun come in?
Under the desk.
Yes, well, your book's read.
Hello, Rollo. Oh, Rollo, this is Bubbles. Remember Bubbles?
I remember part of her.
Why, Rollo, I hardly recognized you without your dunce cap.
I don't wear it anymore. It makes me look too tall.
Yeah. You look much prettier this way.
Say, Rollo, whatever happened to the little boy who sat right across from me?
You mean all he used to do was Stinky?
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen him in years.
Well, why did he do a...
Well, he was practicing to go with Shep Field.
Well, I wouldn't pal around with Stinky. He was a dope.
Oh, quiet, Einstein.
Gracie, who is this fellow Ray Noble who always wants to be alone with you? I'd like to punch him right in the nose.
Now, look here, I resent that, old boy. I'm Ray Noble, and if I want to be alone with Gracie, I'll be alone with her.
Yeah, what about me?
No, I'd rather be alone with Gracie.
Oh, isn't this fun? I've got 2 men fighting over me.
And look here, I say, if you'll step outside, I'll repulse you.
Oh, yeah? Then I'll repulse you.
I'll repulse you first.
And I'll repulse you right back again.
What's going on here?
Well, these boys are really repulsive.
You said it. And boys, step outside.
Who'll hold my coat?
All right, I will.
Say, that sandwich that Rollo brought back couldn't have been 20 years old.
Well, it was.
It didn't taste like it.
Bubbles, you ate a sandwich that was 20 years old?
Well, why shouldn't she? It's too old to be outside.
Well, that's nice because the sandwich in there will meet a lot of nice pickles.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, listen, everybody. This must be J.J. Clifford. And remember, no jokes about his red beard. Come in.
Yes.
Quiet, quiet. How do you do, Mr. Clifford?
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
Quiet, quiet. Mr. Clifford, this is Gracie Allen.
What are you laughing at, Miss Allen?
Oh, if I told you, Mr. Clifford, would your fuzz be red?
She means this is the first time she's met you. She has an impediment.
Oh, yes, yes. Miss Allen, no doubt Mr. Burns has told you I'm in a position to sweep you into office.
Well, thanks. You've got just the face for it.
Well, not to change the subject, Mr. Clifford, but I want you to meet Bubbles and Truman Bradley.
How do you do? How do you do?
And this is Frank Parker.
Beaver.
Beaver?
Beaver?
Well, Beaver, can you spare a dime?
One cycle to
I made it wrong. Yes,
Yeah, what's going on
Well, you
here?
see, he's a tenor. He's got to rehearse.
Oh. Now, Miss Allen, if our district is going to support you, we want to know what you can do for us. So let's not beat around the bush.
No, not by the hair of your chinny chin chin.
Who said that?
The 3 little pigs.
Mr. Clifford, what about the Power and Water Project? Remember?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Hetch Hetchy.
What?
Hetch Hetchy.
Oh, coochie coochie.
Gracie, please.
Look, I haven't time for all this foolishness. Now, Miss Allen, let's get down to brass tacks.
Well, wouldn't you rather go to the Bell Tavern?
Look, this is a very important man.
Miss Allen, if you're elected president, what are you going to do about our street maintenance? You know most of our streets run uphill.
Oh, don't worry. I won't let them run down.
Well, that's a new slant. Gracie, he means what kind of aid will you give California?
Well, there are only two kinds of aid.
Federal and state?
No, orange and lemon.
You certainly squeezed in that. Come in.
Look, it's a policeman with Ray Noble and Ronald.
A policeman?
Mr. Burns, you better keep these two fellows in here. We don't allow that kind of stuff here at the fair.
What were they doing? Fighting, huh?
No, dancing together at the pavilion.
Dancing? Well, Mr. Clifford, I want to apologize for all this confusion.
Oh, yes, I do beg your pardon. I say, George, who is this chap?
J.J. Clifford.
Looks like Santa Claus with high blood pressure.
I can see that you people are taking my coming up here as a joke. My standing in this community is a very important one, and I do not intend to subject myself to ridicule. Good
Just a minute, Mr. Clifford. You see, we're here at the World's Fair, and we're all having a lot of fun and a lot of laughs. So, and Truman, will you talk to him?
Okay, Mr. Clifford, we realize that you're one of the most influential men in the state, sir.
That's
and
right.
if we did have a bit of fun, it wasn't premeditated, I assure you.
Yes.
As for having fun at your expense, it's out of the question,
Yes.
sir. After all, what can we possibly say that would be any funnier than that broken-down beard you're wearing?
Oh, well, there goes California.
Well, I've had enough of this. And, Mr. Burns, if you ever happen to be in the Richmond district, don't bother to look me up.
Richmond District. I used to live on 4th Avenue.
So did I, 668.
Well, so did I, on the first floor.
I lived on the second.
Stinky!
Spooky!
Tell me now that bare knees are smart. Girls are wearing short skirts that stop just above the knee and high socks that stop just below the knee. Well, those bare knees are certainly okay with the male population, as long as the knees are smooth and pretty. So be sure to smooth Heinz Honey and Almond Cream on your knees before you wear the new bare knee fashions. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening for rough, sandpapery hands, and it's just as grand for rough knees. And say, right now is the time to buy Heinz. It's on special sale. The big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is only 49 cents. Yes, less than half price. Just go to any toilet goods counter and ask for Heinz Autograph Special. You get over twice as much lotion for your money, and you also get a Gracie Allen autograph on the bottle, and it's detachable. You can add it to your autograph collection. Now, don't forget, get Heinz 49 cents special while the getting is good. This amazing offer lasts for a limited time only. The big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents.
And now Gracie will sing Tennessee Fish Fry from American Jubilee. Sing it.
Catch the catfish for the prize. Poor little you've never been to a fry. Well, ain't that a shame? Ain't that a shame? Ain't that scandalous? Ain't you never been to a Tennessee fish fry? Ain't you never fished for your dinner down south? You ain't? If you never been to a Tennessee fish fry, then you never had a chunk of heaven right in your mouth. You ain't tasted cornbread when it's drowned in the pound of butter. You ain't swung your sweetest gal around in the do-si-do if you never been to a Tennessee fish fry. There's an awful lot about a picnic that you don't know, and now irrespective, just because you've been to a Caroline clam bake, ain't no reason you acting kind of high-hat, no man. Just because you've been jamboreeing in Georgia, ain't no reason to pretend that you're an aristocrat. If you dance the cakewalk in Kentucky, then man, you're lucky. Lucky you're with me in Tennessee, where the fish is free. If you've never been to a Tennessee fish fry, my, that's the same as saying that you've never been on a tree. Yes, sirree. Now, come on, Emmeline, Susie Joe. Wake up, Banjo Eyes, here we go. There's an awful lot about a picnic that you don't know.
Are you wearing the new nylon stockings? Then take care of them. Many sales girls handling stockings tell us they use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream to keep hands feeling soft and smooth, help prevent snagging fine holes. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening. And now it's on sale at an extra special price. The big dollar size for only 49 cents.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, no, wait, George. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chamber of Commerce has asked me to think of a way to make San Francisco more beautiful. Now, let's see.
Well, I'm going back to Los Angeles.
Oh, that'll do it.
Good night.
We're lucky to live in a country where we can sing freely, talk freely. So let's stop a moment. Thank our stars, we're Americans, and give a thought to the poor unfortunates abroad. Give more than a thought, give to the Red Cross. Help the Red Cross rush relief to the helpless women and children caught in the grief of war. Send a dime or a dollar or more if you can to your local Red Cross chapter. Thank you. Well, don't forget, George and Gracie and all of us will be back again next Wednesday at this same time. And don't forget also, for honeymoon hens, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Truman Bradley wishing you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Rules! Oh, I'll talk. All right, you do all the talking. Okay.
Can I help you?
We'll ask the questions around here, okay? Okay? Whose bright idea was it to use P and Q?
We're just getting used so often.
Used? People are pounding us all day long. My head is killing me. P books, kill. P clothes, kill.
He's just not used to this much action.
Not everyone is happy about how easy online shopping has just become. Just type P, whatever it is you're shopping for, then Q.com. Now shopping starts with P and ends with Q.
Well, he's just overworked. Ow!
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Intrigue on the Waterfront. The Green Hornet strikes again. You wouldn't give Hitler the time of day, would you? No American would. And yet every day there are many of us who are giving him information a lot more vital through careless talk. Remember, the enemy has agents all around us picking up seemingly harmless bits of our small talk and fitting them into a pattern of deadly value. Therefore, it's best that we all follow a few simple rules to guarantee that no information, no matter how trivial, will get into enemy hands. If you hear it from someone, don't repeat it. If you see it yourself, don't repeat it. But if you read it in the newspapers or magazines or hear it on the radio, you can talk about it to your heart's content. Just remember that the enemy is listening to what you have to say. Think before you talk, because careless talk costs lives. And now, the Green Hornet. The gray, dripping fog crept in along the deserted waterfront, swirling and eddying in the night like the misty, elusive fragments of a terrorizing nightmare. To the girl standing on the wet and slippery dock, Every shadow seemed a slinking, sinister presence, ready to reach forth and engulf her shivering figure within the folds of a suffocating shroud. Despite the warmth of her expensive fur coat, an irresistible, chilling fear had gradually welled up within her, reaching a terrifying climax as a hand suddenly touched her on the arm.
Oh!
Quiet. It's I, Barry.
Oh, Barry, thank heaven. I was so frightened.
There, darling. It's all right now. I guess I shouldn't have asked you to come here, but I had to see you. To make you understand that I still love you more than anything on earth.
It's all been so puzzling, and I've been so worried. Oh, Barry, my dear, tell me what it's all about. What are you doing down here in this awful place? What's happened to you?
All I can say, Claire, darling, is you must have faith. I can't tell you anything more.
Barry, how can you do this to me? Since your discharge a month ago, I've been almost crazy with worry. And yet not a word from you until you phoned tonight to meet you like this.
Don't, Claire. I can't stand to have you cry. Can't you realize how hard it was for me to stay away from you?
Take me away from here, Barry. Take me home. These terrifying, lonely sounds and this fog frightens me. Come, take me home now.
I can't go with you, Claire. Believe me, there's nothing I'd rather do. But I can't.
You think everyone's against you, that you have no friends. That's why you've been hiding in this miserable, depressive waterfront neighborhood. Oh, but Barry, my dear, I know it's all been a mistake. What they said wasn't true. You couldn't have done or acted as they said.
It's no use, Claire. The court-martial was just and fair. There's no more to be said.
You mean you were disloyal to your country? Then you... Oh, Barry, how could you? What's come over you?
Claire, darling, I can't help what I think and feel. I stood against them all for my principles. But I don't care what people think. I know all the publicity's made me despised throughout the country. In spite of all that, knowing that you have faith in me is all that matters. Say that you have. Tell me.
Barry. Oh, Barry, if only you had said it wasn't true. I was sure you'd tell me that. But to hear from your own lips that... I'd better leave now. Please don't try to see me again. It's best that we...
Wait, Claire. You can't leave me like this. I've told you I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you now?
I could never love a traitor. Oh, Barry.
Claire, my darling. And I thought you, above all, would understand and have faith. Now you've gone. Gone out of my life.
Is that you, Lyndon?
What? Pender, I didn't hear you coming.
I thought I heard you talking to someone.
Oh. I guess I was thinking out loud, Pender. One thinks strange thoughts in this drifting fog. See strange visions that come and then fade into nothingness. Broken dreams that are no more tangible than a handful of this swirling gray mist.
You talk like a fool, Lyndon. Your bitterness against your countrymen is weighing too strongly on your mind.
Maybe so, Pender. But I don't need you to remind me of it.
Don't be so jumpy, my boy. We are your friends now. Forget these others until such time as you can pay them back with our help for their treatment of you. That's what you want to do, isn't it?
Yes, of course. I'm only waiting to hear what plans you have for me. I'm ready to do my part.
The following morning, in the regional office of Naval Intelligence, an aide approached the desk of the commanding officer.
What is it, Lieutenant?
Inspector Martin of the Federal Bureau to see you, sir.
Have the inspector come right in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Martin, Inspector Martin.
Good morning, Inspector. Have a chair.
Good morning, Commander.
It's nice having you work with us on this case, Inspector. Have you a report on Lyndon?
Yes.
After he was broken from the ranks, he took a room down on the waterfront. Before very long, he was visited by certain parties whom we've had under suspicion for some time.
You suspect, then, that Linden is really dealing with foreign agents?
That's what we hope to prove.
Do you think by any chance they might be the ones responsible for the sinkings outside the harbor of those ships going to join the convoys?
Well, that remains to be seen, Commander. 2 of our men are down on the waterfront trying to get a line on Linden and those men. What they hope to accomplish by contacting Linden is not clear as yet, if they're really the ones we're after.
Linden was one of the best navigators in the service, Inspector. He'd be invaluable under certain circumstances.
I see.
It's very important that we put a stop to the losses of the ships leaving this harbor. It's most vital to the progress of the war that those ships get through safely. Therefore, I'm hoping that by tailing Linden, you'll soon be led to the Nazi agents responsible for the sinkings. And the sooner the better.
That afternoon, Britt Reed, young socialite and publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, had a charming visitor in his office, Claire Amesbury, who was included in his circle of friends. Her pretty face reflected the anxiety and suffering which was in her mind as she leaned forward and spoke.
To me, Barry was everything that was fine and good, Britt. And our future looked so bright. I loved him devotedly.
You say that as though you changed in your feeling for him.
I try to think I have changed. I tell myself that he can never mean anything to me again, but... Oh, it's no use. No matter what he's done, I still love him. That's why I came to you.
Well, I don't understand, Claire.
I came to you because as a publisher, you have influence. I want you to try to keep track of Barry. Let me know if you hear anything about him. I just can't stand the thought of him hiding out in that terrible waterfront neighborhood, deserted and alone. Britt, you will help me, won't you?
Well, Claire, if there's anything I can do, I'll certainly do it for your sake. Now brace up and try not to worry too much. Perhaps someday Barry will find himself again. And perhaps, too, you'll eventually find that you were hasty in your judgment. A man who was once fine and good isn't wholly lost, Claire. Time will tell what sort of a man Barry Linden really is.
That night, in the cabin of a nondescript motorboat anchored near a deserted dock in the harbor, Barry Linden sat talking to Pender and one of his henchmen.
And just what are the plans, Pender? Where do I fit in?
Our plans are these, Linden. Outside the harbor, one of our submarines is waiting. On board are trained saboteurs. We will take you out and put you aboard at midnight. You will navigate the submarine through the minefield into the harbor. Now, the submarine's presence will not be noted because of the routine harbor traffic.
I see. Yes, I can do that all right. And then what?
The saboteurs will be landed in a cove up around the bend. They have work to do. Then, when they have returned to the submarine, we will create havoc among the shipping in the harbor.
Ah, what a sight it will be to see the wholesale damage that will be done.
You really think the sub will have a chance to get out again?
It will be your job, my friend, to see that it does get out through the minefield. Pender, there's a small boat approaching, a rowboat with 2 men in it. Snooping federal men, perhaps. We must get out the machine guns.
No, wait. Sound of the shooting might bring a harbor patrol down on us. Start the engine. We will run them down. Hurry.
They won't know but hit them. Come on, quick.
Look here, Pender. You can't do that.
You what here, Linden? Is it that you're getting squeamish about hurting some of your countrymen, perhaps?
You don't need that gun. It was only there must be some other
I will
way
have to hold this gun, not because I do not trust you, my friend, but because I take no chances that you may warn them. You will soon get used to our methods. Yes, very soon. Now brace yourself, Linden. When we hit, there may be a slight jar. We should be coming close now.
Hey, look out! You'll run us down! Look out!
Hear them squirm, Linden. Smash them, Carl! Smash them!
Hello, Reed. Sure I thought you'd be on the way home by this time.
Well, I had a few matters to attend to before leaving, Exford. Where have you been?
Oh, around here and there. Mostly there, I might be saying. Sort of a dull day, all in all.
Well, that's no help to a newspaper. At least you might have tried. Hello. Oh, yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, actually.
Who, me? Oh, who could it be, I wonder? Hello? Oh, it's you, Sergeant Burke. What's up? They did? You don't say. When? You don't say. 2 of them, eh? You don't say. What? All right, you do say it then. Something confidential? Sure, I won't tell a soul. What is it? You don't say. I mean, is that right now? Sure, wait for me. I'll be right down the cab. Goodbye.
What's up?
Plenty, Reed. Sarge says 2 of Inspector Martin's men were found in the harbour. Both goners, too.
2 of Martin's men?
That's right. And what's more... Of course, I'm not supposed to tell this. They were tailing that young Lieutenant Barry Linden who was thrown out of the Navy, that they were. There was wreckage of a small boat nearby. They must have been run down somehow.
So they were assigned to trail Linden, huh? If you're going to police headquarters, you'd better get going.
Sure. Burke's going down to look things over. I'm going with him. I'll be seeing you, Reed. I'll get the news to Gunnigan as soon as I get the details.
Evidently, Barry Linden was hiding out on the waterfront for a purpose. Whatever he's up to, I think it's time his hand was called by the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. Most Americans who are buying war bonds are doing so because they know that our government has to have this money to fight and win the war. This is the best possible reason. However, there's still another good reason for buying war bonds, a reason that's based on self-interest. Whenever we can invest $3 and get back $4, that, fellow Americans, is good business, no matter what you're buying. Unfortunately, the supply of civilian goods is less than the demand, and you can't buy the merchandise you may want. Therefore, isn't it just plain good sense to sock as much money as possible into war bonds where it will be earning dividends for post-war use? Look over that budget of yours again and see if you can't find a way to increase your war bond buying. Remember that $4 for 3 is about the best bargain you can make today or any day. And now back to our story. Britt Reed hurried to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You seem in great hurry, Mr. Britt.
I am, Cato.
Something wrong, perhaps?
In a way, yes. Claire Amesbury called on me today about young Barry Linden. I promised to find out about him for her.
He's officer court-martialed for uttering words not loyal to United States.
That's the one, all right. Cato, he seems to be mixed up in some intrigue on the waterfront.
So Green Hornet go to waterfront tonight?
Yes. Are you ready?
Always I'm ready to ride in Black Beauty. Much better than being just plain valet. I get the gas gun and mask.
Good. I'm going to help a lady in distress, Cato, by finding out what's what about her fiancé. I hope I don't have to add to her distress by turning the man she loves over to the police. But it's one job the Green Hornet can do that Britt Reed couldn't. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We are passing through the minefield. A few minutes, we'll be safe.
Yes, we're almost through.
Without your help, we could have not done it, my friend. As soon as we are through, we will raise the periscope enough to have a look around.
And soon our torpedoes will speed forth with destruction for everything within the harbor.
But first, we will land our men.
Signals are getting weaker. We are out of the minefield, Pender.
You're right, Carl. Commander, it's time now to have a look around.
Up, periscope.
Good. Now I will have a look. We have many ships to prey upon. This will be a night long remembered.
But first you're going to land some men in the North Cove, aren't you, Pender?
We are going to land some saboteurs, yes, but not in the North Cove, Lyndon.
But that's where you planned for them to land.
True, but after we made those plans, you left the boat for a while, Lyndon. Just to be on the safe side, I've decided to land them in the South Cove.
Oh, so you don't trust me, huh?
Lyndon, Nazi agents are trained that they must trust no one. But in your case, I have reason not to trust you. Lyndon, you are no longer one of us. You are from now on our prisoner.
Prisoner? Are you crazy, Pender? Have you forgotten that you have to go out through the minefield? Without my help, this submarine...
You Americans do not give us credit for brains. Our submarine navigator took note of the bearings as we came through the field. He can therefore take us safely out again without your help. Head to the South Cove, Commander.
Yeah, Herr Pender. Bearing south by southwest.
And now, Lyndon, just to make sure you cause no trouble, we will confine you to the commander's cabin. Carl, take him.
No, you don't. I won't. Stop it. Keep your hand. Now, I'll take him, Pender. Let me go.
Wait, Carl. I would give him this. That, my friend, is for what I happen to know you did when you left the boat tonight. You were followed, Lyndon. And now your game is up.
Cater, we went to the dock where Claire Amesbury said she met Barry Lyndon, but there was nothing suspicious so far as I could see. Maybe that boat that ran down Martin's men is up around the North Cove, which is a likely hideout.
This road along waterfront leads to North Cove, Mr. Britt. We soon be there.
Yes. Wait, Cato, stop the car. We got to turn around, quick. Looks as though we're heading right into a trap of some kind.
That car's stopping, Martin. Whoever it is saw their lights gleam on our car there.
Come on, everybody. After them, quick.
Hey, Sarge, look it. Great St. Patrick, if it isn't the Hornet's car. It's the Green Hornet, all right. Stop. Stop or we'll drill you.
They've turned around. They'll get away.
Let them have it, boys. Give it to them.
Too bad, Sergeant. Evidently, he was coming here to meet those saboteurs.
Say, no. It's long after the time them Nazis was to land here. Are you sure you got things straight, Inspector?
Yes, our plans were carefully laid.
Well, then, whoever told you about them saboteurs told you wrong, as I see it.
No, I don't think so. The information came from one of our best men. Evidently, something has gone wrong someplace, though.
Well, you can keep on waiting here with a couple of men. I'm going after that Hornet. Come on, Axford.
Be on the lookout, Sergeant. Meantime, if nothing happens here soon, we'll follow you up the waterfront road. We've got to find those Nazis before it's too late.
Here's another cove, Cato, the South Cove. There's nothing here either so far as I'm able to see.
Quite dark, Mr. Britt. Not see far over water.
No. Well, let's get out and walk down to the water's edge. No doubt the police will trail us up here before long.
They seem to be waiting for something at North Cove.
Yes. There's something in the wind, all right. I thought I heard Martin's voice back there, too.
Maybe it's... Mr. Britt.
What's the matter?
Listen, close.
You're almost there.
Nazis.
See? Shadow dark against the water. Come toward shore.
Oh, I see the outline of 3 or 4 men. Get ready, Cato. We have a job to do.
Now come with me.
4 of them. That's 2 apiece, Cato. Now, hey, Martin, don't take it, Nazi. This for you.
You not fight good?
Here's some for you, too, fella.
No. Cash.
Well, that settles them, Cato. We took them by surprise.
What do now, Mr. Britt?
We're taking this rubber boat out. The boat they came from must be out there somewhere. Come on. I've got a hunch Barry Lyndon's mixed up in all this, but not quite the way we think. We've got to work fast, Cato. Mighty fast.
What do you see through the periscope, Herr Pender? Have they reached shore safely?
It is so dark, it is difficult to... The rubber boat. It is coming back. Something must have gone wrong. Surface a submarine at once to take them in.
Surface submarine!
Even if they cannot get ashore to carry through the sabotage, we can do damage to the shipping in the harbor before we leave. We've surfaced, Commander. Let us go up. Commander, I do not see them now. I wonder if
Don't move, Nazi. I'm right behind you.
Me right behind this one with a gun.
What? Shoot, I shoot. Kamerad. You, whichever's in command, call down the hatch and order full speed ahead. And do it in English. I understand German if you try any tricks.
we are pointed toward the shore. The submarine will be beached.
Exactly. Do it now if you want to live.
Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
In a couple of minutes, Nazis will be on the beach.
Look. Shadows moving on shore. Many men and cars look like...
Police, when we hit jump and swim for it, Cato. The excitement you'll be able to get the Black Beauty away. Now you, turn around and face me.
Yes, of course. Mask.
For what? Before we ground, you'd better take this.
No. Gas.
So that is what you do, huh?
Shoot gun just to make noise. This much better.
All right, now, Cato, jump. The sub's going to hit that old dock and the police will swarm all over it. Come on, they'll find Barry Lyndon.
St. Patrick preserve us. It's one of them devil U-boats climbing right onto the dock almost.
Hurry up, men. Let's get out there and board it before it breaks loose from the dock.
That's where them 4 men we found lying on the beach came from, I'm thinking.
Of course. Didn't you notice they wore German naval uniforms? Come on. They're putting up a fight. Get out your tear gas bomb, Sergeant. We'll let them have it. Here we are. Watch out you don't slip.
Sure, and this thing is slippery. Hey, Martin, here's 2 of them lying on deck.
They've surrendered, Sergeant. And look, there's Lieutenant Lyndon coming up out of the hatch. Our men found him down there, I guess.
That one? Sure, and he should be shot on sight.
That's you, Inspector Martin? That light shining from the open hatch isn't very bright.
Yes, it's I, Lieutenant. This is Sergeant Burke. And that one slithering up over the side there is Axford, a reporter.
I ain't liking to be introduced to the likes of you, Lyndon. It'll be a pleasure to run you in.
Oh, so that's Barry Lyndon, is it? Sure, now I've seen everything. Nazis, traitors...
Hold on, Axford. You're looking at a scoop that will shake the nation. A hero who will go down in history. Lieutenant Barry Lyndon, United States Navy, in good standing.
Say now, what is all this, Inspector?
Lieutenant Lyndon went through that court-martial as a volunteer, willing to take disgrace so that the Nazi agents would contact him. He continually kept in touch with us and with naval intelligence. Fine work, Barry. I'm sure that girl of yours will be proud.
She called me a traitor.
Barry, to twist a well-known line a little bit, remember that she couldn't love you half so well had she not loved her country more. And now you can tell her everything.
Glory be. So you took kicking around by the whole country so as to catch them Nazis. Lieutenant, that's one story the Sentinel will be proud to print this very morning.
Hey, there's one thing I don't understand, though. My plans went astray. I don't know how they came to run this sub aground and why they didn't get their men ashore.
Say now, we found 4 of them stretched out as nice as you please back there on the shore.
They looked as though they'd been gassed. At least 2 of them.
Say, that begins to give me an idea.
You've got plenty of room for a good one, Ashford. What is it?
That's it. That's the idea I had. That somewhere, somehow, that sneaking weasel of a man had a hand in this. That trouble-creating criminal, the Green Hornet.
Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sent
average American would never consider committing a theft or fraud. Yet all too many of these so-called honest Americans are riding around burning black market gasoline, violating a regulation that is designed to help win the war. It's possible that many of these black market customers don't quite understand the situation. A lot of people have the idea that black market gasoline comes from some mysterious source, a source that has nothing to do with the limited civilian supply. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Every gallon of black market gasoline is siphoned from an honest civilian's legitimate supply. To help end this black market evil, be sure that you are not guilty of buying gasoline coupons or buying gasoline without proper coupons. Remember, the black market cannot exist without customers. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Sick enough for Cool Borders 4? It's got more air, more tricks, and more chances to explore the freak within. Whoa.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The boys and girls who traveled to the western United States with their mothers and fathers and grew up in the great new territory heard many stories of the phantom figure of the plains. No one was ever known to beat him to the draw, and his courage was only matched by his sense of fair play. The man who deserved a second chance always received one from the masked rider of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble in Boonville. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Our story opens in the cafe at Boonville, where Link Hamlin and Rusty Brennan are seated at a table. With them is young Neil Clark, who pushes back his chair and says,
Well, I'll be seeing you fellas again, I reckon.
Shucks, Neil. Stay on. Have another drink.
No thanks, Link. I'd better be getting on home.
Still tied to your Ma's apron strings, huh?
That ain't so.
Oh, leave him be, Rusty. Neil's all right. He just ain't used to being growed up, that's all. And he's still got a notion everything his folks tell him is gospel truth.
That is, Neil?
I'm old enough to think things out for myself. And I do, too.
Yeah?
You just wait. You both got the idea I'm scared to tell my folks I'm going my own way, ain't you? Well, I ain't scared, and I'll show you.
Well, now, young fella, that's the way to talk.
Maybe he's got some gumption after all.
I'm going on 18. I ain't a kid no more.
Of course you ain't, Neil. Of course you ain't. And when you get around to proving that to your old man and your ma, why, drop around and look me and Rusty up. Maybe we'll be able to use you.
Say, you mean to let me throw in with you fellas?
Sure, why not?
And, buddy, if you do, it won't be just wages you'll have to spend. It'll be important cash.
Oh, that's sure swell. Gosh, I don't know what to say.
We're your friends, ain't we?
But I never figured to take...
Well, don't start figuring yet a while, fella. You ain't told the folks you're leaving the ranch yet. All we've said is that if you do strike out for yourself, then you can join us.
Well, sure, I savvy all right. Sure. But you'll see, I'll tell him. I ain't scared.
Can't tell him before you see him, can you?
Well, no, but
then maybe you better be running on home after all.
Huh? Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I reckon I better. But I said I'd be seeing you fellas again. And maybe sooner than you expect. Good night.
Just a second.
Huh?
There's a storekeeper at the bar. He's been looking this way like he wanted to talk to you, Neil.
Ezra? Where?
Standing next to that tall stranger.
Yeah, I see him now. Meddling old fool. Aims to give me some more of his advice, I reckon. Well, I'll show him where to head in.
Don't take no sass off of him, Neil.
Hi there, Neil.
What do you want, Ezra?
Just a word is all.
Excuse me, stranger.
Of course.
Bar's kind of crowded. Well, Ezra, a word about what?
Son, don't you think you ought to steer clear of fellows like Rusty and Link?
They're my friends.
Mighty poor friends to have, I'd say.
Ezra, you ain't got no call to tell me what to do just because I worked for you when I was a kid.
When he was a young'un? Seems to me you've aged mighty quick then. Wasn't more than 3 months ago you left me to work for your pa on the ranch, was it?
You're making fun of me.
Now, don't go flying off the handle, Neil. Tain't that at all. I'm just trying to warn you for your own good.
And you can save your breath.
Oh, shucks, as anybody else but you, that's just what I'd do. But your pa's my best friend, Neil. We came to Texas together. Fact is, I've always sort of looked on you like my own kin.
Well, that don't give you any rights over
Neil,
me.
you look here. You're right at the age when you can either grow up to be the right kind of a man like your pa is, or get off on the wrong trail and end up where Link and Rusty
You
are
talk
over
like
there.
they're crooks.
Well, ain't they?
I've heard enough. And I'll thank you to mind your own affairs. I guess I'm old enough to take care of myself.
Now, wait, Neil.
Good night.
Doggone young idiot. Hey, barkeep, fill up my glass, will you? Having a drink, stranger?
No, thank you. I'm leaving.
Hey, barkeep, I said fill up my glass. I can't stand around here no longer waiting for you. I'm in a hurry.
Rusty, you don't look like the storekeeper got very far with the kid.
So I noticed.
What do you think? Figure the kid will join us?
Sure he will.
If he don't, that'll mean we got a blast open Ezra's safe. And I'd just as soon not take that chance.
Don't worry. Kid will join us all right. Only thing I'm worried about is maybe Ezra's changed the combination since Neil worked for him.
Why, should he?
Well, he
He'd
might
never suspicion Neil of robbing him, would he?
I don't suppose.
Of course he wouldn't. Shucks, Rusty, this is going to be the easiest thing we ever done. Ezra's always been so doggone sure as cash could be got at in that safe of his, he's never bothered to take it home of nights. And we can force the back door without making enough noise to wake up a redskin.
And if Neil backs out when he learns what we're planning...
Then what he won't do willing, he'll do with the point of a gun. And if the kid does try to back out, I've got a scheme that'll make him wish he never got the notion.
You have?
In that case, Rusty, we'll get the cash. And the law will get Neil.
The next evening, Neil, with all his belongings loaded on a pack horse, rode to the corral where his father was attempting to rope a half-tamed Mustang.
Pa?
Hey, come here, Neil. Give me a hand with this pesky critter. Hey, what's the extra horse for? And the war bag. Aiming to take a trip?
Whoa there, boy. I know, Pa.
Well, if you are, you can change your mind right now. There's too much to be done around here for me to spare you.
I ain't working here no more, Pa.
What's that?
I'm pulling stakes.
You... Say, am I going loco or are you? Did I hear you say you was pulling stakes?
That's the size of it.
No, hold on.
Won't do no good to argue with me. I've plumb made up my mind.
To hear you talk, you've lost it. Now climb down off of that horse and put them things of yours away again and get to work.
Nope. I'm leaving.
You're doing no such thing.
I'm almost 18.
Uh-huh. And I've seen more idiots at 18 than any other age. Wait a second. I was in town this morning, and I seen Ezra there.
And I suppose he told you a lot of lies.
It ain't like him to lie, but I don't know. What he said was that you've been hanging around with Link and Rusty.
Well, what if I have?
They wouldn't have nothing to do with this crazy notion of your leaving home, would they?
No one tells me what to do.
That ain't quite what I asked you.
I know what you said. And what I want to know is what's wrong with Link and Rusty.
Don't reckon you need to be told that.
Sure. Everybody says they're crooks. What if they are? They've got nerve. If they go after something, they're gambling their lives on it. They're men. Real men. They ain't staying safe to home, wishing for things, but afraid to have them.
Son, is that the way you see things?
Oh, you've worked hard all your life, and what's it got you? This here ranch with a mortgage on it at the bank. It's got you the right to slave from morning till night, while the sun blisters you in the summer and blizzards freeze you in the winter. It's got...
Ain't you got things a mite twisted, son? Working hard is what made the banker trust me when things went bad for a spell and I needed the cash.
Huh.
And working hard is what gave your ma home. And you, too, if it comes to that.
I'll take care of myself from now on.
And that's another thing. How do you figure your ma's going to feel about this?
Well, she'll see where I'm right someday.
Yeah?
When I'm able to buy her things and help to make it easier for her.
Neil, you do this and you'll break your ma's heart.
I don't reckon that's so.
Doesn't anything mean nothing to you no more? Haven't the things we've tried to teach you gone any deeper than this?
Goodbye, Pa.
I oughta...
Get up, boy. Get up.
Neil!
Come along.
Neil, come back here. You hear me? Come back here.
Goodbye, Pa.
Why
Let
you...
him go, Andy.
Huh? What? A masked man. Where'd you come from?
I was just over there near your barn.
You heard what was said?
I did. I was waiting to speak to you.
That mask. Say, you're a crook. You put Neil up to this, I'll bet.
I'm not a crook, Andy. And I'd like to help you save your boy.
Huh?
I was in the cafe last night, and I heard the storekeeper talking to Neil.
What's all this to you?
I think Ezra was right.
What'd he say?
He said that Neil was at the turning point of his life, that his whole future depends on the decisions he makes now.
That's funny talk from an outlaw.
If I were an outlaw, I'd probably know the truth of that even better than you. But I've told you I'm not.
Well, that ain't neither here nor there. I've got to go after Neil and bring the young idiot back here.
Wait.
Nope, I'm
Listen
going
to me, Andy. Bringing Neil back by force isn't going to solve your problem.
What am I supposed to do? Just stand by while my boy goes to the bad?
Neil needs several things.
A good licking among them.
First, he needs something to shock him into realizing what he's doing.
The shock I got was when my pa laid on to me with a hazel switch.
And he needs enough excitement to do him for a long time to come.
He'll get it.
He will, Andy, if you'll listen to me. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Tonto.
You see Andy?
Yes, and he'll do as I suggested.
Me plenty glad to hear that.
Well, we've got to remember one thing, Kimosabe. As long as we suggested this plan, we must see that no harm comes to Neil or Andy. I learned where Rusty and Link live. They have a small shack just outside of town.
Me know place.
And that's where Neil will likely go. If Link and Rusty really want Neil for a partner, they'll plan something soon. Once Neil has stepped outside of the law, he'll have to stay with them. They know that, and we'll take advantage of it.
What we do?
We're riding to town, Tonto. It'll be late in the evening by the time we get there. We may be able to learn their plans.
Here, Scout.
And, Tonto, I've got an idea if Rusty and Link do plan anything, they'll not stay clear of the law much longer.
That's right.
Let's go. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
At the same time that the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced toward Boonville, Rusty and Link heard a knock on the door of their cabin.
Hey, Link. That would be the sheriff, would it?
What if it is? He ain't got nothing on us. Come in.
Howdy, fellas.
Well, I'll be dog. It's Neil.
Surprised to see me?
Well, we
I
figured...
bet you never thought I'd get up the nerve to leave home, ain't that so?
You really pulled up stakes?
I sure did. I told Pa the way I felt about things, and by golly, he saw I meant it.
Did he say nothing?
Oh, he tried to argue me out of it, of course. But I soon put a stop to that. I just rode away and left him standing there.
Well, kid, you had me fooled complete.
But we're sure glad to see you with us. Ain't we glad, Rusty?
We are that. Matter of fact, Neil, I don't know just what we'd have done without you.
It's blame good of you fellas to say that. But I reckon I don't count for much compared to hombres that can handle guns like you two.
Shucks, everybody's got their uses, kid. Ain't likely you'll be long finding it out, eh, Link?
You mean you've got something planned already?
Said we'd show you how to make big cash, didn't
Oh,
we?
sure, but I didn't figure on anything real soon.
Getting cold feet?
Well, of course I ain't. You just try me out.
We'll do that. Ain't forgot the combination to Ezra's safe, have you?
You mean you...
We mean that's the first thing we've got for you to do. We're robbing Ezra's store, and you're opening the safe for us.
Oh, but see here,
Shucks,
fellas.
Neil, it ain't going to be hard to... Now, who's that? Come in.
What?
Say, what are you doing here?
So you came after me, huh? Well, it won't do you no good, and you might as well know it now. I said I was throwing in with these fellas, and I meant what I said.
Now, son, did I say anything about coming after you?
Huh?
Say, what is this? If you came here to make trouble, Andy, you'll find we can hand out a plenty.
Shucks, ain't nothing like that.
Then what are you doing
I just came here to admit that I made a mistake.
A mistake?
That's right, son. You see, after you left home, I got to thinking over what you'd said.
You did?
About the mortgage on the place, and working all hours, and getting blisters from the sun, and getting froze when it's winter.
I don't savvy.
Well, it ain't hard to understand. The more I thought about it, the more I got to seeing where you was right.
No.
Yes. So from now on, fellers, to blazes with ranching and hard work. It's cash the easy way for me. Shake hands with a fresh-made outlaw.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Shortly after Andy Clark surprised his son Neil and the two outlaws, Link and Rusty, by announcing that he, too, wished to become an outlaw, the Lone Ranger and Tonto reined in their horses near the cabin.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fellow. Stay here, Silver. Come, Tonto. We come.
I don't know if we're going to be able to hear them inside or not, Kemosabe. Looks as though the windows on this side are closed.
Maybe window on the other side open.
We'll look and see. Let's find out first if Neil and Andy are inside.
Oh, there, Andy. You see him?
Yes, he's sitting by the table. Neil's sitting alone over in that far corner.
Yeah. Outlaw look plenty mad.
They're watching Andy as though they suspect he's up to something. I told Andy they likely wouldn't believe his story. That's why I thought we'd better be on hand.
That's a good idea.
Come, we'll circle the house and see if there's any place at all where we can wait and hear what's being said. While the Lone Ranger and Tonto waited patiently, the hours slipped by. One by one, the village lights went out. Then, inside the outlaw's shack, Rusty spoke.
Well, Link, reckon it's about time we was moving. There ain't nobody awake in town now.
Yeah. And look here, Andy. Huh? You ain't fooling us at all. You're up to some trick. What it is, I don't know. But I'm warning you, you make a false move and it'll be your last.
Said I was going to be a crook, didn't I? Don't you think I'm old enough to know my own mind?
Hey there, Neil. Quit sulking and come over here.
Oh, I've been thinking things over.
Yeah? The way you've been sitting in a corner all evening without talking to anybody, I thought maybe you was mad at me.
You can't do this.
No?
You can't just walk out on the ranch as if it didn't mean anything to you.
Did it, didn't I? And just wait till the banker comes around to collect the cash we owe him. He's going to find himself in the cattle business.
But But how about Ma?
Well, what about her?
You can't leave her like this.
Can I? Don't see as how I owe her any more than you do. Don't you figure after 30 years of paying bills, I've done my share?
Look at all she's done for you.
Now, son, what she done for me, she ain't done for you.
Well,
What's right for one is right for all, ain't it?
Ma's done all kinds of things for you.
That's right. And it seems to me I recollect her going without sleep for near a week just nursing you when you had the fever. And there was the time you broke a wheel on old Zeke's buggy, and Ma took the blame so she wouldn't whup you. And I'll never forget as long as I live how she cried when you was born. She was that glad about it.
What in blazes going on here?
Lastiani, shut up. Now, partners, don't mind my calling you pards, do you? I'm just trying to show Neil I got just as much right to turn crook as he has.
Well, I ain't going through with it.
Yeah, now, what's this?
I ain't, I tell you. It's wrong. Pa, you're going back to the ranch, and I'm going with you. And we're going right now.
Just hold on.
Now, let me handle this, pards. Neil's a mite excited. Maybe I can do more with him than you can.
Pa, how can you sit there and talk like that? You ought to be ashamed.
Son, you said yourself you wasn't a boy no
But,
more.
Pa, don't
and
you...
when you're a man growing, you learn that when you make a choice, you have to stick to it. And that's just what you're going to do.
Pa, I never thought to hear you talk like this.
Well, for the matter of that, I never thought a boy of mine would want to turn crooked.
So that's it.
Huh?
You came here pretending to want to join us just so you can make the kid change his mind.
Now, wait, Pards.
Pards, eh? Now then, take a look at these shooting irons.
I see 'em.
And listen to what I got to say. You came meddling here where you wasn't wanted, planning on spoiling our scheme.
Ain't you sort of jumping to conclusions?
I savvy your game, but it ain't working. Neil ain't backing out 'cause it's too late.
If you polecats figure I'm going to open Ezra's safe for you, you're loco.
You'll open it.
What makes you think so?
Or your pa gets shot.
You wouldn't do that.
Suppose you try us and see.
Pa, what am I going to do?
Neil, they're just bluffing.
And you keep your mouth closed, Andy, or Neil gets shot.
All right, you two, come along. We're heading for Ezra's store. And just keep this in mind. If either one of you try anything, it won't be yourself you'll be hurting. It'll be the other.
Under the watchful eyes of Link and Rusty, Neil and Andy mounted and rode with the outlaws through the silent streets of Boonville. Finally, they reached Ezra Miller's general store.
Keep watch on him, Rusty. I'll try the door.
I'm watching. You keep still, kid, or your pa gets drilled.
It's locked.
Figured it would be. Just give it a shove. That old lock won't hold nothing. Door ain't barred.
Yeah.
Try again.
There.
Hold it. See if anybody heard us. I reckon not. All right, inside, you two.
You fellas will pay for this.
Reckon we won't, Andy. It's you and Neil is going to pay.
Huh?
Watch out for them boxes.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. I never seen him in the shadows there.
Link, what do you mean? It's me and Neil that'll pay.
Here's the safe. Curious, are you, Andy?
You fellas don't think you can frame us for this, do you?
Maybe. Open up the safe, Neil.
And pronto.
You'll get yours one of these days.
Can you read the numbers on the dial?
He'd better. We ain't lighting any matches so as we can be seen.
Getting it, kid?
Just a second.
There. Now hand over that cash box in there.
There you are.
See what's in it, Link?
Rusty, there's a plenty. More'n I figured on. And most of it in folding money.
Good.
Hey, what'd you put that cash in my pocket for?
It's just your pay, Neil.
I don't want no stolen money.
You don't get the idea, Neil. What we give you there ain't nothing to what we're keeping for ourselves. But when the sheriff finds it on you, he's going to be blamed sure you and your pa are thieves.
The sheriff? Say,
Here,
what...
Rusty, you take the cash box and get going. I'll stand guard over these fellas.
What'll happen when I tell the sheriff to search you two skunks?
That's the best part of the whole thing, Andy. Rusty'll have the cash right in his saddle pockets when he's talking to the sheriff. But by the time you tell your story, he'll have the cash hid where nobody'll ever find it. All right, Rusty, on your way. I'll hold these crooks we found robbing the safe, and you get the sheriff out of bed.
Rusty, Tonto.
Oh.
Their scheme was clever, but they overlooked just one thing.
What's that?
There isn't time to explain that, Tonto. We've got to act fast.
You make outlaw put cash back?
I could have done that, Tonto, but then there wouldn't have been a robbery. And there would have been nothing for which Link and Rusty could be jailed. My plan will clear Neil and Andy and convict those outlaws.
What me do now?
If Rusty's going to hide the stolen money, he won't be able to come back with the sheriff.
That's right.
I'm going to call on the storekeeper, Tonto, and you're going to follow Rusty. Let him tell his story to the sheriff. But when the sheriff leaves, hold Rusty till I get there.
Ezra, open this door. Fine time of night to...
Mask?
You're getting dressed.
What in
Don't
thunder?
argue with me. You've got to get to your store before the sheriff. Now get into your clothes, and I'll tell you what you're to do.
The old storekeeper was at first indignant, but as the Lone Ranger explained, his indignation changed to excitement. He tumbled into his clothes, saddled his horse, and raced to the store.
Whoa there. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Is that you, Sheriff? I'm holding these polecats.
What's all the lights doing on in here?
I made him light the lamps after I caught him, Sheriff. It ain't the sheriff.
Ezra.
Now, look, Mr. Miller, we
What in
didn't...
thunder's going on here? Blasted Link, what are you holding a gun on them for?
But I thought that they...
And Neil, I thought I told you and your pa to get the cash out of the safe and bring it right back to me.
What's that?
You told us what?
By golly, Rusty was telling the truth.
I got the crook, Sheriff. One of them got away, but I caught these two all right.
Andy, I never figured you'd turn crooked. You neither, Neil.
But, Sheriff,
Hold on a second. Is everybody loco in here? Sheriff, what are you doing here?
I come here just as soon as Rusty told me about your store being robbed.
Who's supposed to have robbed it?
Well, Neil and his pa here.
Oh, we didn't mean to,
Shut up,
Sheriff.
Neil. Sheriff, can't I send Andy and Neil after my cash without rousing the whole town?
You sent him here, Esri?
Of course I did.
That ain't true. If you sent him here, why wasn't the lights on when I caught him? And why they bust the door to get in?
I told him not to light the lamps, just so there wouldn't be a lot of fuss. And I broke that door myself this afternoon. That's what I wanted the cash for. I got to worrying. I'll hand it over, Neil.
Well, this is all I got, Mr. Miller.
There. I told you they were stealing. It was the fellow that got away who took the rest of the cash.
Is this the man?
What?
Here's your thief, Sheriff. He had the cash in his saddle pocket.
Now, they was in on it. Neil opened the safe. He and his pa helped us.
It was just because...
Andy, don't you know enough to keep still at your age?
But Ezra...
Wasn't it enough that took you and Neil so blame long to get back here with the cash that I had to come down here myself? Now, I don't want to hear another word out of you.
That don't explain why Rusty roused me out of bed.
But it does. These crooks figured you'd come to me, and I'd tell you I never sent Neil here. Then if Neil said Rusty had the cash, you'd just believe he was lying.
Listen here, you can't
Now
blame me
take him
for
out
this.
of jail, Sheriff.
I'll do that. But who in tarnation is this masked feller?
He's a friend of mine, and that's all you need to know. Maybe he's wearing a mask, but he ain't no outlaw.
Ezri, your word suits me. And as for Link and Rusty here, I've been wanting to see them behind bars for so long, I just about give up hope of turning the trick. But that's where they're heading now. Get along, Link. You too, Rusty. Go on.
Well then, Neil, you still want to be an outlaw?
I've had enough of crooks to last me the rest of my life. But, Pa, you never meant all those things you said back in the cabin, did you? About leaving the ranch and Ma and all the rest?
Of course I didn't, son. That was just part of the masked man's scheme to bring you to your senses. But, stranger,
Yes?
how did you get us out of this mess? I still don't see things quite straight.
You're free, Andy, because, as I told Tonto, Link and Rusty made just one mistake.
Yeah, what was that?
Can't you guess, Andy? The masked fella knew you and me was friends.
We always have been.
Uh-huh. And Andy, the masked fella knew that real friends don't never let each other down.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's adventure on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
This holiday season, before the champagne, comes the martini.
Shaken, not stirred. First things first.
Get ready
Who are you?
to bond.
James Bond.
Nobody can resist me.
Life's full of small challenges. The World is Not Enough. Rated PG-13. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is lamp. L-A-M-P.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Say, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we invited some dental assistants to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Judy Garvin. Her partner is an industrial designer from the audience, Mr. Hunt Lewis. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. I'd like to find you around the house. Miss Judy Garvin, weren't you at the Palace in New York that long?
No, that's a different Garvin.
Oh, Garvin. Oh, I see. I don't hear very well. How old are you, Judy?
I'm 18.
Where are you from, Judy?
I was born in El Centro, California.
Oh. Mr. Lewis Hunt, where are you from, Mr. Hunt?
My name is Hunt Lewis.
Oh. I've never hunted, Lewis. I've hunted bear, but that was in the summer, and it was okay. You mean Hunt is your first name?
What I usually use for a first name, actually, it's my middle name.
What's your first name? El Centro?
Cicero.
Oh, Cicero. Isn't that a town in Illinois?
Yes, well, it is, but it's the name of a Roman senator, too.
That's the trouble with those senators. They should stop roaming and spend more time in Washington. Where are you from, Mr. Lewis?
I was born in Portland.
Well, which Portland? Is that Portland Hopper or Portland Cement?
Portland, Oregon.
Are you married, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I am.
Where'd you meet your wife? Did Portland introduce you to her?
No, I met her when I was in college in Princeton.
Oh, you're a Princeton man, huh? What was she studying?
Oh, she wasn't studying. It's a boys' college. Didn't you know that?
Is that so? Well, Einstein is in Princeton, and he's 72 years old. You better explain what she was doing then. You better explain pretty fast. Because Mrs. Einstein might hear of this.
Well, she was living in Princeton in those days with her father.
Was it a case of love at first sight?
Well, not exactly that. As a matter of fact, she was 12 or 13 years old when I first met her. It wasn't until about 10 years afterwards that we began to get romantically inclined. I suppose in those 10 years I probably grew up.
Either that or she grew up. Now, you say you're a dental assistant?
Yes, a student dental assistant.
You're a student?
Yes.
Where is this?
Lawton School for Medical and Dental Assistants.
Where is that?
That's on Beverly and La Cienega here in Los Angeles.
Oh. Well, what is a dental assistant, specifically?
Well, most people think she's, they confuse it with a dental technician, but she
They do,
isn't.
huh?
Yes. She is.
You wouldn't think so offhand, would you? Are there any boy students at your school?
No.
Why not?
Well, dentists usually prefer girls.
Really? In a recent nationwide survey, more dentists prefer girls than any other cigarette. Well, Judy, you can't trust those dentists. You never know when they're going to pull something, can you? Now, Mr. Lewis, what does an industrial designer do?
Well, he designs practically anything that's manufactured.
Like what?
Anything from a safety pin to a locomotive, I always say.
That can get pretty dreary, can't it? Now, wait a minute. Why would a locomotive need safety pins? I guess when they change engines, they would need safety pins. Is there much demand for your type of work?
Yes, there's a lot. I can't think of anything around us here that really couldn't take some better design. In fact, I think it's...
Judy, that's a direct slap at you.
Well, of course...
You think everything can be improved, is that it?
Well, I'm thinking of something I think Raymond Loewy said, which was that basically in design, perhaps the only two things that he couldn't improve were an egg and a woman.
Well, Hunt, you can play around with an egg, but touch one hair of that woman and you die like a dog. March on, he said. Well, it's been interesting talking to you two, and the first thing in the morning, I'm going to get a new hairdo. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But right now, here's something of interest to everybody.
Feature after feature makes the new 1952 DeSoto a really great value. Take, for example, DeSoto's waterproof ignition. Maybe you've heard about the rigid water tests given the electrical system of the new DeSoto. In one, a 1952 DeSoto is driven through a pool of deep water. In another test, a heavy stream of water from a fire hose is trained directly on the engine, full force. Yet the engine starts up immediately and keeps right on running without missing a single beat. These tests demonstrate clearly how the exciting new 1952 DeSoto with waterproof ignition operates smoothly in spite of rain or snow or splashing or heavy condensation. Waterproof ignition. Just one of the countless exciting features that make the 1952 DeSoto your very best car value. See it. Ride in it. Drive the great new 1952 DeSoto, the car that's designed for you and your budget, too. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions.
Says
The
this
couple
every
that
week.
earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Hey, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs of the 40s as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
17.
How much?
17.
17. You got to talk real loud because this show goes all over California. All right, this tune was one of the big novelty hits of the 40s. Give me the title of it. Jerry?
Pistol packing mama.
Pistol packing mama.
You're off to a good start. You have $37.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 37 will you risk?
35.
35. What's the name of this song? Okay, Jerry. Talk it over, and if you don't know, guess. All right, kids, what is it?
We haven't decided. I don't know.
Well, take a stab at it.
Is it something about...
Well, it's the breeze and I.
They now have $2, Groucho.
$2 now. Well, here's your third question. How much of the $2 will you bet?
Bet one.
Bet $1. All right. Play, Jerry.
$3.
Now you've climbed up to $3, and it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the three are you going to bet?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. Okay. What's the name of this song? The Great Big Wonderful World is right.
Well, I wind up with $6, Groucho.
Well, we don't leave anybody. Nobody leaves here with $6. Nobody leaves here with less than $25. So I'm going to give you one question for $19. Think hard now, and please no help from the audience. You ready?
Yes.
All right. What color is a red herring?
Red.
Red is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, before we go any further, there's something I want to mention. If some of you rascals out there are curious to see your old quizmaster in a sailor suit, then see a girl in every port, the picture I made recently with Marie Wilson and William Bendix.
We invited some carpet dealers to the program tonight, Groucho, and our studio audience selected Mr. Jack Danelian just before we went on the air, and his partner is a grandmother, Mrs. Margaret Laird. And here they come. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Margaret Laird and Mr. Jack Danelian. Mrs. Laird, can I call you Margaret?
Yes.
Can you talk?
Yes.
All right. All right, I'll call you Maggie, and you can call me Jake, huh?
No.
No, Maggie?
No, Maggie.
I'll call you Maggie. I'll call you Margaret, huh? How's that?
That's right.
All right. How old are you, Margaret?
I'm 84.
84. Well, what is that? I thought you were about 39.
I thought I was 16.
That actually looks younger than Benny. Mr. Danelian, I'll just... What'll I call you, Margaret?
Call me Jack.
Call you Jack,
Yes,
huh?
that's right.
Where were you born, Jack?
I have born Eintop, Turkey.
You were born in a turkey?
I suppose so, yes.
Who do you work for, Mr. Danelian?
Well, my brother and myself, we own the Zant Carpet Company. You ever heard of it?
Zant? Where did you get
Carpet.
Zant? Did you get him from Charlie? You know Charlie Zant? No groaning, please. This is all free, you know.
We bought good old name Zant in the auction for $850.
You bought your name in an auction?
Mm-hmm, we did.
Well, for only $8, you can have the fine old name of Groucho Marx, would you? Did you really plunk down $850 just for a name?
Not exactly. We didn't have the money at the time.
Well, that's a good way to go in business. What happened after you acquired the name?
Well, after we acquired the name, brother and I, we worked many hours, and then we leased the building for $20,000 to enlarge and expand our business. And we did.
You spent $20,000 to enlarge the
No, we
business?
didn't spend it. We leased the place to expand.
So where'd you get the $20,000 from if you didn't have $850 for the name?
We didn't have that either, brother.
Have you ever thought of running for Congress?
Do I have a chance?
Where were you born, Margaret?
In Mulmer, Ontario.
Ontario, huh? Could you tell us what it was like when you were young, Maggie? When you and I were young, Maggie? Margaret? What was it like up in Canada when you were born, or when you were a young lady, a girl, child, a tot? Infant?
Well, I don't hardly know how to start at it, but I'll try and make a stagger at it. We lived on a farm, and we raised ducks and chickens and pigs and cows and horses. I think that was all.
I think that's enough. Well, what was it like in those days on the farm?
Well, you had to work for everything you got, what they don't do today.
How are the girls today compared with those when you were a little
They
child?
don't know they're living.
Why do you say that?
Because they don't do anything. Everything's handed to them. Push a button here, and a push a button there, and a push a button here, and another one.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with you. I've been out with some pretty dead ones lately myself.
And here I thought you were a real nice man. Margaret, I'm disappointed.
Margaret, I am a nice man, and a nice man always goes out with dead ones, I've discovered. Now, Margaret, this may be a man's world, but I'm happy to say it's women like you who are running it.
Thank you.
Well, it's been enlightening talking with you. Now, if you want to be enlightened, just visit your DeSoto dealer and see the new 1952 DeSoto.
Are you going to give me a car?
I may start off with an inner tube and then go on from there. Well, that goes inside the tire.
Oh.
And you can hold me to that. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The dental assistant and the industrial designer won $6. The secret word is still lamp.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bill you $20. You selected Islands of the World. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19. What's this?
No, Margaret. I have the answers. He has them. How much you going to bet? $19? Is that all right with you, Margaret?
That's all right.
All right. What country owns the island of Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rico is owned by,
You can guess, too, you know.
I don't know.
Puerto Rico. South America.
No, it's the United States owns Puerto Rico. Huh?
They bet $19?
I'll have you on the carpet in a little while now.
They now have $1, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the buck will you bet on your second question?
90 cents.
All right, what country owns the Bahama Islands?
India.
No, I'm sorry, England. Well, so far, you made a clean sweep of this,
They have 10 cents left.
You've got 10 cents. All right, here's your third question. How much of the dime are you going to bet this time?
9 cents.
9 cents. What country owns the Azores? Azores. Take a guess.
France.
No, it's Portugal. Now you've got 1 cent left. How much you going to bet? You want to bet a halfpenny? You're going to bet the whole thing.
Only thing left is the poorhouse.
All right, you want to bet the poorhouse, huh? All right, 1 cent, huh? What country owns the island of Sicily?
England.
No, you've certainly been consistent. It's Italy.
They went broke completely.
Nobody leaves here broke. We're going to give you one chance to win $25. Now, this is a pretty tough question, and we don't want any help from the audience. Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
Grant.
General Grant! It's a good thing you had Margaret helping you, Jack. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we have a couple of young people that we selected from our studio audience just before we went in the air. They never met before, and they're both single. I'd like you to meet them now, Miss Pat Burrows and Mr. Joe Woods. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house, I think. Pat Burrows and Joe Woods, eh? Where you from, Joe? I bet you're from Nebraska?
No, I'm from Norwalk.
Is that where you were born?
No, I was born in Holland.
Is Woods a Dutch name?
No, it's a real Yankee name, I guess. I converted my real name and shortened it a little bit and made it an American name.
I see. Well, what is the Dutch equivalent of Woods?
Well, my baptized name was Joseph Antonius Wilhelm Lodewickus Skunderword.
Well, I can see now why you took to the woods. How old are you, Joe?
30.
30, huh? You're not married?
No.
Well, don't go away. Maybe I can get Pat here, lost in the woods before the night is over. Pat Burrows, eh? How old are you, Pat?
24.
24, huh? And where were you born?
England.
Married?
No.
Planning it? You know, Noel Coward could write 4 or 5 plays around this dialogue. What part of England were you born in?
Quorn, Leicestershire, an agricultural district and the home of the Quorn Hunt.
The home of the what?
The Quorn Hunt.
The corn hunt?
The Quorn.
The corn hunt. Well, is a corn hunt anything like a corn hunt?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're back with Noel Coward again. Well, explain. What is the corn hunt?
It's a pack of foxhounds for hunting foxes.
Oh, and these quorns go out and chase the foxes?
No, the hounds go hunting.
The hounds
foxes.
go and chase the quorns? Is that it? I got quorns, but I never chase any foxes. That's known as the Bunyan Derby. Huh? What are you doing in America? Have you come over here to chase foxes?
No, I'm an iffy.
I beg your pardon?
I'm an iffy.
Really? Well, if you keep your shoes on, nobody will notice it. What is an iffy? Is that anything like an Effie or a Oofy? Or?
It stands for IFYE, the International Farm Youth Exchange. It's a program arranged for the exchange of farm youth to live with the different farm families in the different countries.
Oh. And you coming over here to live with a farm family?
That's right.
I'm going out in the morning and buy 5 acres. And raise corn, huh? Does anything embarrassing ever happen to a farmer's daughter, Pat?
Oh, yes.
Well, give out with something, Pat, will you? Was this in Arkansas or in California?
Well, I think I'd better go back home, if that's all right. I was in charge of...
What do you mean you're going back home?
To tell you of just one of those little embarrassing moments.
Oh, I
okay?
see. Yes. Rather. Are you there? I can go to England. I speak the language like a native. Huh? Well, tell me what happened to a farmer's daughter in Surrey.
No, Leicestershire.
Oh, Leicestershire. Isn't that stuff you put on liver and onions?
You mean Worcestershire?
Oh, Worcestershire.
I was in charge of a model farm in Leicester when the Duchess of Kent came to open the proceedings, and I was in charge of the different animals, which included a litter of pigs. This litter of pigs escaped and ran amok amongst all the
Ran
officials.
a what?
Ran amok.
Ran amok, huh?
You know.
How far is that? I ran amok in 1 mile and 2/6. Well, what is amok?
Disorderly, I'd say.
Oh, I see. Well, go on. There you are.
I say, they ran, I won't say it again.
No, let's have another go at it.
Actually, yes.
So, there you are, chasing the pig around. Was this a grease pig?
No, it was a litter of pigs. A litter of little pigs.
Oh, a litter of pigs.
Mm-hmm.
I see. And what happened?
I caught it. Them. It was the litter of pigs.
Oh, you
I
caught
told
the whole crowd, eh? Now, were you riding a fox at the time, or...?
No, just Shanks's pony.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, what were you riding, eh? Now, Joe, stop daydreaming over there, Joe. Do you think you could get to like a farm, or are you the city slicker type?
No, I'm a farm boy.
Yeah, huh? Well, hey. Pat, let's get back to you. By the way, do you find Schoenderwald more attractive? He's a farm boy, you know. How does he strike you?
He's different from the farm boys at home.
In what way? Pat, are you panting? I think Pat's ready to go corn hunting. Huh? Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The dental assistant and the industrial designer still lead with $6.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected important foreign cities. All of these cities are over 500,000 in population. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet?
17.
17. In what country is the city of Bombay?
India.
India.
India is right. India.
They're on their way. They have $37.
India. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $37 will you try this time?
35.
It's 85. In what country is the city of Bucharest? Talk it over.
What?
I'd be hungry.
Hungary?
No, I'm sorry. It's Romania. You were close, but not close enough.
You now have $2.
Oh, here's your third question. How much of the $2 will you bet?
Oh, all right, $2.
You're going to bet the $2. In what country is the city of Glasgow?
Scotland.
Scotland is right.
Well, you're on your way again. You have $4.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
$4.
$4. In what country is the city of Sao Paulo? S-A-O, capital P-A-U-L-O.
Brazil.
Brazil is right.
And you wind up with $8. And that means that you people get the chance of the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Not far from where you live, there's a neighbor of yours who has a mighty big investment in the community. His offices, his service shop, his showroom are probably familiar to you. Yes, he's your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And whether you're acquainted with him or not, remember this. He's always glad to see you, always glad to serve you. He considers it a pleasure to show you the two great cars he sells, the beautiful new DeSoto and the handsome new Plymouth. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is proud of his fine line of used cars, of all makes and models. And he invites you to see his service shop, where master technicians, using the most modern tools and equipment, do a really top-notch service job, and do it faster, which means a saving to you. Not only that, you'll notice the folks who work in his place really believe in courtesy. So drop in and say hello, because you're always welcome wherever you see the sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here comes the young couple again, Groucho, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, you look strangely familiar to me. Here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. A book titled Up From Slavery was written by an outstanding leader and educator. His finest memorial is the famous Tuskegee Institute. For $1,000, what was his name? Talk it over. You have 15 seconds.
I'm out. Not even a guess for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Booker T. Washington. That's the correct answer, Booker T. Washington. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
They won only $8, and they shouldn't go away with less than $25.
Nobody goes away with less than $25, so we'll give you one question. This is for $17. Who composed Beethoven's Fifth Symphony? Ludwig Beethoven is right. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good luck.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Friends, maybe you can wait till next week, but I can't. Because that's when DeSoto is going to announce the most spectacular new car they've ever built. Right now, it's a big secret, and if they knew I was telling you...
Wait a minute, Groucho. Hold everything. You can't tell them yet. It's too early. Folks, you'll have to tune in Groucho Marx next week to find out all about DeSoto's big history-making announcement. Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. A really safe speed depends on conditions. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.